if they documented that?
Should I automatically accept and believe what people present to me that I can't go out and verify for myself, like pictures from satellites and NASA shit from space? Meanwhile,
No,
what I
yeah,
can do
sure, not
is I can take my
necessarily.
telescope with an infrared filter and go on an airplane and I can debunk the globe. And anybody can. I can give it to you today and you can go take it up and go have fun with it. Now, getting a seat on a NASA rocket to go to the ISS, that's a whole different claim. That's an exceptional claim. And extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. So, what are we going to do
Wait,
to
so you're
submit
saying
these claims
everybody?
to?
Oh, sorry, finish. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, what are we going to do to submit these claims to some verifiable provenance? You know, the chain of custody. Well, it's broken.
There is
Well,
also a problem. May I ask? It's a continue of our previous conversation. Like the star Polaris, for example, travels to south or somewhere when we go in the other side. So actually, it proves that Earth is curvature.
Because it gets too far away for you to see, like I was explaining before. Yeah, you go to the southern latitudes, or just go south of the northern latitudes, and Polaris descends in your field of view. Boom, 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 and then eventually you can't see it due to particulates in the air. If you're out at the ocean, it's not going to be visible. So here's another interesting factoid I want you to consider. The sun changes its luminosity throughout the day by a factor of 23,000 times. The sun is 23,000 times brighter when it's at its high point in the sky compared to when it's just above the horizon. 23,000 times different. How come stars don't do the same thing?
Because stars are light years and light years away.
You go somewhere.
Yeah, so the light's even weaker than the sun.
To the right.
Of course, because they're further away in distance.
I explain my argument, or
so. Yeah, sorry, go for it.
When we go,
I'm gonna sit back.
So we go to the right, and we perceive as the star that is actually too far for us, from us to actually consider it like moving, because we are moving related to it. So when we move to right, it moves left. When we move left, it moves to right. Why is that possible? Because of curvature. Because the
airplanes do the same thing.
How airplanes related to the
yeah, you ever watch an airplane fly away?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it doesn't prove anything.
I don't know. Okay.
You understand how perspective convergence works, right? How things converge in the distance, and it will look like things ramp down that are above you and things ramp up that are below you, and they converge into a vanishing point in the distance.
Like in a corridor, when you look down the corridor, the walls look like they're getting closer together. They're not. They just look that way. The ceiling looks like it's going downwards towards the floor. That looks like it's going upwards. They're not. That's just perspective. So when Polaris is above your head, like a light on the ceiling, and you move away, to you, it appears to go downwards towards the midpoint of your view or vanishing point, or in this instance, the horizon, till eventually it merges with the horizon. And then the meteorological conditions and the air are going to stop us seeing any type of light, as akin to when we see the sun. But this is just perspective. You can't see Polaris anymore because it's too far away for you to see, and from your point of view, Polaris has converged with the surface. Good evening, everybody.
Hello, Jedi.
Welcome, Jedi.
So if you have a look in the side chat, there's a ton of images just demonstrating perspective convergence on different scales.
To my earlier point, listen, the sun's magnitude changes dramatically. It goes from you can't see it because because the atmospheric layers are too dense for the light to push through. It being so intense that it's going to burn your skin. The magnitude changes 23,000 times. Stars don't do this. You got stars that are low on the horizon. They're about the same magnitude as they are when they're directly overhead. The claim is that the atmosphere is blocking the sun, and the rays from the sun are having a hard time pushing through the atmosphere to reach your eyes during a sunset. But the stars seem to have no issue whatsoever. What the hell are they?
Okay, that makes a little more sense. The first time you said it, that wasn't making sense to me. I was imagining that you were laying out that the stars, when they're at your zenith, should be too bright to see or something. This one makes more sense.
Yeah, I said it the other way. I got you. Yep. Yeah, it's wild, man.
Okay. So we've said a lot, and I haven't heard the guy or gentleman respond. Is he still here?
If he is, I know he wants to say satellites so badly. He's brought them up a few times, and we can get into that.
That's fine. I'll just kindly ask him to respond to what's been said. We can talk about satellites another time. Who was the gentleman we were speaking to?
I wasn't looking. Hands are tied.
No, that's fine. I'm sure he would have piped up now if he was still here, but he appears to have gone.
He's being polite, a little frustratingly polite, but polite nonetheless. So too bad.
Yeah, he kind of came in swinging, but he changed his tune after a while, which was good.
The other guy, who he told me to call him Jack. He's got like a Koenigsegg in his PFP, and anyways, he's not here anymore. But he's been pretty cool. But I don't know if it's a language barrier problem or whatever. But he almost couldn't grasp, number one, the angular size problem, and also, that air is hard to see through. So he came back with that. I don't know why.
Good assessment.
They really don't teach much about perspective in general at school, which is kind of odd. And the way we see, and I guess we grow up seeing in perspective, but it's like people are just completely desensitized to how much of an impact it has on the way we view things. They don't even think about it. And then when we try to explain it to them, they're like, whoa, like, never really thought about it. What's up, Steve? Hope you're doing well too, man.
One of my favorites is the FE core laser test over the frozen lake ISIL in the Netherlands. I mean, geez, like almost 42 kilometers of flatness. Frozen water that didn't freeze with the curvature of the earth, mind you, because it's flat. Both the laser and the target were 1.5 meters off the surface. And the laser hit the target. They had a super accurate laser aiming device. I mean, people talk like the laser was the star of the show, and yeah, that is expensive, but the device they built for aiming it, the ultra high precision CNC machining that they themselves put forth the effort into constructing, that is the real star of the show. Thank you for posting that, Travis. So Travis posted the link to the PDF to the PowerPoint presentation that this team did. And they did multiple observations and couldn't measure the globe, not with a single one. And to top it off, they're on record for conducting the longest laser ranging test in human history. Perhaps outside of, military applications. We do have another example, actually, from the military. They weren't trying to test for curvature. They were just trying to study the atmosphere. But they shot 149 kilometer beam, actually 3 beams at the same time from one Hawaiian island to another. And the whole point was to study the beam separation that would occur if Earth is a globe and terrestrial refraction was real. And guess what they found out, folks? Those beams did not separate as predicted with terrestrial refraction. So terrestrial refraction is horseshit. The grouping, so they used 3 beams. They used an infrared laser. I think they used actually 2 infrareds. They used deeper infrared and near infrared, and then a green laser. And they shot these, and the deep infrared one was their control. It was flat. But the grouping of the lasers was so tight that they were like, holy crap. The grouping on the target end within the telescope was so tight, they couldn't believe that had just happened. How the fuck? 148 kilometers. Amazing. How do I get an infrared laser that does that? It's not like I can go on eBay and pick one up, right? might have to go to the Silk Road on. Oh, wait, did they take that down? One of my other favorite non-flat earther conducted globe proofs was by the U.S. Naval Department in conjunction with NATO. So the U.S. Naval Research Lab, NRL, they had a contract with NATO and said, we need you guys to basically send surveyors out to the Chesapeake Bay, military surveyors, right? So we're talking not just like your typical civil engineers. We're talking about people who do high precision surveying work while they're getting shot at. So 2 teams came, a Dutch team and a German team. They came to the Chesapeake Bay outside of Washington, D.C., and they set up infrared cameras. They set up lights on the other side of the Chesapeake Bay. I think it was about 16 kilometers away. And on the recording end, they set up a TV camera basically to watch it, and they were just recording. And they wanted to record the motion of the lights throughout the day and night cycles. They wanted to see how much refraction would shift the lights up and down and scintillate and bleep in and blip out, and as it changes in intensity. They wanted to study that. One of the lights, the lowest light, they purposefully set up as a control to be below the curvature of the Earth. And you can actually look at the document and go to the Earth curve calculator, and you can see that that's exactly what they tried to do. They tried to set this light up behind the curvature of the Earth. And in the least optimal conditions for this to happen, they kept seeing the damn light. They couldn't get that light to disappear behind the freaking curvature of the Earth. The situation was so screwed up for them that they called it cursed, and their final deliverable to the U.S. Navy. Cursed. It was a cursed situation because their control was not acting as a control. They couldn't control for the curvature of the Earth. And this actually led to them creating a new model for what's called the marine layer, that very busy layer of water and air just above the surface of water where the water starts to evaporate. There's just a lot of activity going on. But they had to fudge the temperature data by something like 1 or 2 orders of magnitude difference. They had to move the decimal over like two places for the difference in temperature to make it work. To explain the observation, they had to produce results that they themselves did not actually record in nature. That's called backfitting, and in an academic environment, you'd get tarred and feathered. good enough for government. Yeah, that was called NATO Sapphire, was the project name. Sapphire, like the stone, Sapphire, Sapphire, the NATO Sapphire trials. We posted this on our home server. I mean, this isn't like classified or anything like that. It's quite open and public. So, very interesting stuff. Or how about the USGS people that went down to Antarctica and recorded seeing mountain ranges from 300 miles? Like from a boat or something. So it's not like they were up 35,000 feet using infrared. In fact, this kind of puts them at the limit for the Rayleigh scattering model of the attenuation of light through the atmosphere. Kind of interesting. So here, we're sitting on mountains and mountains of this stuff. It seems to me that the real professionals, the pros out there in the field doing these actual measurements, the frustrations that they endure and the uncertainty that they have stands in stark contrast to these Discord globers that come in here and they're just totally cocksure that they know everything and that Earth is a globe and it's all been figured out. It's really amazing to see this divergence of mentality between the two groups. So, I mean, forgive me when I sound like I'm holding people like this in contempt when they come in and act like this, because I've read so much higher level academic literature on the subject to know that the real pros have much bigger problems that need to be settled that these guys are completely clueless about when they come in to debate us. There's no humility amongst them. That's the problem. Yeah, it requires humility. If you're going to be open to the idea that you don't understand the earth the way you thought, you're going to have humility, right? None of us wanted to be flat earthers, folks. Like, we know that it's the most socially derided topic on earth. Like, it's okay to be a bigot towards flat earthers. You can't be racist to anybody, but you can be a total bigot to flat earthers, no problem. Nobody's going to throw you in jail or shut you up on the internet. One of the fewest groups out there that it's socially acceptable to marginalize, I hate to say. Gesundheit.
Skinnier and
What? So what's next? Maps, satellites and maps, they go hand in hand. You know what's funny is people think that GPS satellites, like, they know where they are in orbit because they're detecting and scanning the Earth as a globe and they're beaming down their coordinates to receivers. It's really kind of funny what the general public thinks GPS is doing. What if I told you that the GPS satellites don't know where they are? They're told where they are by the ground stations send the uplink data to them.
So, what?
Yeah.
The satellite doesn't know where it is. It gets
No,
told
it has
where
to be
it is.
told. Yeah,
Wow.
GPS specifically, I know.
Wow.
Yeah. So you got these ground stations everywhere, and they're optically and by radio tracking these things. And guess what? How do the ground stations know where they are? They assume a long globe coordinate system. So when they do the alt-az tracking of the satellites from horizon to horizon, it's all based off of their point of observation already baked into the globe. So you get all of these guys, and then they send their coordinates in from, they basically transmit to a central system, like somewhere out in Colorado, where it processes all the observations from the ground stations. And then Colorado crunches the numbers and then sends out to all the uplinks where it thinks the satellites should be if Earth is a globe and they're in orbit. And then that packet gets transmitted up to the satellites, and the satellites, okay, thank you. So they get sent like an ephemeris, an almanac, timing data.
So we know where we are because we tell the satellite where it is relative to where we are.
Yeah. Yeah. It's circular, dude. I'm telling you, it's just like these inertial navigation systems in the jumbo jets that we talk about from time to time.
Yep.
So wait, we already know where we are. Wait, how does that work?
We're on a sphere.
Yeah.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. We're on a sphere. So don't be surprised that the coordinate system works. And you know where
This is
you are.
assuming that the tech is even up there to begin with, too.
Well, it doesn't matter, dude. It could be hovering 100 foot above the floor or 100,000 foot. It doesn't matter anymore. We tell it where it is.
Have you seen a Loran chart map?
Yeah, I think so, but I can't see it in my head. Long time ago, like 5, 6 years, something like that.
Yeah, I just looked at it again recently. Let me pull one up here for you guys. Do you think they got worldwide GPS coverage?
Yeah, I think this is the one I saw.
8 minutes past the hour.
Yeah.
Right, they're doing that in the 60s, 50s, 40s.
Yeah, of course.
And they're using VHF frequencies. Line of sight. It doesn't go behind mountains and curves very well, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, of course. I think we were talking to some guy the other day about VHS radio signals. And he said, I think they cut off at about, I think it was either 16 or 26 miles or kilometers. I can't remember. But from about 10 meters.
Yeah, tell him to increase his wattage.
Yeah, I think you were here for that conversation as well, actually.
Yeah, I said he was using like a 20-meter wavelength or something. I'm like, okay. Yeah, like not to discount the job. Very important job, very technical. You can do it pretending you're on a globe all day long. Doesn't matter. Yeah, man. So is there a way potentially that they could take towers like that Loran map you see, and the towers are sending out timing data, and you put a little doohickey somewhere, some device on the transmitter that alters like the phase, so it gives the appearance that these things are moving potentially, or the beams originating from a different location potentially.
Yeah.
You know, there was Charlie Wilson, Secretary of Defense during the space race. The guy that they made the movie about, Charlie Wilson's War, starring Tom Hanks. Great movie. Charlie Wilson, when he first learned of Sputnik, he called it a deep scientific trick. He called it a scientific trick with the radio bleeps and bloops. Yeah, cool trick, Russians. You think that's cool? Watch what we can do.
I fucking agree with you. You're fucking right. Yeah.
Could GPS be a cheap scientific trick
Keep
too?
Keep going.
Yeah. Well, we know that they're tricking. They're tricking
you're
us
fucking
because
right. Oh, fuck.
NASA, dude. NASA was founded by a psychological operations
NASA.
program under the president, dude. Did you know that?
This truth.
Dude, I'm cooking.
Yeah.
The entire space program, dude, is a propaganda program. Like openly a propaganda program. The founding documents describe, by any means necessary, advancing for the public's consumption technological achievements that may or may not exist. Like, what the hell does that mean? Why would technology? Listen, in this document that I'm recalling from memory, there's a section called reconnaissance satellites and the greater section of psychological operations. Why would satellites fall as a subtitle to psychological operations. Oh, a cheap scientific trick indeed, right? How awesome is that? I'm of the opinion that a lot of these people that they don't necessarily know that the Earth is flat. A lot of these folks in DoD, at NASA, Pentagon, whatever, they get by just fine believing the Earth is a globe. But they also know that what they're doing is sowing seeds of propaganda. To them, what they're doing is they're projecting American dominance.
Yeah.
That's their primary mission. And they also think that there's probably some bank of nerds out there that's still trying to figure out how to actually orbit a satellite around the globe, which isn't happening. So I was reading up on the history of the the Dragnet program. I almost called it Skynet. Dragnet. Dragnet was the satellite retrieval program from the Cold War, the early Cold War. So what they were doing, it started off with satelloons, spy balloons. What they were doing is they were flying airplanes, and they were catching the whole satellite system itself. The gondola, which is the metal girders on which the cameras are attached, the cables to the balloon or the parachute. Sometimes they'd pop the balloon, right? And then a parachute would deploy. And then they would catch the entire satellite itself with the parachute using these massive hooks, and they would pull it into the back of a cargo bay of this massive cargo plane. And that's all these pilots would do all day, every day. They'd practice for this. They became very good at it. Well, at some point, they switched over from balloons to self-orbiting satellites because they're competing with Sputnik. And you know what's funny? Their operations remain the same. Their techniques were the same. And you can kind of read the pilots' accounts of this, how they thought it was kind of weird. It was not only the same, but they said it got easier. And what was happening is they went from grabbing the entire satellite to thinking that they're grabbing only the canisters. But what if it's possible that the canisters themselves, the technology got so small that they didn't need these massive steel girders anymore? They're able to shrink the technology down. So they're no longer pulling in these like 6, 7, 8 foot long steel beams into the plane, but we're talking maybe 4 foot wide boxes. Yeah, it's really interesting. Like, why would your retrieval technology and process method, all of that, be the same? I mean, they were told that the canister was from a self-orbiting piece of space junk and had been jettisoned off of it. And that's the part that they couldn't see and could not verify themselves. Maybe it's been balloons the whole time. No, that couldn't be, guys. No. Yes. Imagine being lucky enough to get picked up for that job. I bet that was a lot of fun. I wonder what's harder, like landing an airplane on an aircraft carrier or retrieving one of those. You know how they say that Starlink, the reason why you can see them at night as a bead of lights is not because that they have massive spotlights on them that they're shining down onto Earth, but it's actually a reflection of the sun. I'm going to have to dig for it, but it's out there. I can tell you that there is an article, a fairly recent one within the last 10 years or so, by a newspaper in Topeka, Kansas. Use the Google newspaper search. Topeka, Kansas newspaper saying you can see Starlink tonight, and it was the winter time at 10:30 p.m. Anyone see the problem with that? Northern latitudes, winter, 10:30 p.m. Space junk that's reflecting the sunlight from, what is it, maybe 300 miles up? How does sunlight reach that? If Earth is a globe. Now, what if Earth is flat? Well, then, yeah, maybe it is reflecting sunlight from a flat Earth orbit of some kind. Why? Well, because the sun is just way over there from that high up. Maybe on a flat Earth, if you were to go up like 300 miles, you could see the sun again at 10:30 at night from Topeka, Kansas during the winter. Ever think of that? Man, I wonder if I saved it. Now I'm really curious. I know I saved it, but my Dropbox folder is just a hot mess. That love drama guy keeps getting the mute and the boot, doesn't he? I think that's Rich. Rich Evans.
Rich is rolling around or what? I mean, hey, Joder, I sent you a DM. Something random. I wasn't looking for anything. I was just saw that video that's playing on the TV, and then, while watching it, they're using a huge magnet that is used for some pharmaceutical procedure, some medical procedure that they do in the heart. They use two magnets side to side, and then in the middle will be the patient, and they'll be moving like a tool inside of the patient's body with the magnets. And at 15 minutes, he mentions how they use the magnets to create a new North Pole on the tape.
Oh yeah.
Basically,
yeah, right. You can use the harmonic fields of magnets to create synthetic poles. I don't know what they're actually called, but yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah. Kind of cool. I've never seen that they were able to guide something with magnets inside someone's body, but just a little Easter egg that they mentioned they can do that. Yeah. Interesting, huh?
Yeah. We live in a big magnetic field for the audience listening, duh, right? But did you know that Earth has 3 poles? It's the funniest thing, right? Nobody in the public talks about it, but it's not like they're hiding it either. There is what's claimed to be a South Pole in Antarctica that does not move. And then a North Pole that kind of wanders a bit. And the third pole is somewhere out in the southern Indian Ocean, and it moves a lot.
So when I picture that, right, and they put the two magnets, this machine that has 2 huge magnets, and is doing this movement above the table where the patient is laying, so above the flat table, creating this movement of the pole. However, they guide the magnets. So that's kind of like I picture it in.
I love it.
In a probably in a more complicated way, like a creative level. I don't know. So interesting. Yeah.
Immediately, what comes to mind.
Feel the magnetic north moves, so I can like the imagery of let's say the silhouette that we're observing. In my opinion, it could be like structural, like actually like a structure, and that structure is kind of like wobbling. We see the sky doing this wobble, right? They say it's the earth doing the wobble, but it kind of looks like the sky is doing that little wobble, and the kind of like that's having an effect on the ground, and the North Pole or the poles are having that wobble of the sky. That's why they kind of like wobble on the ground, or the expression of it on the ground, what we detect on the ground with tools, right? And we label it magnetic north or magnetic south. Yep.
Yeah, the Earth is like a gigantic hard drive, and it records the magnetic interactions on it. So geologists have gone to great information. This the Mexican hat dance, awesome. Geologists have gone in some austere environments in like Patagonia and the peninsula of Antarctica, whatever you call that, the Antarctic Peninsula, I guess, right? And they claim to have retrieved rocks from down there where the magnetic alignment within them is just a bit more than 90 degrees off of where it should be right now. And in order for that to happen, they say that extended, like there's a long period of time where, for whatever reason, that rock was picking up or recording the field in this way, even though the field is currently oriented that way. Right. And so it's not just like anomalous either. Like an entire region of the Earth would display this feature. So it's not like maybe the boulder tumbled down from a mountain or something and got disoriented. It's like, no, everything was uniformly aligned in that direction. And then you look into catastrophism, you look into what people are saying now about crustal displacement of the globe, and like the globe's crust is going to become decoupled from the mantle and it's going to rotate 90 degrees. No. What if instead the Earth is stationary like we know it is? It's the freaking sky that rotates. I mean, wouldn't it be weird to see Polaris in the east? Wouldn't it be weird to see the sunrise from the south? I mean, there's some geological data that suggests that used to be the case.
From the
And
creator's design and our
again.
perspective, it's pretty obvious what you said, that this it's obviously that the sky is moving. But I wouldn't be surprised if the Earth itself is kind of like one of those gears of the whole construct that the creator can, move as well, like another gear, the whole machine. Still, yeah, it's pretty obvious that the sky is doing all of that movement. See a lot of people in here. What's been going on? I just joined.
No, I've been talking to myself for the last like 40 minutes or something.
No way.
Yeah, wait, dude. Like I've been babbling longer than I typically do, and I'm like cooking dinner and eating at the same time.
That's what I just finished doing, cooking the dinner, and now I'm gonna sit down.
Dude, I just had the most delicious. I'm still eating it. I have fillets. I have cod fillets that I pan cooked in a nice garlic lemon herb sauce concoction.
Sounds delicious. I like cod.
The nice buttery, greasy kind of fish. It's, I don't know, just so satisfying. But anyway.
We mix it. I mean, people make it like a salad with it, like some onions, tomatoes, lime. They also add like a bunch of avocado, like slices of it or squares of avocado. They mix it all together. Tomato, onions, avocado, lime, and like that. Yeah. Delicious. I'm having some lamb shoulders, avocados, and some, how do you say, plantains, but the yellow ones that are sweet instead of the other ones, the green ones. Sweet plantains.
Yeah, bananas.
Bananas?
Yeah, plantains. No bananas, plantains. Different.
Man, what a world, dude. So if there is going to be a new North Pole, if there's going to be some catastrophic event, like the Globers are saying, but it actually happens on a flat Earth, the new celestial North Pole is going to be somewhere east of Madagascar, which puts
the celestial North Pole.
Huh?
You said the new celestial, the celestial North Pole will move to Madagascar.
Yeah, like you go east of Madagascar a ways and you look up, and that's where Polaris is going to be seen directly overhead. So somewhere in the Indian Ocean. And that kind of coincides with where, interestingly enough, where the Indian Ocean magnetic dipole is moving. The third magnetic pole of Earth is moving in that direction right now. Like the magnetic poles have been moving so fast that the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency and NOAA have been updating like the world magnetic model at faster increments of years than they ever have before.
So there's more there's more action than usual, or there's more activity of recording the action?
More movement of the magnetic fields than they've ever seen.
Wow, that's
they've got records going back like 200 years.
Does it have to do with more equipment tracking the stuff, or they're saying there's a change of activity and we are recording that increment in activity of these changes?
No, they're saying it's moving, man. Like you could set up a compass on your desk and mark where north is, and then come back like 10 years later and your needle moved. That is what they say is happening. And it gets crazier. The intensity of the field is weakening, they say.
Does that have any effects on the environment? You said the field is weakening.
Yeah, the idea is if the field is weakening, then it means the ceiling that protects us from the rays of the sun is getting closer to the earth. And if it weakens too much and the sun launches out a belch, even on a flat earth, it could fry a portion of earth. The grand barbecue. The grand solar barbecue.
I think that actually has a name in these groups. I'm probably gonna look it up in my DMs. Yo, you. What's up, you? Yo, you? Okay. So you're interrupted for all that? There's a term for the sun, like you describe it like sun burning. I mean, if the sun gets more intense and we have less protection from it, it could burn stuff, huh? Melt things.
Yeah, it could melt buildings and cities.
People can reflect the sun out of a window or something and fry an egg without fire.
You see that guy on YouTube? He ripped out like some sort of screen out of it, like an old TV or something, and he turned it into this gigantic lens on a swivel, right? And now he just focuses the sun's light onto this surface and just puts like rocks and metals and coins, all sorts of different things to see what'll melt from the sun's light. He makes obsidian out of it and everything. It's crazy.
I knew it. That reminds me. I used to work with a guy. He actually he was a geologist and actually spent two tours in Antarctica. Yeah, like what? Yeah, but he was goofy, man, and he was old. He's probably not alive anymore. But he was describing and showed me when I went to his house how he built a mazer out of a microwave and his radio equipment. Just took the big fat Taurus magnet out of a microwave. I think he disassembled the TV. There's some like TV parts in there too, like you were describing, and radio gear. And he's like, "Yeah, baby, this is a mazer." I'm like, "What the hell?" Yeah, he's probably long past. Actually, he was about 20 years ago. He was in his late 60s. You know what a mazer is? It's like a laser, but instead,
what's that?
Yeah. It's like so it's not a laser, it's a mazer. It's basically using, instead of light frequency, radio frequency. Yeah, much bigger. You take a pencil thin beam, you make a directional high gain antenna, basically like ultra high gain antenna. And you can focus a lot. I probably shouldn't talk about it. But they do use these in atomic clocks. So yeah, it's got some, some peaceful uses.
I think you read my mind when you were saying making a laser with that stuff, like a radio laser or whatever. I'm like,
Yeah.
sounds like people can mess stuff up with that.
Yeah.
Like the wrong that with the wrong mindset, that would be a bad idea.
Yeah, it just you know how much like the old tube TVs have charged up inside?
Yeah, I
It's
remember people
dangerous.
saying no, it was dangerous. Yeah.
Well, what if you use that to power what this is? Just saying. Discharge all of that in an instant in a fine beam. You could see through walls. And you're not scanning.
I think I've seen videos of people taking the I think it's called a magnetron microwave.
Yep, that's exactly it.
You point it out like a light bulb that isn't connected to anything, and it lights up distance.
Right. So when Tito was talking about like a parabolic mirror that focuses light into a beam, the magnetron is like a parabolic mirror for radio.
Dangerous.
Yeah. Yeah. So guys, I mean, if we wake up in a post-apocalyptic world someday, you might need to build one of these to survive. Man. Yeah, he was a guy that actually first told me all those years ago about the magnetic field lines registering like 90 degrees off on all the rocks. Right, and then I forget about this, right? And then I start researching flat Earth, and it's all the flat earthers talking about this shit. I'm like, oh, hey, I saw this once. I saw this episode on TV. Right? I'm like pulling old memories, shaking the cobwebs off, blowing the dust off. I'm like, holy crap, I heard about this. If I keep talking, I might get in trouble. Let's get this back on track, guys. Let's talk about flat Earth some more. But it seems so boring. We were talking about death rays and shit. Yeah, I know. I'm happy to see that Jay Tolan has produced now 2 videos in like the last month after going silent for a year and being relatively silent for more than 2. It'd be great if he would hang out here with us. I know some of his videos are somewhat controversial, like he thinks there might be vegetables on the moon. I'm willing to look past that, honestly. For his contributions alone, he should be commended. And maybe there is fucking vegetables on the moon. I don't fucking know.
You've got me interested in the whole year. I want to wait until the winter solstice, start measuring and see if there is an extra day on the 4th. I want to try it out.
Oh, man, do it. So maybe we could get together a group or something. That'd be fun to try as a group and see if it works. But I did use I used agentic AI, and it dug up some meteorological records that I actually put my own eyeballs on. It showed that this was the case. And when I first heard about this on a podcast by Antonio Subarats, God rest his soul, seriously. The guest that he had on to talk about this also produced the receipts and was showing the data live on the podcast.
Yeah, I'm going to give it a go. I'm going to record it each year, see what happens. I'll send my results in 2 years.
And so I've got a request to talk about the Marianas Trench and the waters below the waters. Yeah, I mean there are dense layers. There are different density layers of water going deep. I mean we've seen those pools, and sometimes you don't have to go as far as the Marianas Trench to do it. There are videos of scuba divers. I don't know, somewhere around the Caribbean. I want to say maybe the north part of South America, where there are these dense brine layers of ocean water that's cloudy, and you can swim into them and disappear. But maybe you're asking more about the subterranean oceans that people say they've discovered, that there are multiple times more water underneath the ocean floor in another ocean below that. And there may be communicating vessels, that is to say, there may be tunnels, and the water may be flowing in and out of the tunnels. Is it possible, folks? Crazy thought. The amphidromic points that we associate with tidal nodes, could those be holes deep under the ocean where the sub-ocean is communicating force wave feedback with the above ocean? I don't know. It's fun to speculate. Nobody freaking knows, so may as well speculate, right?
That's actually close to how I picture it. I mean, you said it pretty well. The water's below pushing or moving. There's some flow, and that movement causing those tides above it. There's
There might
something
be
to
some
it.
geological pressure difference change going on. Who knows? Yeah. Wouldn't it be crazy if there was some exotic substructure to the Earth like this that was actually pumping, and that pumping is actually producing the day and night cycles? Yeah, folks, I know it's not Speculation Sunday, but if you're going to speculate, at least speculate on something cool that people haven't talked about before. Sorry, was that a boring thought for you?
Well, talking about the magnets, I'm creating a new North Pole. I mean, that's gotta have some effects on the ground. I mean, whatever is here on the surface, and maybe below it, because the effect of the magnets are not just on the surface, is it?
I don't think so.
So the undulation, a movement of the sky. I mean, I just trying to picture it as simple as they showed it in the video that I sent you. But I know it's not as simple as that. I don't think so. It might be.
I mean, there's some flat earthers who think that there's a large part of our world that was actually technologically developed over aeons. So basically, if you go out far enough and dig deep enough, you're going to find potentially like the very architecture and structure of our world was created by man. Cool thought.
What do you mean by that? The architecture and structure?
What if the magnetic fields were artificially created by man, and we're living inside a gigantic Helmholtz coil?
I don't know what to think of that, to be honest with you.
Yeah, me neither.
Why would somebody create a magnetic field around their Earth?
The field was from Cthulhu. I don't know. The speculation gets wild. I know there's some Gnostic heresies out there, and I'm just going to put this out there. I'm not saying I subscribe to this in the very least, suggesting that we are still inside Noah's Ark.
What? What do you mean?
Exactly that.
You mean the boat?
Yeah, was it a boat or was it a metaphorical boat?
Okay.
I get it. This is the kind of fun speculation that people come visit us for. And we don't do enough of it, but usually when we do it as a community, we suck at it. I think a lot of people suck at it because they're just repeating some top level flurf shit they heard from terrible apps that they downloaded in the iTunes store.
You know, I heard one speculation here one day from a newcomer that I hadn't heard of before. Right? Said that, the entire structure is probably immovable, not moving. But who says that the land, right, the continents, isn't like moving, like turning, right, within the structure, right, and giving the appearance of celestial motion, right? Because it's just a one feature within a singular solid structure that isn't moving, right? And I was like, that's an interesting thought, like because it's thinking outside of of the box kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just moving so at a rate which makes the stars appear to move, but we don't it's just like the globers say about the globe, it's just beyond our perception.
Yeah, what if the creator didn't pay his rent and he had to move, so he took the earth with it? And he moved to the new apartment, to his new lab.
Like, what if the flat Earth is kind of on a turning table that's off center? In the perceived rising and setting of the stars is just due to the hyperbolic vision that we have, where objects of immense size and vast distances appear to take on a different geometry. And this is actually proven in some of the literature. We can quote from Lüneburg and Glinsky. I've got some papers on this. It's really interesting how the eyeball works, how perception interplays with the eye. I've heard Indio bring this up, right? Like if you watch an airplane, like super high up, like 40,000, 50,000 feet at its highest ceiling, and it's leaving a contrail. I'm not talking about chemtrails, guys. And it's going to the horizon. It looks like a straight line and like it's going down, like it's going to smash into the earth. It doesn't look like it's going out like streetlights do. And there's actually some biological evidence for why this is the case. Inside your eye is actually a hyperbolic structure called the energetic pseudosphere. And this determines how images are projected at various angles that's off center from the retina or from the fovea in the back. I was in the middle of a thought, didn't mean to cut anyone off who wanted to get in, who thought that I was done talking. So
That's a new term for me. Energetic pseudosphere?
yeah, the energetic pseudosphere.
Bro, I've been looking into the eye for a while. Why did I got into this? The energetic pseudosphere?
Yeah, you know how some flat earthers have speculated that the celestial sphere might be a pseudosphere? Well, the eyeball just happens to have a pseudosphere structure in it that determines how images might be processed.
Yeah, that's
Crazy,
interesting.
dude.
Yeah.
Let me go find this. I'm going to post it. I mean, I posted this in our home server. I'm just going to go dig up the stuff that I posted on that. Shit, maybe I didn't. I posted in mod chat.
So, T-Top, could you repeat that speculation?
Oh, it was just the notion that the land masses are moving through the ocean, I guess. I guess the ocean wouldn't be moving, or it could be too. But like, so there's a zone, you know, a layer that's actually rotating inside what the realm, right? Giving the appearance of celestial motion, but not the entire thing that's happening within itself is moving. Like the whole entire, it's just like the environment that's providing, you know, that process is not moving itself. It's stationary, but there's this section within the system that is turning, and that would be the land masses. I guess the water would have to as well, because you can go out, park yourself on a boat on the ocean and watch stars move too. So yeah, that, I don't know. It was just an idea that someone had, like, put forward, and I was like, oh yeah, I guess, you know, like I hadn't thought about it like that. Doesn't mean that the earth is moving, you know. It means, well, the soil is, right? The soil's moving, but not the entire system.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. The floor of the universe is Earth-shaped. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Don't be shy. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. The bending and warping of the four-dimensional manifold of space-time is not a force. Gravity is not a force. The observation of a horizontal horizon is not a claim.
So you guys think the Earth is a spinning ball in an infinite cosmic vacuum? Is that correct? Everybody thinks that? Okay. It's obviously a spinning ball in an infinite cosmic vacuum. Gotcha. Nobody's at their mic? I guess not. Somebody would respond to that. Hello, empty bag of fries. I don't know you. Do you want to talk? Take that as a no. Everybody else, as far as I know, looks a firm globe denier. So, if there's anybody listening out there in internet land, you think that the Earth is in fact a spinning ball in a vast cosmic vacuum, infinite cosmic vacuum is ever expanding. You think that is the case about where you live? This is the place to come discuss that. And let's find out if they actually proved any of that. Anyway.
The Earth is not flat.
Okay, nice opening statement. Prove that. Go ahead.
See? There you go.
Go ahead. Give us some globe evidence. What's your best one?
I don't want to. I don't want to embarrass you. It's okay.
Oh, it won't embarrass me. I promise.
I don't want to pull your pants down, bro. It's just I'm not that kind of guy. If you know what I mean.
You don't have a number one reason that you know you live on a spinning ball. There isn't one thing that sticks
It's
out in your
okay,
head.
bro. It's okay. Just calm now.
I'm calm. I mean, this is the Flat Earth channel. I'm just asking you for globe evidence. Is that okay?
All right. I'll see you soon.
Oh, he's going to get that globe evidence. Was that too harsh? Give me some feedback there, guys. Or don't. That's your choice. At least I got a little feedback in the chat. Thanks. Y'all got Bruno. He comes in with his first statement, the earth is not flat, and he has no evidence to back that up. So I'll try to be nicer to the next guy. That's not a good opening statement. I'm just saying.
Well, hey there, people. What's up? Hello? Hmm.
You guys,
Hey there, what's up?
anyone here?
I'm here, I'm here.
So, what are you doing?
Doing alright. How about yourself? Hmm.
Yo, what is here? Anyone?
Meow. What's happening?
So you finally decided to buy a new computer. You go down to your local computer store, and what do you find? A zillion choices. How do you decide what to buy? Should it be a Macintosh or a PC? If it's a PC, what brand of PC? And what kind of display? How much memory? How big a hard drive? Should you get a CD-ROM? And on and on and on. Today we'll help you answer those questions as we bring together a group of experts to give you advice on how to buy a new computer on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
Computer Chronicles is brought to you in part by Intel, microprocessor technology for the software of today and tomorrow. Intel, the computer inside. Additional funding is provided by the Software Publishers Association, providers of educational materials to help manage software. Don't copy that floppy. And by Hewlett-Packard, Personal Computer Division.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and with me today is Andy Reinhardt, West Coast Bureau Chief for Byte Magazine. Andy, we have two computers here, an IBM PC compatible. This is an HP Vectra, a Macintosh Centris over here. They both look pretty much alike. The question I get from someone who's buying a new computer, what should I buy, a Macintosh or a PC? How do you answer that question?
I get asked this question all the time. It used to be easier because the Mac was quite a bit more expensive than the PC, so it was partly a question of what you could afford. Yeah. But now the prices on Macs have come down so much that that's really not an issue. What you're going to do with the system is often a point suggestible, but in fact, the applications are about the same for both the systems. So I really think what it comes down to is how much computer expertise you have going into it. And if you're willing to get in there and roll up your sleeves and kind of get to know the system really well, you can still get some better deals on PCs, but they are harder to use. You have to mess around with AutoExec BAT and config sys files and dip switches and jumpers and IRQs and that sort of thing. I think with the Mac, basically everything works out of the box. Now, of course, they're trying to correct that with the PC, with the plug-and-play initiative, but that's not going to take effect until next year.
Would it depend on kind of what machines your friends have or what you have at work?
Yeah, I actually think that's an excellent point. I think a lot of times, if you know people who are using one platform or another, they're going to be able to help you out, provide you some hand-holding, you know, teach you about the software.
Okay. Today, we will help you pick a new computer, whether you decide on a Mac or a PC. Now, for many of you who already own a desktop computer, your big decision is what kind of notebook computer to buy now. And to help you, we're going to visit a CompUSA store with an expert to find out what's the best deal in a notebook computer.
There's so many notebook computers on the market. How do you determine what's the best one for you? Owen Lenderholm, senior editor of PC World magazine, says choosing a 486 processor now may save you money in the long run.
Prices have dropped so fast on them all the time that
you're best off deciding what you can afford now and buying the best notebook you can for that amount of money. That way it'll last a bit longer. If you shop at the low end, it just means it'll be obsolete all that much quicker.
Screen displays range from monochrome at the low end to passive matrix color in the mid-range up to active matrix color at the high end.
They're really sharp and clear. You can see them from any angle. They're almost the same as looking at a regular desktop computer's monitor. They cost you about $1,000 extra though.
Different models have different kinds of input devices. The most common is a trackball mouse that clips onto the side of the unit. But it's best to try several different ones to find out what's best for you. Battery range is another important feature to consider.
Battery lives range from about 3 to 6 hours. You can typically expect to get what the lower end of what a manufacturer claims. So if they say 3 to 5 hours, you can expect 3. If they say 4 to 6, you can expect 4. Don't count on any more than that because the chances are you won't get it. If you need more than that, buy a spare battery, keep it charged up, and then just swap it in when the time comes.
What you want your notebook computer to do should determine how much money you spend. Prices range from $1,000 to $5,000.
At the 1,000 end, we're talking a 386, 2 megabytes of RAM, 60 megabyte hard drive. Pretty low-end computer. Screen will be monochrome. You'll get a floppy drive. There's not much else that you'll get in that. At the high end, a $5,000 laptop, you're talking about one with an active matrix color screen, really sharp and clear, a DX250 or a DX266 processor, lots of memory, lots of hard drive space, maybe even as much as 200 megabytes. This is a computer which should rival one on anybody's desktop.
For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Jonelle Patterson.
If you're thinking about buying an IBM PC-compatible desktop computer, you have lots of decisions to make. Here to help you are Lisa Bio, author of this book, How to Use Your Computer. Also with us over there, Wendy Taylor, senior editor with PC Computing and co-author of the Streetwise Guide to PCs. This is your book over here, Lisa, How to Use Your Computer. Before you can get to use it, you've got to buy it. I want to ask you about buying it. Any kind of basic rule about buying a new PC?
Well, really, there's two issues to consider. There's what you're actually going to buy, and there's who you're going to buy it from.
Yeah.
I kind of want to start with the second. I think one of the most important things, especially for people who are buying their first PCs, is you don't want to prioritize price too much. I mean, price is important. What you're really looking for is a store that has a good reputation, and particularly a good reputation for service and support. You don't want the PC to break a week later and they don't remember your name.
Or even if you can't figure something out, you want to be able to call somebody and say, help, how do I do this?
That's right.
Okay, so price isn't everything.
Price is not everything.
What about what machine you should look for?
At this point, if I were buying a new PC, I would buy a 486.
That's a 486, not a 386.
That's right. If you're buying a used PC, you might consider a 386. But a new computer, I'd buy a 486.
Okay, what kind of 486? There's lots of different processors you can do.
It really depends on what you're trying to do. If all you're doing is word processing, an SX may be sufficient. If you're doing a lot of different applications at once and you're running Windows and you're using databases or graphics, you're probably going to want a DX or DX2.
Okay, so you go for a 486. How about the memory question? 2 megs of RAM, 4, 8, 16. How do you know what you need and how much you should spend?
Again, it depends on what you're doing. If you're going to be using Windows, and almost all of us are going to have to be using Windows whether we want to or not, you're going to want at least 4 megabytes. Don't let them sell you a 2 megabyte machine for Windows. So that's your absolute minimum, and that would really be for basically word processing and not a lot more. If you're going to be doing database applications, for example, under Windows, you're really talking 8 megs at a minimum. 16's nice. 8 would be a minimum.
All right, let's take a look at an example. We have a PC compatible over here running Windows, and maybe you should move your mouse or whatever so we can get something up on the screen. Show me what happens if you don't have enough memory in your machine.
Well, let me just show you what we're running at the moment. We've got Paradox for Windows, which is a database application. We've got WordPerfect, Solitaire, and Excel, all happening at the same time.
The program manager's up there, of course.
Right, we're all in, they're all in memory.
We're running 5 things here.
Right.
And what happens now? Now, this is an 8 meg machine, right?
This is an 8 meg machine, which is borderline for all this stuff at once, and for especially for database stuff. So here we are, and I'm going to open.
We'll launch a file, and we wait.
And this is because it's a database application, and there's too little memory and too much going on. I mean, it would be the same issue in Access or other database applications. This just really is very borderline.
So wait, Access, and that's because not enough RAM.
That's right.
And dependent on the CPU also.
That's right.
All right, you've got two keyboards here. Let me ask you about this. A lot of people don't even think about touching the keyboard when they buy their PC, but that's pretty important, isn't it? That's what you touch.
You know, it's funny. It seems trivial, but it makes a really big difference in how happy you're going to be with the
What would the
computer.
difference be in these two keyboards you have here?
Well, a lot of the difference is touch and sound. So this is a more standard keyboard. It's
sort of softer touch,
it's
not a big click.
A little mushy and soft, and doesn't make a lot of noise. This is fairly standard now. This is more. This is a lot like the original IBM PC keyboard.
Yeah.
Tends to be noisier and a little stiffer, and it makes a click when you press the keys. The thing that's nice about that is you can really tell when the keys are pressed.
Yeah.
It's not a question in your mind. And people who are recently moving over from typewriters often like this feel.
Key is try out the keyboard. That's important.
That's right.
All
Try
well,
typing.
Yeah. Lastly, real quickly, what about the display? How much money should you spend? Do you need SVGA? Do you need a real classy display, a fast video card, so on?
Again, it depends on what you're doing. I think Super VGA would be a good place to start. You want to see the monitor running your application. You don't want to see it displaying beautiful photographs. You want to see it.
Text.
That's right. You want to see it doing what you're going to be doing. If not exactly your program, then an equivalent.
Okay, Lisa, thank you very much. I'm going to go over here and join Wendy. And Wendy, I guess if you're thinking about buying a new PC, even if you're upgrading to a new PC, you look at the ads in the paper, you look at the ads in the magazines, and I know you're interested in that field. Let's look at a couple typical ads in a magazine and tell me what the consumer should look out for. Let's take a look at this one over here. Big 2-page ad with just tons of information. What should I learn from this?
There's almost too much information here. You really ought to have an idea of what you want before you go in. And check out the ad for the things that really aren't there often, things like service, support.
This just lists a bunch of features, and it's really,
Exactly.
I don't really learn a lot from this, do I?
You do want to make sure that things that you want are included, however. Very often a monitor isn't included in the price listed.
All right, let's take a look at tab across to one of the other ones here. Okay, what about this ad?
In this case, again, look for things that aren't here. Very often, or look in the fine print, very often it's teeming with hidden costs, things like shipping and handling that aren't listed here. You also get product awards for, very often, this is not for the product that appears here. It's actually something the company has won. So that doesn't mean this isn't legitimate at all. It just means it's something you need to...
beware. It's sort of like looking for automobile ads, huh?
And then in this
one
case,
more ad on this multimedia PC ad.
This one offers a lot of things bundled in with the machine. Just make sure the things that are bundled are what you need.
So I get all these CDs, and maybe I don't really care. I don't need these CDs, right?
And you might try to negotiate for other things instead too.
And how about the multimedia standard? It says MPC and MPC Plus and so on. What does that mean?
Again, know what you need in terms of multimedia, whether you need sound, whether you need video, because the standards are still being hammered out.
So, so nobody really knows. I'm going to say this is the standard. That's probably not true right now.
Exactly.
Okay, we're talking about multimedia PCs, and you have an example of a new multimedia PC one might have bought here with lots of goodies in it. Tell me what's in here, and how important is multimedia? That's the big buzzword. And do people need to get a multimedia PC?
Well, it depends on whether you need your system to bark at you, I guess. But this one, for example, has a sound card in it. It's got speakers. It's got a CD-ROM drive. It's also got a video MPEG playback board from Sigma Designs.
And what is that?
It plays back movies, 30 frames per second, full screen. It basically turns it into a
So without that board, you might not be able to. Show us an example. I mean, run a video for Windows Movie here, so we'll see what you're talking about.
This is an MPEG movie.
Dragon's Lair, a fantasy adventure where
that's pretty impressive stuff. I mean, that's full screen, moving video, good sound, etc.
Exactly.
Now, that's not automatically going to come with my PC because somebody says it's multimedia.
Not at all. In fact, most multimedia PCs come with merely a sound card and a CD-ROM drive. Once you get into nice speakers that actually sound good, you're adding another $500 to the price, $100 to $500. Again, with the MPEG decompression board, you're adding, another $400 or $500. So total, it's another $1,000.
So think about whether that $1,000 is really going to be something you're going to use. If you're just playing games, it's probably not worth it. Huh?
Exactly.
Okay. This is your book, Streetwise Guide to PCs, and I know one of the things you're concerned about is the thing Lisa was talking about, service and support and warranty and so on. How important is that? Sometimes we think, well, PCs don't break. I don't really care about that stuff.
Oh, it's very important. For example, you really want to be sure when you buy a system, PCs are very reliable. So you want to make sure that it comes with at least a 1-year warranty, because if a manufacturer doesn't offer it, they're probably hiding something.
And if it's going to break, it's going to break soon, probably. Is what
in the first 30 days, usually, yeah.
Okay, so what do you look for in the warranty?
And, well, you want to ask, this is a warranty card, but what you really want to do is make sure that everything in the PC is covered by the warranty. Very often,
not just the motherboard or not just something
exactly.
else. Okay.
And you want to make sure that the dealer honors it directly. So you're not chasing down the company. You actually can bring it in.
And they don't say mail it back to the manufacturer, whoever that manufacturer is.
Exactly.
Thank you, Wendy. For many computer shoppers, the easiest way to buy a new PC is by mail order, either directly from the manufacturer or through one of the many mail order dealers.
You can buy a computer assembled to your specifications and loaded with your choice of software just by picking up the phone. Direct buying houses like this one, PCs Complete, carry a wide variety of brand name computers at lower than retail prices. Marty Jerome, senior editor of PC Computing, says you should think of a direct vendor's advertisement as its storefront.
You should look for the fine print. Almost every direct vendor will have some fine print in their ads. And this shouldn't deter you in itself. All vendors have to have disclaimers. But things to look for that are unfair are restocking fees, which can be 15 to 20%. Clauses that say no money back, no refunds, all purchases are final. There's subtle language like this that can take you to the cleaners.
Many direct vendors offer complete service and technical support on everything they sell.
Tech support, Joel speaking. May I help you?
Direct merchants often have highly knowledgeable sales reps, but before you make your deal, you should know exactly what you want in terms of components, power, and price. PC Computing publishes a spec watch to help you sort it all out.
We've listed all the specs that you should look for and grill your salesperson about before you buy. For example, many of us know that we want a 13 millisecond hard drive, but do you know that you want full height or half height, or that it needs to have self-parking heads and diagnostic software should be included, or that you shouldn't pay extra for the mounting rails? We've tried to list all these issues, including some red flags, things to watch out for, and that you can get charged extra for.
Never pay cash for a direct mail purchase. Credit cards are safer. And if there's something wrong with your computer when it arrives, don't wait. Return it immediately for replacement or a refund.
The onus is on you to get satisfaction, and sometimes this requires 2 or 3 phone calls when there's a discrepancy in a bill or in a purchase. And as long as you're persistent, as long as you're tenacious, you can usually get satisfaction.
For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Jonelle Patterson.
Suppose your heart is set on a new Macintosh computer. That choice can be confusing too. Here to help us out on the Mac side are Rick Myslewski, Executive Editor with Mac User Magazine, and also over there, Galen Gruman, who is Senior Associate Editor with Mac World Magazine. Rick, let's start with you. We've got 6 Macintosh computers here. The good news is the prices keep on coming down. The bad news is they keep on changing the names of the models, so we don't know what Mac is doing what. So kind of quickly run us through the whole Macintosh line here. First of all,
Hello.
How are you doing, guys?
Doing great.
How's been your day?
Fantastic.
That's nice to hear.
Do you have any questions about the room topic?
Neil, do you have any questions to me? Like, how's been my day?
Yeah, how is your day, by the way?
Yeah, quite good as well. I mean, trying to balance life, like study and work, or what do you say, work-life balance?
That's right. Yeah, it's a constant battle. It never ends.
Yeah, I can totally agree with you on that point. And I guess like no one is currently arguing about the Earth's shape.
Not right now, but we can get to that if you want.
No, I mean, I would like to have a normal conversation about everything besides the Earth's shape, unless someone would enter and would start the topic. Like,
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
I mean, like, I would like to be here and talk to people to the extent where there is a guy who really would like to talk about the topic. Would they satisfy you?
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, we're all real people here, despite how we view the nature of Earth. We have normal lives.
Which side are you in? Is that flat or round?
It's definitely not a globe, I'll tell you that.
So, have you heard of what do you say? Of hedonic adaptation.
Regarding what? Moral preferences?
No. So basically, it's a theory in psychology that we get used to everything. Like, we start to take things for granted, and therefore we don't quite enjoy them. What do you say about
Yeah,
it?
I think it's true. To me, this is a form of normalcy bias. People expect things to be the way it has been and no different. And the novelty of everyday living starts to wear off.
Yeah, and so recently I've been reading about it, and it seems like an interesting topic actually, because, well, in order to enjoy life, you got to somehow reverse or fight this hedonic adaptation. So let me give an example. Actually, this hedonic adaptation was collected from the lottery winner tickets, like initially. So they would rate their happiness and satisfaction of life. And it seems like after a couple of months, after they won the lottery ticket, they would be as unhappy in life as they were before, or as someone who is in a low income family. So you see, like, they will still not be happy.
Same thing happens in relationships, with marriages,
Yeah.
with new jobs.
Actually, it happens everywhere in our aspects of life, even kids, and even your computer as well, or your phone, or your face, or your like structures, your body as well. And it's quite crazy because, well, by the outcome of the book that I was reading, like the chapter, it states that in order to
Just a
enjoy
little.
happiness, pardon me?
Oh, it says it happens with flat earthers too. Some of the initial excitement starts to wear off, and you settle into comfortable bliss, knowing what the earth is.
Yep, but you have to like kind of get like you have to fight that feeling. So basically, imagine how you would live, like negatively visualize your future. By this way, you will want the thing that you already have, and that's like you're gonna be feeling as happy as the day you got it. Basically, imagine your phone. So probably right now you're tossing it or throwing it onto your bed and without even caring about it. But remember the first feeling when you got it out of the case, like how you were looking after it, you were cleaning it, you were like keeping an eye on it, you weren't just throwing it. But right now, like, let's be realistic, it feels like a piece of trash for you, and you crave for something better. Like, probably not everyone, but well, for sure you would like to have a better phone. Not necessarily, but still, one day or not, you will have this feeling of the need for a new phone, because you don't appreciate your current phone right now. And by imagining how your life would actually be harder without this phone, you could actually enjoy it again. What do you say about it? It makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think that inclination is quite normal and happens to everybody with all things. And this is why some
Individuals.
Individuals who pursue religious or spiritual paths of change end up in some cases dying to the world, so to speak. They seek to disconnect themselves from the desire of temporal, earthly, material things to replace that anhedonia that they're experiencing with something that is more fulfilling metaphysically.
Yeah. But then the other question arises, so if humanity wouldn't crave for something better and for, like for that dopamine spike, would we still be building skyscrapers or making enormous designer platforms or flats, like, would there be any progress at all? Because, like, imagine you would be satisfied by hunting, by gathering some vegetable foods. Like, come on. If that was the case, we would be still in a Stone Age, wouldn't we?
Yeah, perhaps. You know, I think capitalism takes advantage of this natural inclination towards this and allows people
Insatiability.
to profit.
Have you heard of this word?
Say it
Like,
again.
I don't know how to pronounce it correctly, but it was like
Yeah.
insatiability, I guess.
Yeah, insatiability.
Insatiability, yeah.
Yeah,
And
never
that's
satisfied.
Yep, and that's like kind of the book argues that this is the key problem of like unhappiness in life. So this could be like applied to the flat earthers or to vegans, to everyone actually. Even to knowledge as well. Like, when was the last time you were satisfied by knowing that Earth is a globe or a flat surface, a plane?
Well, I mean, I've personally settled into this comfort knowing that the earth is not a globe and fully accepting that it is a realm that is full of greater mysteries than we can ever contemplate.
And did you have this enjoyment inside you when you realized it?
It was exciting at first, but now it's just kind of an energy that is present but subtle. But it is satisfying to know that the globe was a delusion the entire time. To know how the globe was created out of mathematics, conceptually in the minds of men, and knowing that you can be free from this delusion if you just choose to accept how you experience the world as a foundation for your knowledge.
So we should be also thankful for our knowledge as well and capacity of understanding to what extent you could like rely on your knowledge, and when it's known that you've been living in a lie, you have to accept the new ideology or the new thoughts.
Right. And I truly mean what I say when I describe it this way. When I say the word earth, or I say your world, most people in our modern society, anywhere on earth, is going to think of the globe from outer space. They will picture Earth, when they hear the word Earth, as a globe suspended against the black void of an ever expanding space vacuum. They will conjure up in their minds an image taken by a space agency and presented to them as the world on which they live. This image, this mental image, is not something that they or any one of us has ever experienced ourselves. And that's what's interesting to me. If you can replace this concept of something that you've never experienced instead with the concept of something that you do experience, that is your world, your vacation photos, your family photos, your memories of the beach or of going to the mountains. When you hear the word earth and you conjure these memories instead, I think you'll begin to fulfill a life that is more aligned with true objective reality as you experience it, instead of somebody else's vision of the world that was given to you to believe in.
That makes deep sense. Well, then I've got another question, that what is the most important choice in our life?
Sorry, say that again. I was daydreaming for a second.
What is the most important choice in our life?
The most important choice is to love people, to love your world, and love yourself, love God, and never stop doing that no matter how hard it is. Do everything you can to make this world a comforting and loving, trusting place.
But then the question is why? Imagine dying for it. Like, would you? Or like, imagine that if humanity will eventually live to this extent and evolve, like in a certain amount of time, to the perfect, peaceful paradise where ideologies are the same, there is like peace and no wars, no differences. But currently, we are not going to live that long to witness it. So, what is our like life goal?
I think it should be to incrementally do what you can. The way I see it is you have a radius of responsibility and influence around you with your relationships, with the natural world, your environment. You're responsible for everything that happens within it, within your purview. You've been given free will and free choice over that, over this slice of creation, this little piece of God's creation, God's earth. And you need to make sure that you do a pleasing and a very good caretaking job to make that little slice the best place you could possibly make it. I think it's only natural for us to want that, you know?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But
I do
why?
believe we were created. I think we were created to be stewards, caretakers for the short time that we're here.
Mm. But then the question aligns, like, so it's within your nature to be so. But like, so if it's within your nature to be the way you are, like as you said, the steward or like the caretaker, then what is it in your interest to be the one? Is it because you were created this way and it's your job to do it, like your obligation to do it?
I think it's something we desire and is something we're obligated to do. This comes from my own belief and understanding of who we are. It's being created by the creator himself in the image of the creator, therefore having fundamental qualities that are similar to the creator. And the act of creation is an act of love.
Mm-hmm.
We desire to create, we desire to do things and build things in our own lives, to take what is uneasy and to dispel uneasiness wherever it comes in.
Mm.
And we desire to love others. I think that's natural. So I think in a way we are doing the same thing that our creator does, just at a smaller scale, almost like a fractal.
Mm-hmm. I see it. Well, I remember once we had an English class and it was about wars, and our teacher started with saying, so if humans were created by God and we have some piece of like God in us, then the wars and violence, does it mean that God himself isn't as perfect as we may imagine him? Because people are violent, they may do some craziest stuff, like the most violent stuff, but still like there is peace of God in them. So is it like they somehow we have been created wrong, or what could there be that explains wildness and this rage inside of us?
I view creation as the intersection of heaven and hell. this place exists where there's free choice. And it has to exist this way because the act of choosing love means so much more when there's also the choice not to love. You know, the act of doing good means so much more when there's the choice of doing evil. And only a perfect love can exist when there's a perfect free will choice to love. So the possibility to choose and to do evil must exist in order for that perfect love to be possible here on earth.
I see.
Right. So this means that there is in every moment a chance for people to begin to enter the state of heaven or the state of hell in their own lives by the choices they make, who they want to be, and how they want to have a relationship with creation and their creator, with other people.
Well, then it seems like it's easier to prove something than to disprove something.
Yeah, I think that's a true statement.
Kind of it makes sense to prove banana, you just have to bring one, but in order to disprove it, you're gonna check the whole globe, and then you're gonna check the universe to prove that, yep, there is no such thing. So in this like theory, then it is easier to prove than Earth is a globe or it's a flat surface rather than disproving the contrary opinion.
Didn't you just measure the surface then?
I was about to respond with that. Thank you, Jedi. If you want to take over, I would love to have somebody here like you to continue this conversation because I've got some other things that need my attention right now.
Okay, mate. Well, it's good to see you. Yeah, if the surface is flat or curved, you should measure it to see if it's flat or curved.
Yeah, I'm not trying to prove. I'm trying to prove the idea that it would be easier to disprove to prove something than to disprove it.
Oh yeah. But with regards to the Earth being a planet and a sphere, do you think that's easily provable?
I mean, so it's harder for you to disprove it.
Well, you could prove that there's no curvature.
Yeah, sorry, it's harder for me to disprove that the Earth is a sphere. Well, I would just measure the surface to see if it had curvature, and then we would know if it had curvature or not, wouldn't we?
Yeah, I know about it. I mean, they experiment with
so
the laser from one shot to
That's all we
another
need to do
shot.
then.
And
Oh, it's not just an experiment. It's not just one. It's actually how we survey on the Earth every day. Yeah. So if we
No,
want to
like
answer
the
that question, I guess we just measure the surface of the Earth, right?
yeah, by the experiment, I mean like the one that like kind of points out that like truly, because when you look at it, it seems, but this like in the daily life, you don't feel like the Earth is flat. But this experiment, like
So what? Whoa! In your daily life, you don't feel like the Earth is flat, although that's everybody's lived experience. You
yeah, I
don't see
think
a sphere, do you? You see the Earth as flat, don't you? Let's have a reasonable, honest conversation now.
honest one. Well, I don't know.
Okay,
Like you
so
see flat stuff, like that's the way we accept it. And I remember the zooming stuff that when you zoom in, you kind of see the ship itself. You don't see like only the top of it. And
that would
like
depend on the weather conditions, but we're not talking about observations. We're talking about measurement, surveying with tools, including lasers, but not only lasers. Not just one time, hundreds of thousands of times.
yeah, to be honest, I don't see why you get so emotional here.
No, dude, I'm not emotional. Maybe it's because I'm English. I'm not emotional. I'm just making the point so you can understand it. It's not emotional, dude. Please don't speak to me like that, or you will see emotional response.
Probably that's the cultural difference that we have. Yeah, my bad.
So it's easy to disprove the Earth is a sphere because we measure the surface of the Earth to be horizontal over distance. Right? Or was that too emotional for you?
No, I mean, I wasn't here for any references or disproving or proving the curvature or everything else, because I know that it's like indifferent for me currently. I mean, it will not change my salary, nor will it change my status in life or whatever. It's just something that I don't quite care about, because I'm not a pilot to navigate a plane, nor am I a ship captain to, like navigate as well.
Yeah, it's not going to change your daily life at all. You've
No.
always treated the Earth as flat and stationary.
See, like, I mean, by knowing the fact that it was a globe, for me personally, I wouldn't quite, change, or it wouldn't be quite a difference for me.
If somebody came up to tell you that it was raining, but it wasn't actually raining, they were urinating down your back, do you think you'd want to know?
I didn't quite get your example.
If somebody told you it was raining, but actually they were urinating on you, pissing down your back, would you want to know? It's not actually rain, it's golden urine, but he's telling you it's raining. Now, would you like to know the truth that it's not actually raining, or are you happy to think that it's raining?
Actually, I think this example is a bit inaccurate.
You don't even know where I'm going, dude. I'm just trying to ask you if you'd like to know the truth about a situation or not. And it seems to me that you would rather just be happy to continue in whatever belief you've got, which is fine. You can do whatever you want, dude. It just stumbles me when people say, well, I don't care. It's not going to change my life. Okay. If you like being lied to constantly, then I guess that's fine.
No, I see what you mean, but those are completely different, like, examples of not caring about some things that don't quite affect your life and those who do. So if you're being urinated, it actually affects you, because your clothes are gonna be wet, you're gonna smell, you're gonna stink. And
where do you come from? How did you get here?
Central Asia. Here, where do you
how
mean
did you
here?
get here?
Here
What
is
would you
like
what
the
do you base
display.
your theology on? How were you created? How were we all created? How did the earth get here? What is the point to life?
I think you're getting from one topic to another topic.
No,
like
I'm just
you're
going to fucking not
shifting.
bother talking to you, dude. I mean, if it's like talking to a brick wall, I just won't bother talking to a brick wall. It's fine.
No, totally. I mean, like, we haven't finished the first part, and you're already moving to a different part. Like,
What's your point, dude? Do you feel hard done by? What's your point?
My point is that your example doesn't correctly represent.
Oh, for fuck's sake, he's upset about my fucking analogy.
Yeah, because like when I tried to give another one, you said that your example is quite nice, and like, would you?
I'm just trying to ask you if you like being lied to. It's a very simple question. I was trying to make it flowery for you so we could go on a wandery little imagination and come to a conclusion ourselves. But fuck it, I won't bother with that. Do you like being lied to?
Quite. If that changes nothing, then why not?
Then I worry about you, sir. Then I worry about you.
I don't know. I mean, come on. Would you be upset knowing that?
Dude, this is why people are weak in the fucking world. Because that answer that you just gave me, well, I'm comfortable. It's convenient for me. You wonder why the world is in such a state? Because we're bringing up weak men with weak minds. All right, it doesn't matter to me. I'll be fine. I got my fucking PlayStation. Fucking weak.
Yeah, well, could you please define weakness, please, for me? What is it to you? Is it like the ability
backbone.
to be
No
angered
backbone, dude. It's your responses are weak. It doesn't matter to you. It's like you're placid. It's like there's no fight in you about anything. It's like, I wonder why we are like we are. I'm trying to point out to you that you think something and it's wrong. You would rather believe the thing that's wrong because it's more comfortable to you. Okay, you can go and do that, but I'm worried about the state of the world.
But there's the question then, so as you said, you're worried for the state of the world, but if you're not able to change it, it's not even in your power. Why would you spend your time and energy to worry about
Because
it?
we talk to people like you.
That gives me no answer at all. So because you're speaking to people like me, you're worried about the world.
Yeah, for 8 years we've been talking to people like you who can't admit the truth that they see with their own eyes and are more comfortable to believe in the lie because it's more convenient for them. That's worrying.
I didn't say that
you
it's
sound like a
convenient.
reasonable man. Take yourself out of the position for a second, and do you not agree that that's worrying?
I meant that there is no point in you of being worried. So you spend your time, your energy, and your
This
stress.
isn't going anywhere, dude.
No, it's quite going. Like every conversation will eventually get to some point.
Not
like,
really.
So I got a bit. I have known a bit more about you and your vision, but I still would like to collect more data about each other to come to a better conclusion, rather than shouting or like.
Oh, I'm definitely not
claiming.
shouting at you, dude. What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm especially
maybe
like
me and you shouldn't speak, and you'd speak to somebody else, dude. Thanks. Goodbye.
See ya.
Well, I happen to be back, so if you want to switch gears.
Yeah, that could be. I mean, like, but still, that was like separate conversation, like mine and his and yours and mine. I mean, like, it was more personal to his observation of world. But I read the comment in the chat, and there was like, it's a yes or no question, man. And I mean, like, okay, so if I answered yes and no, then wouldn't it be so, like, if I have asked someone a yes or no question, then eventually I would like to hear his reasons and his
And
belief.
give the yes or no answer.
So, no, I'm talking to the guy in the comments.
I know what you're fucking doing, dude, and I'll just jump back in because you just made a complete ass of what actually happened. You're gonna piss me off, dude.
Yeah, but I don't worry about it at all because it will not affect my life at all. So that's what I'm talking about. I have like the peace, not the comfort, but the peace. Yeah, well, so here's do you like being light or no? So if I give no or yes question, then I would like to have some room to give some reasons and to give some circumstances, because your answers will eventually or partially every time change based on the circumstances you're at. So imagine, here's the thing. You have got a bullet in a gun and you have got a guy to kill in front of you, just a child. Would you kill him or not? Probably most people would answer no. But if there's another guy pointing at your head, and like, so you would have no room to choose.
That's lovely.
So you did get the point, didn't you?
No, that's lovely.
What does it mean? Like,
That was lovely what you said. That was lovely. I don't have anything else to say apart from that was lovely. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, so you did get the point, didn't you?
No, I didn't. I wasn't really listening to you. I could stop listening
Well,
about 5 seconds ago. Why are you talking to me? I thought you were talking to Yoda.
Yeah, let's switch gears, okay? Here's the situation, and I'll be quite blunt and frank and short with this. The entire world has been deluded into accepting this outer space myth involving a globe and now a Big Bang cosmology. And it's insane. It's absolutely insane. This has been going on for hundreds of years with increasing intensity and acceptance. And there are very simple ways to dispel the myth of the globe through casual observations as well as highly precise scientific instrumentation used to measure the curvature of the Earth and coming up empty each and every time. Nobody can measure the curvature of it when they try. And this is what's so frustrating. And we can see how it's demonstrated by professors who call themselves geodetic that is to say globe surveyors. We can see how in their very methodology that they're measuring Earth flat and then calculating it to conform to an imaginary ball, and how the margins of error within their calculations and within their assumed measurements are so broad that they can use that error in order to create and believe that they live on a globe that doesn't exist. This is a situation we're in. The most esteemed institutions around the world, from governments to academic universities to technical universities, all the way on down through military, through commerce, pilots and boatsmen. Every profession, people believe that they need a globe to do things, and they really don't. You know, you could be watching TV, right? And you could be watching maybe a commercial for, I don't know, freaking butter or something, and they're going to slap a globe on the logo for a stick of butter. The globe seems to pop up in places where it doesn't make sense, and it's because there's this diluted infatuation with it. And most people are unaware of it. There's this cognitive bias with it. And the people believe that there's a globe because they believe everybody else believes that there's a globe, and that somebody somewhere must have proven that it's a globe. And they've got crazy ass fucking stories to justify it. And when you get back to the root of what the globe is, the golden seed value for curvature, it goes back to a man named Eratosthenes, who probably didn't even exist. And the story that he has of the sticks and shadows and the wells was a thought experiment that was taught to children. We're stuck right now. It's the year 2026, and we still have no verifiable measurement of curvature to support this globe myth. And that's what's so frustrating. That's why we're here. We're here to tell people about it.
I see it now. So your point is like opening the eyes of people, let's say, like to give enlightenment in their lives.
I wouldn't presume to say it that way. I just want people to consider that they've had no experience directly with the globe, and no matter how hard they try, they won't be able to, and they'll find that nobody who even claims to have actually did either.
Mm. Yeah, I see that.
You know, I'm a theist, specifically a Christian, and I've been in debate circles with atheists for a long time. And if I can make this analogous to anything, it kind of feels like how the atheist feels, being surrounded by a bunch of religious nuts. Being the flat earther and surrounded by a bunch of globe religious nuts. So you'll have to forgive us sometimes when we get impassioned about this, because it is quite an important topic. It's important for your very dignity at the very core, right? I don't want to be pissed on my back and told it's raining. Now, does that mean it's going to change how I live my life? You know, I still need to go to the store to get groceries. I still need to fill up my gas tank to drive places. I still have to work my job and do the same thing at my job day in and day out. But I tell you what, I'm able to think and process my world without the burden of carrying somebody else's imaginary myth through which to process all of my firsthand direct knowledge and sensory experiences through anymore. I can process the world as I see it and I experience it, and not suffer the dictates and mandates of somebody else.
Yeah, I see it, but coming back to the example of being pissed at your back and the shape of the earth, like I still don't think that the example of being pissed on your back and being told that it's a rain, it's quite equal as the shape of the earth, because nothing of your
It's a bit
changes.
crude.
Yeah,
I get that. I get that. It's a bit crude, right? I mean, I understand the sentiment where it's coming from. There are space agencies that have lied about their achievements. Now, I don't think they're necessarily lying about Earth and the nature of it for that purpose. I do think that they are lying about achievements for the sole reason of projecting national pride, power, prestige, technological progress, whether that's for the end game of making more money, increasing military and technology sales, or for concealing the development of doomsday weapons like nuclear missiles. Whatever their true motivations are, they are projecting power and capabilities through this and technological achievements that never happened, provably. So there's where the piss comes from.
So I've recently read the chat and Yaga Bruno, but still, like, I wouldn't like to philosophize the words, but like the way eventually it was like weakness is like neglecting your duty, like the one you have aforementioned. But still, like, let's be realistic here. Then it goes to what is your meaning of life and what's your duty in life? Is it like to guide others? Then, like, why would you guide others? Is it because you feel better, or is it because you think that you have to guide them, or is it because they are in need of guidance? And if they are in need of guidance, what makes you not being in need of guidance as well? Like, or is it the someone you
Point.
want to? Yeah. So you see, like, the thing of weakness makes no sense. So I guess it's more of a claim that neglecting this specific duty is
I
weakness.
think
Like that.
I think you can objectify this sense of weakness the Jedi was talking about. We have a tendency to sometimes do things that are not in our own best interest, but we delude ourselves into thinking they are. So when it comes to the psychology of economics, human behavior, it used to be called praxeology before it was called economics, or catalactics. It's the psychology of human preference in a market. Now, the reason why we act is to dispel uneasiness, however that comes, but we have choices before us on how to do that, on how to act. A weaker choice is often associated with having a high time preference. A high time preference means you need something, want something now, and you'll do whatever it takes to get it now, immediately, to fulfill a sense of gratification now. There are biological reasons for this. But in many cases, it is more rewarding and beneficial to yourself, to those you love, and to those in the market if you have a low time preference, which means you defer gratification in order to save up and store for the future. And one of the reasons why a low time preference can be more beneficial is because it helps you mitigate risks that can also happen in the now. If you store up enough food for emergencies, you must have a low time preference in order to exercise that discipline. If you consume the food instead, you won't have any stores for those times that you might need it. So exercising that discipline requires inner strength. You can't be a weak person and exercise the discipline that's required for having a low time preference in order to store up food for the future, which would make you and your family and everyone else around you better off. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right. So I think that's where Jedi's mind was coming from. In a sense, coming to the conclusion of flat Earth requires discipline. It requires you to be honest with yourself about how you first experienced the world. And it requires you to then be honest about how you see others interpreting and experiencing the world and coming to the conclusion that it's a globe. When you start to understand not just the psychology, but the very methods and processes that they go through in order to arrive to that conclusion, it becomes quite obvious and clear that not only is the Earth not a globe, but people are taking their everyday observations and interpreting a globe out of it when it doesn't exist. And you know how exactly they're doing it. And you know how they're trying to justify it with math. And what's maddening is people believe that they are justified in their interpretations of a globe due to mainly societal pressure. It's kind of what it comes down to. This is like a big Ash conformity test. The globe is. You've got a room full of participants, right? And the mark doesn't know that all the other participants are in on it. And what happens is a proctor who is coordinated ahead of time with the other participants will tell them to answer falsely a simple question, and to do it on purpose in order to instill confusion on the mark. So they'll go down a list of people, ask them stupid questions, and they'll give stupid answers. And the mark is meanwhile wondering what the hell is going on. How come people around me are answering so confidently that they believe these stupid things to be true? And when the proctor gets to the mark and asks him the stupid question, will this person conform and give a stupid answer? Or will he have the discipline, the resolve, the mental grit and fortitude to give the right answer and to be honest with himself and give the socially unacceptable answer? So when it comes to the question of weakness, yeah, we're tired of dealing with weak men. We need strong men who will pass the Ash conformity test, who will stand up against a room that seems to be out of control and crazy, but conforming to common silliness, and break through the mold and declare, no, you guys are actually all wrong, and I know what's right. This is the truth.
Is it the wisdom of Master Yoda, or is it the wisdom of AI? Because I kind of feel like you were reading a text and not saying it. No, I mean, no offense, because like
No.
even I use AI to some points,
Yeah,
but
I
let's be
don't.
realistic.
You'll have to just take my word for it. I'm sitting in a parking lot right now, and it's windy outside. I've got my phone in my hand. I'm waiting for my kids to be done with the gymnastics event. And it's crowded as shit in there, and I can't get in to see them, so just kind of waiting. Got another 10 minutes.
Oh, well, I see it now. Quite cool. Well, I gotta move. Goodbye. Have a nice day.
Okay.
Don't be
Adios.
stressing about everything and every people again. See ya.
Hasta lasagna.
Don't get it on ya.
That's a bizarre worldview. He listens to everything you said and he comes up with, was that AI?
Yeah.
Nothing about the content.
He was processing the content, though, I believe it. He seems to be very educated, and he does dwell on these issues a lot. And I think he prefers to dwell on these than the room topic of flat Earth. But I think it was worth tying it in. Now, he I think prides himself on being able to ask thought-provoking questions and to get enlightened discussions going. But I'm not sure what his worldview is, but I suspect it's probably going to be closer to brain in a jar, postmodern relativism and solipsism than anything else.
Right.
You know, I just kind of get that feeling. So, you know, he wanted to ask a thought-provoking question back to Jedi is, well, what do you mean you're dealing with weak men who don't want to stand up for things? Like, what do you define as weakness? You know, earlier we had just talked about how you know, this whole thing is a delusion, and it takes a lot of strength to pull yourself out of it. We didn't quite get into the social pressure until we came back to it at the end.
Yeah, that's true, though. That's very true.
Right, and it could have gone into places. I mean, so Jedi brought up the analogy of, you know, they're pissing down your back and telling you it's raining anytime they show you basically a globe on TV or whatever the case is, when you're being inculcated with the globe all day on things that don't make any sense. Like you'll see a globe logo on a stick of butter on for a commercial and be like, what the fuck? Why do you have to put a globe on that? I mean, it's almost like a sick, perverse obsession that people have that they're also not really consciously aware of at the same time. So it's just such an endemic part of our civilization and how we view ourselves is we are enlightened technologically and we are advanced civilization and we live on a globe. It's kind of part of our worldwide shared cultural identity.
Yeah,
Um,
for sure.
so breaking free from that, I mean, really means rejecting all that it stands for. And people don't want to be put into that position because they don't want to be seen as a pariah by their friends and family and neighbors. There's an obvious risk issue there. We are herd-like people. We do know and recognize that we survive better when we come together and do things, whether it's participate in a market or otherwise. And if you've got a bad actor or a participant in your community that's just this oddball freak, the natural inclination is to peacefully disassociate, and ostracize. And ostracism is such a powerful, powerful way to deal with something you want to reject. I mean, they say that social ostracism psychologically inflicts more pain than physical pain ever could, than torture. And people inherently fear being socially ostracized as a consequence of rejecting what this world believes to be true. And so we're dealing with that psychology every time we're in here talking with people. And I think it's very deep. And whether or not the people we're talking to understand it and can articulate it this way is kind of irrelevant because they're responding as if they intuitively feel this way. And so they're recoiling. We hear this all the time. They say, well, how could everybody be wrong? How could NASA be wrong? How could all the scientists be wrong? How could everybody else be wrong? And they turn it around and say, you flat earther must be the arrogant one. You must have this Dunning-Kruger complex. Who the hell are you to go against this entire mountain of belief? And well, who am I? I'm just somebody who has the mental fortitude to call it like it is, to describe the world as I see it, and to describe to the world how they're misinterpreting it. Quite obviously so, objectively so. We can prove it.
Yep.
So what Jedi said about us needing to basically foster a culture of strength and to deride weakness around us, I think is absolutely on point. It needed to be said, and he was fully right in engaging this guy in that way and saying so.
100%. I see exactly what you're saying. I saw it yesterday at the cafe over coffee. A guy I know really well, as you were describing that. I see it in real life. Yeah, if you question the concept of gravity, people act like you're carrying the plague.
Many people talking about the feelings, so we don't just stick to the information.
They can't handle the information.
Every server I've been in, I've just heard a group of men just whinging.
Yep. It was like in here last night. I forget the guy's name. What was it? Something about Tic Tac.
Yeah, I was listening
Anyway,
to that on YouTube. He wouldn't shut up about fucking Google Earth.
oh my gosh. I mean, endless information. And he could not register. That's right. It was the Google Earth thing. That's right. But look, it's all our maps are on a globe.
Didn't someone lay it out? No. That came from the globe in the sky that they used to think.
Yeah.
And DJ was like laid it out for him like 3 times and still couldn't understand it. But I don't know if that's just purposely like just trolling at that point. To me, from his voice, the way he was speaking, it just seemed like he was just a wind-up merchant. He wasn't there for genuine reasons. You know when someone's genuine.
Exactly.
If you've been in this long enough, some people actually genuinely want to know the truth. I've got serious questions. Other people are just here to waste these people's time.
It was insufferable. But I listened.
Yeah, I did. My ears were bleeding.
And he had so many excellent responses to, with so much information offered and just bouncing it off a brick wall. But the listeners picked up on it. I did anyway. Josh, good morning.
Howdy, howdy.
You hit us in kind of a lull here.
All good. I'm just getting some housework done and wanted something to listen to.
I was just looking at the chat. Globe quality products. I love it. Blueberry filling. It's
I follow a
everywhere.
lot of like travel YouTubers. I follow quite a few aviation channels, and it seems like a lot of those guys. I only just started picking up how many times they talk about space and the globe, and I think it's really because they love aviation. Like the next step for them is space travel.
Right? Space, the imaginary frontier.
Well, it's a final frontier, Bill.
I was looking at those globe products, and it made me think. Here in the West, we have globe on everything. Go to Bhutan and it's phallic symbols. The globe is our phallic symbol for ancient civilizations.
Well, you could even go as I don't know if this is like the biggest obsession here in England's football. What shapes the football?
Yeah, right.
Obviously, it's a bit different for you. It's soccer, but you know what I mean.
Oh yeah. I don't watch any of those.
Everything's ball shaped.
I don't watch any of those sports. The only sport I watch is rodeo, sport that requires 2 balls to participate. You didn't get it, did you?
You mean on the ball?
No, I did. I did now. I just clicked.
What's that, Josh?
You mean on the bull?
Yeah, right. You got to have 2 balls to. You got to have 2 balls to be in rodeo. And the bull too. That's true.
This one guy, have you ever seen those videos on YouTube about a bull called Rufus? It's like 6'4". It's absolutely massive.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I've heard about it. I think I've seen an episode or two of him. What breed is he anyway? 6 foot. He
It's in
can't be.
America. It's brown body, white face. I don't know if that means anything.
It might be a Hereford. Yeah, I think he is a Hereford. Actually, that's a big bull. That is big.
One of the biggest I've ever seen.
Yeah, for sure. There's some African breeds that get super tall. I can't remember the name of how to pronounce them, but they get really big. Actually, Holsteins, some dairy bulls can get really tall. They're not super heavy, but they get really tall.
Must be hard being 2 ton fighting gravity all day.
Yeah. Oh, actually, I've seen 2,700 pound bulls. They get big.
What's that in kg?
Oh, I wouldn't know. It's a ton and a ton and a quarter, ton and a third.
Let me just Google how much an African elephant weighs.
Massive.
A ton. Anywhere between 5 to 10 ton.
Yeah, 10,000 pounds.
For the male. In pounds, it can reach. It says reach up to 22,900 pounds.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, that'd be 10 ton. Excuse me. Yeah, 20,000 pounds. That's crazy. That weighs as much as my backhoe.
It'd probably push you over if it was to lean on you.
Oh, certainly.
When you're in your backhoe.
Certainly. Yeah.
That's crazy. There's even scientists saying now about those brachiosauruses where they talk about, that big dinosaur with a long neck. They're starting to figure out, well, it would have been impossible because if gravity was to exist, his insides would just fall out.
Yeah.
Not a big fan of dinosaurs.
No, I'm not saying dinosaurs are real. I'm just saying this is what these scientists are starting to say now. I was reading. They're confused of how it could have existed with the gravity, so they're now thinking that gravity was less strong when dinosaurs was around. It's ridiculous.
Yep. Pretty crazy.
Don't be talking shit about Littlefoot, man.
Littlefoot.
I don't know what was harder for me to accept, the Earth or dinosaurs. I loved Land Before Time when I was a kid. I had dinosaur blankets, everything.
Remind me, what's Littlefoot? That rings a bell.
The Land Before Time. It's a
on
series of
that
children's animated movies
Oh,
about
okay.
dinosaurs.
Yeah. Gotcha.
The original one was like surprisingly dark for a kids movie, and then after that, it just turned into like preschool fodder.
Yeah. Wasn't that the old TV show that had the lizard people?
No, that's Land of the Lost.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah.
But that did have dinosaurs in it as well.
Right.
I was thinking of V for a minute, where they would peel their faces off.
Yeah, that series was popular. I saw that when it came out. V. And then they have like a remake or a follow up or something?
Yeah, I
TV
was just
show?
thinking about that too. Yeah.
The lizard people. Was that prophetic or what?
Bet.
There was also the Flintstones that had a lot of dinosaurs in.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah, for me that broke my heart. The Earth I could live with. Dinosaurs, don't take them from me.
It's all imaginary. We live in the dark ages, like all this technology is at our fingertips, and we believe in fairy tales in every direction we go.
Yeah, and the myths share common elements, common themes.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Instead of, we got aliens today, but back then it was fairies and trolls.
Right. Demons.
Yeah. It's just a new veneer, a new mask. Carl Jung would have a field day with this.
Right. He knew a lot about demons. I forget that story about that castle he went to for recuperation, and didn't he have like a bunch of encounters with entities?
Just out of curiosity, have anyone actually watched the new Jurassic Park?
I have.
Oh my goodness, there was a pile of trash.
The latest one, it wasn't the latest one with ScarJo?
Yeah, with her in it, it was unwatchable. Like the first one, to be fair, is not even a bad movie. Like even now, those animatronics hold up.
You don't like ScarJo?
Well, no, she's nice to look at, but the movie itself, I'd rather just look at a still of Scarlett Johansson for 90 minutes and watch that garbage.
I thought it was pretty good.
Easily entertained, Bill.
I admit it. I admit it.
Watching that first one as a kid was scary. It stuck in your head.
Oh yeah, yeah. I saw that one in the theater on the big screen.
And for
Yeah,
people
for
who don't
sure.
think movies have an impact on people, you know, when Jaws came out, like visitors to the beaches dropped by like a massive percentage for like a year
Oh,
or two because people were
I believe
scared to
it.
go to the ocean.
I believe it. Like seeing the first Alien in the theater, but that was in the 80s. Or wait, was that the late 70s? I think it was in the no, it
I'll
was in the
find out.
early 80s.
You on about the first one with Sigourney Weaver?
Yeah, man, that had people terrified. Yeah, the first Jurassic Park.
1979.
It was 70s. Yeah,
Damn, that's impressive, Bill.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I bet back then that was probably one of the most scariest movies ever. There weren't many horror movies really, were they? Only really
Oh,
started around then.
yeah, yeah. It was the talk of the time. I was too young to see it in the theater then, but I saw it late. Probably 10 years later. Well, 5 or 6 years later, I was old enough to see it, but it was terrifying.
My mum said when she saw it, there were people vomiting. There were like when she saw Jaws. I'm on about here. When there was people running out of the cinema, scared, vomiting, feeling sick. And now look at some like there's movies like Saw and Hostel.
Oh my
A
god!
complete difference in it's like what would you call it? It's like
Yeah,
made us
Oh
numb to it
man,
almost, hasn't it?
yeah.
yeah. Total difference.
Well, it's like the original Frankenstein movie, right? There was like a couple scenes in it that were so quote unquote shocking that it got pulled from theaters.
Right? Yeah.
And by that, it was just, you know, he's the Dr. Frankenstein said that he was a god, and that was blasphemous, and that got pulled. There was a scene where Frankenstein's monster just goes up to a little girl and hucks her in a lake and drowns her, and that was just like completely out there for audiences at the time.
That was disappointing because in the book, the little girl taught him how to read and taught him how to care for animals and whatever. That was an integral part of the book, and they screwed it up.
Well, that just shows to me if we can be that influenced and our like the way we view movies can change that much in 30 years, then it just shows like seeing images and photographs, it'll do exactly the same thing to you.
Oh yeah. Yeah. That's why I say I think we're in a dark age. We got all this technology, tip of our fingers, and our minds are just clouded with bullshit.
Yeah, I think it's hard for people though, innit? If you've got enough photo, there's literally people who think there's people sat in the ISS, and for them, it's preposterous to think that they're lying about that. But if you think about that in an argument, I've got an image of this ball. It's like a fallacy, isn't it? It doesn't make sense. I've got a picture of Superman flying. It doesn't mean it's real.
Yeah, I feel called out.
Always. You got to represent your people.
No, because if I do that too hard, I get banned.
You got to represent your people amongst the savages, the heathens.
No, you guys are good people.
I only just learned the heathen comes from the word on the heath. It just
Oh,
means to
really?
go sit and watch the sunset. So it's not even a bad word.
Oh, interesting.
Same as pagan, literally just comes from meaning villager. It just means not city folk, not magic and all this nonsense. Just what the Christians labelled at them. So they had it's just like calling someone a Nazi today. It's no different. They needed a word to scare people, so they just called them pagans so they could burn them and put them to the stake and drown them. No different to call someone a right winger or a Nazi to do. And you know how little value that holds.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I saw it yesterday at the cafe. Well, he's not that old, but he's a little older than me. This fella I know, we were having coffee, BSing, and I started questioning gravity and uh, get offering a different outlook. And man, you would have thought I grew horns and a tail and was holding the pitchfork. I mean, he ran for the hills, like literally. Like he got up all pissed off, slammed his chair into the table. Nope, that ain't true. That ain't true. And storms off. I was just offering an alternative idea and flipped out. It was kind of entertaining, actually.
Isn't that similar to like when you call the kid gay in school and he gets really, really angry at you, and then later on in life he is actually gay?
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Always the ones that react the hardest.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, it's funny. So this guy, it's his uncle. He's a fair bit older. He is getting up in the years, but his uncle is. But his uncle gets so mad at me when I bring up flat Earth. I mean, irate. He get like red in the face, veins popping out his forehead. He gets pissed, and I love it. But
Does that really happen with any other sort of? Well, let's just call it a conspiracy for now. Does that happen if you talk to? Because to me, it doesn't really happen when you talk about other stuff. Like if I'm talking about 9/11, for example, people, oh yeah, maybe, but then you talk about the Earth and the anger shows.
There is one other topic that I can think of. Starts with a V. I won't say it.
Oh,
But
yeah, that's true.
yeah, I have had people really pissed off at me about that. But yeah.
Maybe because they're the ones that have some sort of direct effect on you. Because we've all been poked by that. Most of us have had a poke at some point.
I couldn't say. Yeah, maybe they're yeah, I don't know. But yeah, there's an emotional response. I can't think of any others. Well, whether or not you drive a Ford or a Chevy, that one will get people lit up.
Yeah, football teams.
Right, football teams. I always forget about sports arguments because I just can't stand watching sports.
I live right next to a football stadium, and nearly every weekend, both teams are at each other's throat. And I just think, if you had that same animosity towards the government, maybe we wouldn't be in this mess.
Right, right. Especially in your country, if they had the same animosity toward their central banking system, they might not be living in poverty.
Mhm. But it's, when you talk to them about that sort of stuff, it just seems to go over the head. I don't know if they've been like purposely, like you said, they're in the dark ages almost. When you're talking to them, it's literally like something comes in their eyes. They're just not understanding what you're saying. It's like the program just for this nonsense. Oh, but Manchester United scored, and their eyes just light up.
It's crazy. It's so crazy.
And then those
Yeah.
football players are getting paid millions per week, and these guys are on the breadline.
Yeah, yeah,
And they're not
yeah.
half these footballs aren't even English.
And I don't know what they have over there for food at the stadium, but like here they'll have $30 hamburgers
Oh
and
yeah.
like and what is it, like 15-20 bucks for a beer, and like, what are you doing? And
It's
then the ticket.
about £10 for a pie, £7 for a coffee. Absolute rip off. And everything comes in like if you get beer, I think it comes in a plastic cup, so it takes the taste away.
Yeah, yeah, it's madness. Yeah.
To me, it would be interesting. Like if Manchester United was a team of people only from Manchester, and then they was against. Let me think of another team, Liverpool, and all those players are from Liverpool. It might actually make it interesting because they're like, that's Liverpool versus. But it's not like that at all. It used to be like that. Now it's just how much money can you spend? Hundreds of millions on all these foreign players. I should boycott it. It's a joke. Maybe, but then, yeah, maybe then there would be an uproar because all the bread and circuses keep people sedated.
Yep. There you go.
What my brother says at work, all anyone talks about is WWE. I'm like, we know that's fake.
Yeah.
As soon as I found out that was fake, it wasn't as interesting.
Oh yeah, it's so lame. Yeah, it's like these magic flying space balls, you know? It's uh uh just in the movies and people talk about it, and it's like, have you ever considered that this is just fantasy?
Well, it's the same as say, who's the head of NASA now? I don't know the name of him, but it was Werner von Braun who started it.
Oh, well, yeah, in part, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so he's just like Vince McMahon, and then all these astronauts are just the wrestlers. It's just a show.
Well, and then you look, so like, I haven't talked to you since my last presentation, but my presentation this month in my town where I live was uh, pictures from space. Are any of them photographs? So we did that for half hour. That was good. And then we went into the origins of where these pictures come from, NASA, and acknowledged PSYOP, CIA handlers, devil worshippers that were part of MI6 and the CIA in PSYOP, psychological operation development. Jack Parsons, who could talk to the dead or whatever he did, I don't know, but a total wacko devil worshiper. And these guys started, and a Nazi war criminal, L. Ron Hubbard. I mean, what in the heck? Doesn't that tell you it's a PSYOP group?
Do you show the very first picture they claim? That one from like the 60s?
The spacewalk?
No, the first ever picture they say of Earth.
Oh, from the V2 rocket.
I think it's that. Yeah, I remember seeing on here. But it's hilarious.
Oh yeah, yeah. I have in past presentations. Yeah. Oh, I think you mean the first spacewalk one. That was crazy. Yeah.
Because they claim only when you get down to it, they actually only claim 2 to be real, and then I think it's 2, and then those 2 are absolutely ridiculous.
Well, they're completely fake, and they don't even match. So, like in my last presentation, I did a whiteboard, and I drew a 2-foot hemisphere, and then I took 10% of the landmass for North America, South America, 20% of, and I just drew a circle to represent that landmass, and 20% would be Asia, Europe, Africa, and Australia, and by landmass or surface area. And if you were to stretch, I told the people, imagine that those circles are Play-Doh, and you have to stretch that Play-Doh out into North America, South America, or any of the other continents. They would be tiny. They would be tiny in comparison to the rest of the surface area. And then you look at those pictures, and they don't even match the proportion of landmass that they claim.
It changes on nearly every picture.
Yeah, and they change in proportion and rate and yeah.
And it all,
Total.
well, we all know it to be true, but there's people, it's like copied and pasted clouds just over and over again. The odds of getting the same cloud formations on
Yeah.
100 separate days, you might as well be buying lottery tickets.
Exactly. And then I showed remember the Boeing X-37B picture, and allegedly it was looking down on Africa, and whatever continent it was looking at, it was like diamond shaped, but it took up 50% of a hemisphere. I mean, it's ridiculous, like planet Africa, but Boeing showed us that. Yeah, that I had that in my prezi, and then my other favorite one is moon photo bombing the Earth from the Discovery satellite, 1,200,000 miles away, 1,400,000, whatever it was.
What about planet Arizona and Nevada? In
Yeah,
Mexico,
right.
when the high jump from the Rebel jump, that's
Right.
planet Nevada, I think, no?
Felix Baumgartner. Yeah, I think that was that Arizona, I think, or New Mexico.
Somewhere.
Las
Yeah.
Vegas must be the biggest city on Earth.
Right. No, it's so crazy. But yeah, that moon photo bombing the Earth, I love that one because I was sitting. Oh no, I was thinking of a different one. But anyway, I saw that one, and they got the proportions about right. The moon's about a quarter the size of the Earth, but it's like a quarter of an Earth diameter away. The moon is from the Earth, and it should be about 30 diameters of the Earth away. They don't even. Well, and then it's ecliptic. It was a 12-hour series of photos. I talked to Josh about this. It's too bad he left. I talked to him about this months ago, and the moon's ecliptic takes 28 days ballpark, and in 12 hours it covered half of its orbit in that series of pictures. It doesn't even match their own claims. Like their graphic artists need to get together with their bullshit artists so they can actually match.
Not many people are really looking into it, though, have they? So to them, it just doesn't really matter.
I love that. I love that moon photo bombing the Earth, and they said, "Oh, real imagery of the Earth from a satellite and the moon moving. It doesn't match the claim." Yeah, that one's crazy. But anyway.
Like when you're talking to people about this stuff, when they go to bed, they reset the next day, and it's just back to square one.
Oh yeah. Watch another Star Wars movie and dream about warp speed flying through the universe. We're kind of dominating the convo. Does any new folks want to ask questions? I saw we have someone new in. If anybody's curious about the room here, jump on in. Otherwise, me and Dragon will just keep bantering.
No, I'm still learning myself. Like I was listening last night on the YouTube, and I didn't actually realize. I think it was DJ talking about where they got because the guy was talking about Google Maps one in. We use our navigation. They got all the ideas because they thought it was a sphere in the sky and all that. That was interesting.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. The celestial hemisphere.
Yeah,
Very
that's
interesting.
it. That's it.
Very interesting history.
But then he was saying about like industry because it'd be like make 0.002% difference if we had a flat Earth map. Businesses would save millions of dollars.
That's an interesting ratio, 0.003, because in geodetic surveying, they'll take planar measurements and multiply the 100 square mile or kilometer measurements by 0.997, and that shrinks the edges. So if they want to use it for like a large scale construction project, they have to multiply the geodetic by 1.003 to get it back into usable shape. And that just happens to match the 1.22 times the square root of the height of the observer in feet. It's crazy. It all just kind of blends together with our optics.
You know, people used to use those same stars probably thousands of years ago before any of that GPS nonsense, and they managed to get around just fine, just like we do today.
Yep, they were all planar run lines, navigation stars, windrows. Yeah, yeah.
Can
No,
you
no,
imagine
no.
the Vikings sailing over? Well, they said they're in America as well, and they're just checking their smartphone just to see if they're on course.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I liked that guy last night. Yeah, and if I want to see Saturn, I just point my iPad toward the Earth, and I can see Saturn underneath.
His ancestors would be spinning in his grave if they could hear what he's saying.
I can fight zombies on my iPad. Oh, that was fun. Oh yeah, the ancient Chinese. To my knowledge, they were some of the first that navigated with accuracy the southern latitudes and discovered the Southern Cross in 1421, 1422, something like that, and mapped Antarctica, Australia, um, all kinds of southern latitude sailing. The Chinese were way advanced at that time. And then Columbus, he got the Piri Reis map from a guy that copied an old Chinese map in the Dutch Indies and in 40, 50 years prior. And he sailed right to Puerto Rico because it was right on the map. He knew where it was.
I got my info from a lot of those Polynesian people across the islands are all of similar heritage. So that shows they've moved around those islands. You know, there's not Germans in the middle of there; they're all the same people, but
Right.
their language has changed slightly. So that shows they've been there a long time. And then the stories in there, obviously theirs is more verbal. They didn't have much books, but they said they used to sail at night because when they sailed through the day, they had no idea where they were going.
Good point.
And
Yeah.
they was in like really small wooden like canoes almost back. That's the story, whether it's true or not. But that's what they teach their kids in like Kiribati and stuff like that.
Right. Right. I know a guy that spent a week on Kiribati fishing. He showed me pictures. I was
Yeah,
flat
especially
smack.
brilliant fly fishing.
Oh yeah, yeah. He had a great time. He showed me pictures of it. He's a neighbor of mine, a good friend. I was flat smacking him at the bar one night, and I brought up Kiribati, and he said I've been there. I spent a week there, and yeah, so he showed me pictures, and I talked about all the money that was spent there, like tens of billions of dollars, and he said, "No way, no way," because there's like a bunch of shanty huts. There's like nothing there. But then I asked him about the container shipping, and he said, "Yeah, there is a massive pier that where the container ships come in."
Just guess how many islands there are in Kiribati.
Oh, it's like what, 200 or something? I don't know.
No, it's a very common number. I just looked it up.
33.
Yep.
Oh, shit, that's funny.
The country
That's
comprises of 33 coral islands divided into 3 main island groups.
That's funny. Yeah, maybe that's the origin of 33, right?
Well, I
Going,
assumed it was hundreds. I was just checking.
I thought it was quite a few. I really didn't know the number, but that is interesting.
And one of them is
Yeah.
called the set of Phoenix Islands. Quite interesting as well.
Hmm. But yeah, that friend of mine that's been there, I showed him the video. It's on YouTube of the Chinese ambassador showing up. Well, he was like an economic guy. He wasn't an ambassador. Chinese representative of some financial thing showing up at Kiribati to a greeting, a welcoming, to give them $10 billion because they're a key shipping route, and America did the exact same thing. $20 billion for this little podunk. I mean, they get one tourist ship a week to bring people in and out. That's what my friend said. He wanted to fish there, but you have to stay a week because there's only one. I think it was a boat, but maybe it was a
Yeah, no,
plane.
it's the boat there's a boat that fuels the mall. You can watch a documentary about it called the Kwai, and the Kwai goes there basically twice a year. It's
Okay.
constantly just circling around the island, dropping stuff off, trading stuff.
Yeah, yeah,
Well,
yeah.
the big ferry comes in and then that distributes it all.
Yep, yep.
So why?
That's
What? I've never heard this. Why is there so much money being invested in there when apart from the main island, it's just shanty towns?
So if they're transporting alcohol, would they be Qui-Gon Jinn?
Qui-Gon Jinn. That's right. Qui-Gon Jinn.
Well, it's the biggest export. Is they say they make sponges out of coral there.
Yeah, yeah.
Sell
But
it to
then,
China. So why they're putting billions of dollars in? Is there a reason for that, or is it still like conspiracy kind of?
well, no. I mean, it's on YouTube. You can watch the Chinese guy show up, and he's going to bringing money. Or it was like a ceremonial thing, but still, because the claim it's a important trade route, and it's in the middle of nowhere. Like, why are ships even going there? It's crazy. But all of those ships with transponders that are located are being shown up within the shoreline of Antarctica. Their transponder number, their registration goes to Kiribati. Why? Why does that tiny little podunk region have 500-meter container ships?
Just that when you're looking at it on Google Earth, it's literally in the middle of nowhere. But for all we know, there could be another continent around there.
There you go. Yep, that's been discussed. That has been discussed. I forget, what do they call it?
Well, not necessarily a continent, that could be massive, but just a smaller island or something, another place. It'd be hard to know because I can't imagine many people are flying from New Zealand to what? There'd be one flight, maybe New Zealand to Chile or New Zealand to South America somewhere. I can't imagine that's a massively popular flight.
Well, exactly, but none of the flights take a Southern Great Circle route. Why is that? Some of them claim it, but
Well, so if you flew from New Zealand to Chile, would you go Australia, Dubai, America, or would you just go Auckland, Santiago?
well, they should take. So, like when you take that flight, to my knowledge, they have the little screens on the back of the seats, and they show that they go south to west, then west, like going Chile to Australia, Sydney, and and then northwest to get back to the Great Circle route south. But when Max Egan did that trip, his compass read north, west, west, and then southwest. It was the opposite.
I wish I had a compass now when I've been on a plane. I've never flown that. I wouldn't know. I'm just going to look at flights now.
So, like, look at the Globe or Mercator, Sydney to LA,
It
right?
is showing the flights. If I've just typed in Wellington to Santiago, and it is going via Australia, Dubai, America, and then down to.
There you go. Why would that be? Look at Sydney to Los Angeles.
It's saying 34 hours. That should be like a 12-hour flight, surely, on the Globe.
A lot of layovers, huh?
That's literally going from one side to the other, then, isn't it? That's mad.
Uh-huh. But look at Sydney to LA on the map, right? I know a guy that takes that flight twice a year, and I was flat smacking him one day, and he said, it is interesting. I've always wondered why we're so far north of Hawaii on that flight. Like, why would that flight go north of Hawaii? And he said it was well north. Well north. The pilots would talk about it.
That's interesting. Oh, this is a bit baffled me. Because I remember being in New Zealand thinking I might go to South America.
I'd like to go see the cattle operations in Australia. Heard they're pretty cool, pretty big. But well, they're using American style roping down there now, but the way they used to do it with horse collars is just ridiculous. I'd like to watch it be done though.
Well, I thought they used like helicopters to herd them out there.
Oh, probably, but I mean to like capture them to rope them. So they learned American style roping with a saddle horn. To my knowledge, I mean, I've talked to guys that went down there, but I think in the old days they had horse collars, and they would tie a rope to a collar and then drag the animal with the collar. I saw pictures of that anyway, but I'd like to see what they do. But nowadays they probably do it the best way, which is the American way.
A Chinook, men grappling down.
Oh, that's bulldogging. Yeah. There was a bunch of American cattle and cowboys going to Eastern Russia the last 15, 20 years, but I don't know if that's still going on after the Ukraine thing. I should check in on that. That was pretty interesting. They were paying a lot of money to go over there and cowboy for 6 months.
Have you ever watched anything on Mongolia?
Oh yeah, I know people that have been there.
For that sort of stuff, you see those guys with I don't know what they call it, but a lasso or whatever, and it's just open land, isn't it? They just move around with the cattle on horseback.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I knew some guys from Tuva. They were throat singers. I met them over here. Pretty amazing art, Tuvan throat singing. But they're not Mongolian. They're Tuvan, next door, but part of Russia still. And then I knew some. Actually, I worked at a guest ranch where we had 2 British naval officers. They were a couple, man, woman, and they went trekking and horseback in Mongolia, and they told me all about it. They were guests at a ranch I worked at, but yeah, that was interesting. And I know another guy that his son works in Mongolia, and he married a Mongolian woman, and he goes there once or twice a year to see his boy. He tells me stories about it. He doesn't do trekking or anything, but
If it's one of the only countries on this earth that you have I think it's 30 miles out of the capital city, you can just build a home. You can just do whatever you want, pretty much within reason.
yeah, those Tuvan guys I knew, they were all of them were nomadic. Well, excuse me, they grew up nomadic, then they moved to the city, but their manager, who was American, he lived in an oak. He taught me don't call it a yurt. That's the Russian word. They don't like
Yeah,
that.
I've always wondered. Do you know, maybe at the beginning when we was first here, did we migrate? Did we move when it was cold, and this is how we found places? And
I wouldn't doubt it. You know, the interesting thing about oaks or gers in Mongolia, the yurt, but don't ever call it a yurt to those people. They don't like the Russian word. But they live exactly like native. Their gers are set up exactly like teepees. They, where the men sit, where the women sit, where you store stuff, where you sleep. Everything's identical. Because I used to live
so, how it is in America, you mean?
Yeah, the American Indians.
Because
They're
a lot of other mammals move around, don't they? Those guys are all still nomadic.
Yeah, and they're
maybe we
circular.
like that.
The construction's a little different, but it's basically the same premise: a circular lodging, and all the internal living is exactly the same. And I used to live in a teepee, and I did it traditional style, and we were comparing notes, and they told me how the Mongolians do it, and I knew how the Indians do it, and it's the same, pretty much identical. The door always faces the east. You set up the insides the same, everything.
I'd love to speak to some of those nomadic Mongolians and see what they think where we live is.
Oh, the Tuvan guys, They pretty much just wanted to be Western. They wore like polo shirts and fancy watches, and during the performance they wore like silk Asian costumes. But
It's funny. Well, they advertise all the foreign people here, and then you go to their countries and they're advertising all the Western people. It's bizarre.
Exactly.
You got women in this country tanning to be like a black woman, and then you've got Asian women bleaching the face to be like a white woman.
Let me tell you what, those Cubans can drink now. I can handle my own, and those boys about drank me under the table. They can put it away. We shut 2 bars down.
Don't Mongolians have 2 stomachs?
I guess, man, they could handle their liquor. I tell you what. And they weren't very big men. I'm pretty big. They weren't very big men, and my goodness, could they drink? We're losing momentum.
Just holding on for someone to come in. I feel like they get a bit more action in the politics server. It's not really fun debating someone from India.
Yeah, I had to make a phone call, so I ducked out for a little bit.
Yeah, I just don't want to keep talking about. I thought we were supposed to keep it like flat Earth, so I don't want to just talk about random stuff for too long.
Yeah, I get it. I thought that too. I've been in here when they go random though.
Well, I think everyone in here is a flat earther at the moment, anyway. So.
Yeah. How many people are listening on YouTube?
I know. I was listening to it last night. I was too tired. That guy was just winding me up so much. His voice. Oh.
Oh yeah, and nothing registered.
Yeah, just Google Earth this, Google Earth that.
Well, he would get all these in-depth explanations and nothing registered. Like 45 minutes later, and he says the exact same thing.
Yeah. You got to find the people who are generally like, once you're on the fence, I think there's no turning back at that point. But then I did actually just listen to a debate. Oh, it was awful listening to. I think he's called Simon Dan, and he's got. Let me find it. And
Oh
I think
yeah.
it had Jaren on it. Maybe he's called.
Oh boy.
It was like previous flat earther or once a flat earther, and they were just like laughing at all. It was you just want to punch him in the face.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that Simon Dan, he's pretty deceptive in his portrayal of the arguments.
There is Simon Dan, but there was also the other guy with long hair. I forgot what's he called?
Oh, Professor Dave. Yeah.
That's it, Professor Dave. Oh my god, he's irritating.
Oh yeah, yeah. Not a Professor Dave.
That's it. Mocking flat earthers with Jeranism, former flat earther. It's one of the most irritating videos I've ever heard.
Oh yeah.
They might as well just be jerking each other off.
Yeah.
If you want to get really angry, listen to that. You know, if someone's giving some shit at the bar, just watch that and you'll get riled up.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. Although Professor Dave, he got shut down pretty good with Austin Whitsitt. That went pretty good.
Well, there's a good channel called Modern Day Debate, but I feel like the flat earthers they're getting on there and not really doing the cause any justice.
It's hit and miss, isn't it?
Yeah, there's some really good ones on there, and then there's some people on there that fit the narrative, just coming out with silly stuff. You got people reading Bible verses, and you got to keep all that stuff out of it.
Yeah, I've seen some good ones on there though. A handful.
But did you watch that one I sent you with Rachel Wilson debating Craig fighting the flat earth or something? And at the end, he gets called gay and he starts crying.
I didn't watch it. I need to watch that.
And then what was the conversation we first started on? Men needing to control their emotions, and he's just a prime example of why we're in this mess.
I need to watch that. Yeah.
Well, he's fighting for feminism, and the woman's saying no, it's a bad thing. And she gives all these statistics about, children being shipped off to school. That back then you could just be a janitor, and the male could provide enough to have a home, feed the family. It wasn't a lavish life, but they could survive. And now even two parents today can't survive. She was just giving him all these statistics, and he was still saying no, it's better.
But why would he start crying about being called gay? Because I'm pretty sure he is actually gay.
No, he's got a wife and kids, hasn't he?
Does he?
Well, I'm not saying that means he's not gay, but a lot of gay men have
I could be mistaken. I might be mistaken then.
Well, he gives off very feminine mannerisms.
Oh yeah. I was sure he said something about being gay. I can't remember.
No, someone. Well, I don't want to use the F word he used. I'll just say it like that because we don't want to get in trouble. So it's also a Scottish food. Yeah, he got called that. And the guy just came up, and then because his mum died like a month ago, he's like, "I've travelled all this way, and I've come through all this, and I've stood up here, and now you've just called me gay," and then starts crying. Got the woman hugging him, the guy who hosts the debate on his side. Awful. You shouldn't really, especially if it's from England, he should have just had a better, smart response. Just take that and give him something back. Don't start crying. I'd have made like a joke about his dad or something. If I'm on stage and someone calls me that, I was like, "Yeah, I was with your dad all night last night."
You should, yeah. Isn't the classic your father was a hamster and your mother smelled of elderberries?
It's embarrassing.
Or did I get it backwards? I can't
I don't
remember
know. It's a bit before my time.
That was Monty Python, the something the Holy Grail, the quest for the Holy Grail or something. You never saw that?
A long time ago, we had it on VHS.
Yeah, I thought all you Brits should know every Monty Python skit.
I'm not British. I'm English.
Oh, okay.
Just remember that.
Exactly. I don't know the difference.
Anybody can be British.
I get it. I get it.
Start bringing some pride back to England.
One year, I guided in the backcountry a mother and son from Wales and a English couple. Oh, I didn't know if I'd bring everybody back alive. I thought they were going to kill each other. But it was all in good fun, but their insults were pretty brutal.
No, that's how it kind of used to be. That's like the humor here. You just rip into each other the best you can, and the more insulting it is, the funnier it is.
Oh, I mean to tell you, I was unaware. I had no idea that their insults were pretty bad, and they seemed to be having fun with it though.
Yeah, that's how it used to be. Now you have to be very careful.
Oh man, what are these people going to kill each other or what?
Yeah, if I go up to Scotland, you get all sorts of stuff, like about all the battles and stuff that apparently took place and all this. And you just called like vermin. You called all this, but then you've got to give something back that's funnier than what they're saying to you. And then if you can, you shake hands.
That's hilarious.
If you start crying like that other guy did, then they've got no respect for you. That's how it used to be. Obviously now you have to, if you say something to someone, they'll probably call the police. But some of the jokes you'd hear in the pub when I first was like 18, you go to the pubs, you'd think these guys were wanting to really kill each other, but no, they're just having a laugh.
Yeah.
If your friend's really fat and you can joke about it, that's good, isn't it? It's funny. If it's not really, if you're going to call him fat and he starts crying, you can't really have a friendship.
Yeah, right. Well, we got some new folks in here. Greetings. Any questions? Jump on in.
It's very similar in Australia as well. You get called a lot of crap about being English. You get called a pom all the time. I don't know if it's still the same now.
I guided a group of English ladies that were on ladies' vacation or something together, and oh my word, they said stuff that would make a sailor blush.
I'll never forget the first day there. And I was riding like the hostel bike, and it had a basket on the front of it, and it was pink, but I just rode it to go to the shop. And someone was like jokingly just says, "Nice bike, cunt." And I was like, what the fuck is he saying to me? But then I found out like everybody just calls each other that. It's like, how you doing, cunt? You all right? Just the differences, isn't it, in places?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
But here, you get expelled in my school for saying that word.
Oh really? Yeah. We get a little bit of that in cowboy culture, but it's fairly on the tame side because usually it will go to fists. So, and then a lot of the times people are wearing guns, so it doesn't get too carried away.
Yeah, I don't know how that would go if you threw those insults around here now and people own guns. It could end bad with alcohol mixed in.
Yeah, yeah. There's a little bit of it though. There definitely is.
I hope one day I get to visit America. See how my ancestors are doing.
Yep, yep. It's still pretty good for now.
No, you hear a lot of Americans moaning. I think it's still one of the best places you can live, personally, just from the rules.
Oh yeah, definitely. You're living in a good country when most of the people are at least have the ability to walk around with a pistol on their hip if they want to.
Well, I think 10 years from now, England's going to be like a gulag. The rate
Sounds
it's
like
going.
sounds like it already is to me.
It's getting there.
I heard about
The
somebody.
prices have just skyrocketed again as well.
Yeah, yeah. That's going to come here too this year, I think. It's going to
Oh,
get worse.
we have a thing called a pork. There's a shop down here that makes decent sandwiches, and they make homemade pork pies, and they're pretty good. It's an English thing, but just yesterday they went up a pound. It wouldn't be much if it hadn't have already gone up £2.50 in the last couple of years. So now they're like
Mm.
£6. They used to be like £1.50 only 5 years ago.
And how big are they?
Not massive, maybe 500 grams. They're not huge. They've gone
Okay.
down in size as well.
So
They used to be massive.
that'd be like 500 grams. So 320 would be 10. So not quite
A
a
little over a
pound.
pound.
A little over a pound.
Yeah, 454 is a pound.
Oh, okay. 454 is a pound. So a
Yeah, so
little over.
about a pound. About a pound in weight, yeah.
Wow, for what'd you say it costs? 6 pounds?
It's about 10 US dollars. It's just, and
Mm,
a lot of it's just pastry, and then you've got
yeah.
a little bit of meat inside. It's not anything crazy. Like, from £1.50 to £6 since pre-pandemic is a massive price increase.
Wow. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. We're getting that here too. We're getting that
Yeah.
here too.
They're trying to make beef unaffordable for most people so that they avoid eating beef.
I believe it. I believe that. Um, yep. And I raise beef. Oh, I see it. I see it.
More people are just eating more and more junk food because it's becoming the only affordable thing.
I believe that. Yeah, it's getting expensive. Like, for example, I sell direct to the consumer, and before 2020, you could get a whole steer in your freezer, cut and wrapped, So probably 450, 500 pounds of meat. Well, let's see what it 500. Yeah, probably close to that. 450. Call it a solid 450 pounds of meat for about right around $2,000, maybe a little less, $1,800. Now, what's that?
Yeah, that'd be like $4 or $5 a pound on average, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yep. And now that exact same everything is 4,500 to sometimes 5,000.
So that'd be like $12.5 roughly. So it's doubled and a
Yep.
bit as well.
Right, right. Still half the price of the grocery store, but it's hard for people to come up with $4,500 for to fill their freezer, which that would last, that would last a family of four, two adults, two children for a year or more. But still, it's hard to come up with $4,500 for that.
Well, I could eat a pound of beef a day.
Oh heck yeah, yeah. That'd be good living too. Good eating.
Funnily enough, before all those prices started skyrocketing, they brought in a lot of rules here that you couldn't own your own chickens. That like to own your own cattle, you had to go through loads of loopholes.
I
It's
remember
like they
that.
knew some. It's like they knew something was coming. Bizarre.
Bizarre. Yeah. Yeah, I'm worried about that coming here. But there's some stuff going on, but ultimately, I don't think it's going to be good for the consumer. It's going to be expensive.
In the village my mum lives in Bulgaria, everyone's got their own animals. Everyone's got turkeys, everyone's got chickens. A lot of people have goats. Not too many people have cows, but there's one guy who like sort of walks the cows around the village and he sells them to the people if and when they need them. Well, not just that village, about 4 villages he does it with, but in turn the cows are grazing the whole time he's moving around. And it's getting more expensive for them in the supermarkets, but they've got that privilege of, having land and no one really policing what they do in their own garden. Which those guys don't really then need to worry. They'll just breed more turkeys. And there's plenty of waste from the garden to feed them, so they don't need to buy the ridiculous grain.
Yep. We have a bit of that here.
Well, everybody had that at some point in England and America, all the Western countries. That was just stripped from us when governments came into place, didn't it? Oh, we all have to do it together now.
Yeah. How dare you fish and feed yourself? Can't control you if you do that.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting too, like in the West where we have an abundance of hunting and fishing, that this chronic wasting disease shows up in deer from out of nowhere, and they reintroduce wolves, which have just decimated the elk populations, and they threaten the livestock populations also. And
They did that in Scotland too, and all the farmers are having issues with the wolves.
oh yeah, it's an issue here in the western U.S. for sure. And then now every deer you shoot, you have to take them to a inspection station and have them tested for chronic wasting disease. It's really crazy. It's kind of like, remember mad cow when that was going rampant? It's like,
do you need a license in your state if you want to go fishing?
Yes, yeah, fishing and hunting.
Does that apply in all 50 states, pretty much?
I think so, but I'm not positive. Alaska, I think I don't know that you have to have a license, and you don't have. There's a certain number of animals you don't have to have a permit for, but I don't really know. In my state, you have to have a license and a permit for the animal you're going to hunt, or fishing is just general fishing.
Crazy, yeah, it's crazy. I know in Scotland you don't actually need a fishing license. I think they say it's the only country left where you don't need a license to fish.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, it's weird here. Like wolves are um, open season, but you have to go get a permit to shoot one. And there's actually a bounty here, so you get paid if you shoot one, but you have to go get a permit to shoot one. It's kind of weird.
I'm just checking if you're allowed to hunt in Australia. If you can hunt kangaroos because they say that they've got a problem with them.
Oh, yeah. People eat those, don't they?
Yeah, it's pretty popular.
Kangaroos taste good.
Is it good?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a lean, gamey meat, so similar to like elk.
Huh. That'd be interesting.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
you need authorization. It's weird because you see, if you drive through the outback, there's like thousands of them dead at the side of the road, but you need all this licensing to hunt them.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Texas and California are probably the only states where you don't need fishing license as long as California, it's public piers, or Texas state parks, it's inside Texas parks at the shore or a pier. So as long as you're not using a boat, I guess you can fish without a license.
Interesting. Well, you guys have a good day, and ladies, I'm gonna I gotta go hook up a trailer and get ready to haul hay. We'll
Hasta
catch
la
you later
vista.
on. Yep, catch you later on.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Feel free to ask any questions you may have. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Feel free to ask any questions you may have.
Hello, hello.
How's it going?
Yeah, it's going pretty well. How are you doing?
Doing pretty good.
Who's talking?
If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Who's talking?
AG.
Oh, okay. So what do you think that?
Edamon.
So, do you really believe that Earth is flat?
It's not a belief any more than your height would be a belief. It measures to be so. You observe the horizon to be horizontal. Somebody tells you it's curved. I
Have
accept
you
it for
ever
what it
seen?
is. Which one of us has a belief?
Okay, hold on. So, where are you from? First of all, you're from USA, right?
What difference would that make?
Nah, I'm just asking you. Am I right? Why are you silent? Let's talk.
Explain what you know of your worldview.
I'm just asking you where are you from?
It's non sequitur to the ground. The subject matter here is flat Earth, not flat earthers.
Nah, I really want to know where you're from. Like,
I am from Earth,
oh, really? I thought you were
just
from
like you.
Mars. I can't believe this. You're from Earth. That's crazy. So how's the life on Earth?
Welcome, Lord Meow. And goodbye.
Fuck, all that silence or what, no? Hello? Oh, silence or what?
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth
Hey,
Discord.
that's your advertising, no? People say, said the hard voice, It's a deep
If
voice
you
you
have
got.
any questions, feel free to ask.
Related to what? 24/7 flat earth? Should I asking questions related to the flat earth or like the pure earth?
The floor of the universe is Earth-shaped.
Oh shit, it's a spear, right? You got so deep, why? Dang, it's so cool at your work, man.
Doesn't look like a sphere.
So that means T-dub. Welcome people who stay on flat earth. Good night, bitches. Was not talking to each other.
Don't be shy. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
If I'm not having any questions, I shouldn't be speaking, right? What if I'm not having questions? I just want to speak. So
That was a
can we
question.
talk tomorrow? That is the question. Okay. um, so what should I say? Languages.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Feel free to ask any questions you may have.
Where is the geometric horizon?
Hey, hello.
Do you have any
Anyone
questions
there?
about the Earth?
Are you addressing me? Hello, who asking me?
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Mm-hmm. Hello.
Welcome. How's it going, man?
It's doing well. How about you?
Can't complain. So what brings you here?
Just nothing. I'm just checking what's the happening there. So just without case.
Cool. Well, if you have any questions, feel free to ask.
What you say?
If you happen to have any questions, feel free to ask them.
Oh, okay. I have any questions. With a flat Earth, related questions or something.
That's the subject here.
Okay. So who will answer my question? I'm so
I'm
sorry
sure
because
someone
I
here.
just
I'm sure someone here will. It'll depend on the question. Different people know different things, so.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm totally unfamiliar with that group, so I just ask it. Okay, I have any questions about this related. Let me think.
The floor of the universe is Earth-shaped.
I have a question. Hello.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a question that like, is it important to react like someone believes something even if they contradict science?
What does science mean to you?
You can believe anything you want, bro. You just have to realize
Mm,
that that just means you don't have any evidence.
Okay. So I need just more explanation about that.
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Okay. So I need more explanation about that. I just ask questions like if someone have the lack of science information, so we should react to him that if even if just I don't have any idea.
Could you please tell me what a scientific explanation is?
Okay, scientific explanations like someone believes in their own religion and their own religion beliefs contradict scientific explanation like earth or someone giving the messenger or someone something in their own religion are contradict the science. So what you
Okay, but what is a scientific explanation? What do you mean by that?
scientific explanations? Okay, I just want to say like scientific explanations. Scientific, not explanation. Like it's I just took it without case. Like it's just science. Someone doesn't believe science because they believe their own religion. So here's my question.
Okay, what is science?
What is science? I'm just asking you, brother. Anyone just answer my.
I know, but we need to agree on terms to answer the question because you're using terms that we may both not agree upon.
Okay, just argue me. Just what is a science? Am I right?
Correct.
Okay. So science is means that uh the learning truth and nature and through the evidence by testing, and we found a lot of mathematical terms through the scientific. I don't know, but actually it would be.
Hi.
So I understand what you're saying because you have beliefs, right, which
Can I?
lack evidence, right?
Yeah.
Belief, beliefs lack evidence, and then you're under the impression that there are claims made in the modern times which are backed by science, are supported by science, which means it would have evidence, right?
Yeah, that's right.
But the thing we must do is evaluate or analyze the so-called evidence that's being presented. Is it really evidence? Does it really stand up to scrutiny? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, so if an institution says, we're scientists and we have evidence, and you don't ask for the evidence and don't look at it and see if it is evidence, and you choose to believe it, then you're no worse than somebody who has a religious belief, right?
Yep.
right? Because those people might not actually have evidence that they say they do. So we must evaluate the evidence.
Okay.
So, is there any evidence in this case for the Earth being a globe?
Oh, I'm just totally running out of idea what to say up in here. I just ask a general question that something I had a lack of information about that. So might be you clear of it.
If you look at the side chat, Jedi has posted several links for you.
Please.
See, sometimes the term science gets flung around fancy free, used by certain individuals or groups, which may want to give the impression to the world that their studies have scientific legitimacy, right? But what if they don't? What if they're not even doing science? Does what they're doing meet the criteria of the definition of science and scientific experiment? So we got these are the sort of questions we must ask ourselves when evaluating extremely extraordinary claims like, "Hey, you live on a ball that's spinning and orbiting the sun in the vacuum of space," right? When that's antithetical to your natural experience, right?
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, you're right.
Right. Because it's not self-evident. You know, you don't just walk out into the world and go, "Whoa, this place is a big ball. I live on a big ball and it's spinning and moving." You know, that's not apparent to you. It's not immediate to your senses when you go out into nature. It appears flat and it feels like it's not moving. So if somebody tells you the opposite to your natural experience of reality, you should definitely question it and not take it on face value just because they've said they have evidence, right? Without looking at the evidence and seeing if it actually stands up to scrutiny, to see if it is actually legitimate or not. See, one of the things of science is that if somebody makes a claim, if their evidence is not falsifiable, then it's not evidence. Right? It must be observable for everyone, not just one or two people that claim something and nobody else can actually go test it. That's not science. Anybody that's capable and able has a cognitive functioning mind and it has their two hands and their 2 feet, is quite able, right? If they're not capable of testing the thing that's being claimed, then that means it's unfalsifiable. That person is unable to attempt to see if that thing is true or not.
No. And I have a question there. Like, the general people, they don't have any equipment to test what the scientists or experts saying about that, about Earth. And so, what the local people or normal people uh, do about that?
Sometimes we're left in a position where we realize that a claim is unfalsifiable, right? And then that leaves us with two choices.
Hi, you
We
guys.
can believe it, or choose not to believe it until there is actually evidence that is falsifiable. And if we, in the meantime, if we find any evidence out in nature that goes against that claim, that's the other claim that's being made, if we find evidence that says that that's not true, then we must accept that evidence and dismiss that other claim.
Can you repeat the one? What you said? Okay, keep up. I just um, give me a moment. Hey, hello, T-Dub.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so where we left our conversation?
Discussing the differences between something that requires belief, that can only require belief, and something that's falsifiable, aka a scientific claim.
Okay, so scientific claim. You might be saying something about that people have to testify what the expert says. Okay, so then I said that people, individuals, local people, they don't have uh, equipment for testifying the experts what they say, what they saying. Uh, so you just give a answer. So could you repeat the one?
If I'm understanding you correctly, then that would make the thing unfalsifiable, right? Meaning that there's no way for that claim to be independently verified.
It's ambiguous. So what is you said falsifiable? What's the word meaning?
Falsifiable, it means basically one is not capable of proving that thing to be true or false.
Could
There's no
you
way to test it.
could you spell that the word? What is the spelling of it?
Falsifiable. FALSIFIABLE. And people have posted, Jedi's posted some information in the side chat regarding the difference between a testable hypothesis and one that, well, what meets the criteria of being a testable hypothesis. At 50 past the hour, Jedi posted the requirements for a testable hypothesis. That would be something that's falsifiable, something that is able to be proven true or false.
Okay, understand now.
Right, so falsifiable, able to be tested to be true or false, and unfalsifiable is the opposite of that. It's unable to be tested.
Okay, I understand that. So yeah, you can just continue your answer.
So, well, that pretty much is the answer. I mean, what more would you want?
I just say the last time you said that like I believe that the persons we are just have the access to search it and what type of art it is, what shape it's contained, like it's
That's
flat.
not
Sir, flat is not a shape.
what does it say? So what does it say? It's a flat earth? Why no one's talking? Why is that?
I think we're just confused by the interruption.
My interruption. Okay. Should I be silent right now?
We were talking, but that's fine.
You're Muslim, right? So you believe in the flat earth, Jedi?
Yes.
Why it's that then? So it's the main thing. Is it a flat earth, spirit earth, more than is the life on earth?
Pardon?
Hmm?
What did you say? That wasn't clear. Could you possibly repeat yourself slower and clearer?
Us, it is more important that it is a flat earth or is the spirit earth more than the discussion. The life is important or not?
Lots of things are
Bro, what are you
important. Do you want me
talking
to
about,
scale
man?
them for you?
Mm, a lot of things like what?
It's going to be really subjective to you. Was there a reason why you interrupted the conversation that was being held?
Should I be silent right now?
Well, we were talking to somebody else and you just seemed to jump straight in.
I'm muting my wife, no?
You can meet your wife if you want.
Jedi, mate.
Yeah?
Do you think the Earth is flat?
Yeah, man.
Go on, tell me why.
Because it's measured flat.
It's measured flat.
Yeah. I mean, shock horror, right? If you want to figure out
Right.
if a surface is flat, level, horizontal, or curved, you'd measure it, wouldn't you?
Right. Are you being serious
Yes.
or?
Yeah, I mean, hold on. I don't need this other guy jumping in. I'll speak to the English guy. Yes, dude, I'm being serious. When you measure the surface of water, it's horizontal. Are you surprised?
How much are you going to measure, mate? If you measure 5 miles of water, do you reckon it's going to be horizontal still?
Yes.
All right. If you have a
Because
really
it's
tall
been measured
building,
at
no,
5
hold on,
miles,
mate.
and 10 miles, and 15 miles, and 20 miles, and 25
What
miles,
have you
and
done it? Yeah.
30 miles, and still horizontal on the surface.
When did you measure 30 miles of water, mate?
Oh, I didn't. But do you know the English Channel?
Yeah, mate.
Okay. Do you know the Channel Tunnel?
The Channel Tunnel.
Yeah,
Okay,
the
go
thing
on.
that's underneath the water that the trains go in.
Yes,
You know,
mate.
they measured from France to England across the English Channel using lasers, right?
Okay.
Cool. It was measured flat. You do understand this, right?
All right. Hold on a minute. Yeah. Give me 10 seconds.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10 seconds is up. Okay. Well, if you've got nothing else to say, maybe we can go back to the other conversation.
What was that distance across the English Channel?
23 miles. Well, it's 23 miles at its closest point. That's between Dover and Calais. The Channel Tunnel doesn't go from Dover to Calais. It goes from Folkestone to Calais. So it's 25 to 28 miles.
Wow.
Okay, can I discuss about something with you guys, like without talking about flat Earth, either flat Earth flat or horizontal or it's something else?
No.
Hello.
Oh.
What is it to do with them? I mean, is it is it a totally unrelated question?
No, not unrelated questions. Like it's could be a psychological thing, philosophy, or like it could be history or what the belief people and what you think about that, and we can expand our conversations with that.
Yeah, heliocentrism is a religion. The globe is a belief. It's religious based.
No. I'm not asking religion based. I'm not asking.
Yes, the
I'm
globe
not
is a
gonna.
religion. It's actually the world's largest cult.
I just want to. I'm not asking about any religion belief. I'm just saying normal people what believe. Uh, uh, Meanwhile, other people's what they believe. Just the discussion part I want to bring out in this conversation. Am I permissible?
So, what is the question?
Okay, so let me give it a moment. I'll check.
Jedi, mate. You know you said the English Channel is completely horizontal. You know it's not, right?
Oh, okay. Have you got a measurement of it not being horizontal then?
Just Google it, mate. I've literally just Googled it. I know you're gonna say, "Oh, don't
He's
believe
Googled
Google."
it.
I know.
Oh,
Listen, mate, you're
shit,
gonna say,
dude.
"Don't
Did you
believe
Google it?
Google."
Oh,
Right.
fuck. No, I'm
Well,
stumped now.
how
You
else? How
Googled
else are you
it.
gonna figure it out, mate? I know you're gonna say that. How else?
Well, I'll tell you
Have
what.
you
This is the
Googled how
Do
to
you
difference
want to go
decipher
measure
between
it,
me
mate?
and
this?
Yeah.
you.
Do you want
This
to go
is,
measure
dude,
it?
this
Go
is the
on.
difference between me and you. I
Go on, mate.
went out and looked at the world. You Googled it.
You went out
See the
on the English
difference here.
Channel with a
I went,
measuring tape,
dude,
did
you've
you?
really got to
Did you?
understand this, right? That what
Go on.
you Googled is the claim that was tested. That
No, it's not,
claim
mate.
that Google responded
No,
with,
it's
it's actually
wow.
curved, my friend. It's horizontal when measured, not just by me, but by
All right,
you,
listen,
by
mate.
everybody.
Why would they want to lie about that? Go on,
That's
tell me why
irrelevant, dude.
tell me why
Irrelevant.
we want.
Irrelevant.
What do you mean it's
Irrelevant.
irrelevant? It's not
It's
relevant.
irrelevant,
It's completely relevant
dude.
to what you just said,
All
mate.
right, let me put it like this. Let me put it like this to you. If I can't answer that question to your satisfaction, is that going to nullify the measurements of the surface of the Earth?
You're trying shit, mate. I'm
No,
not gonna
dude,
lie.
it's
You
fucking
need to go measure
reasonable.
it, mate.
Dude, use your brain. If I can't answer that question to your satisfaction, does that nullify the surface measurements of the Earth done by surveyors?
I don't care, mate. I don't
No,
care.
then you should fuck off then, shouldn't you? If you don't care to ask a reasonable question about your position, then you're wasting your time
Right,
and
I've got
our
a question
time.
for you. Why are you
Piss
getting
off.
angry, mate? Why are you getting angry?
Because you said you don't care. It's a reasonable question. You can't engage your brain to fucking answer it. So you're wasting my time and you're wasting your time.
I'm doing
Do you
nothing,
not
mate. You sat on
understand?
mute in a fucking Discord server, mate. Shut up.
Then piss
You're
off,
not doing
dude.
anything, mate.
If you can't
I'm not
answer a
wasting your
reasonable
time, mate.
question, if you're too scared to have your worldview challenged, then you're a weak man. You should go and play with a computer or something. Off you go.
You're the one sat on a Discord server, mate.
Yes, trying to tell you something
All
that
right.
you
Anyways,
won't
but
even have the
let me ask
bollocks
you
to
one
answer.
question, mate.
You probably
Fucking
don't
chill
even
out.
shave. Go away.
Oh, that's a good one, isn't it? You got
Dude,
me there, mate.
you haven't got the courage of your own convictions to answer a simple question.
I'm
You're
fat as fuck.
weak. Weak.
Yeah, nice one. Right.
Yeah, off you trot then.
Question.
Bye bye.
Oh, fucking hell, mate. You done
Bye.
whining.
How the
Go ahead, Keo.
Actually, I have the same questions, like why scientists they lie about the what type of Earth it is, and why they're just telling something else about this, why just spreading false information.
Most people are just working from within inside the paradigms that they got taught. So they don't even have an intent of lying. That's not happening, right? They're just repeating the story that they got taught. That's the majority of people that are on the earth. That's it. They're not actually lying. Now, if you want to know why are people lying, we're not going to be able to tell you. You're going to have to be able to point to someone, that person, and then we're going to have to go and ask that person, right? We don't know, dude. We can speculate, but we don't know. We don't have first-hand knowledge. It's like a murder scene, right? Let's put it like this. And now PNG's back. Maybe you'll listen. It's like a murder scene. You
Mate,
see the
what is
dead
your problem
body.
with me, mate?
But dude,
Chill
can
out.
you not?
You
I'm
need to
talking to
fucking
someone
keep your
else, not
knickers
you.
on, mate. Shut up.
Like, dude, if you're going to interrupt, I'll just ban you.
Oh, sorry. Oh,
All right, then fuck off.
don't ban me.
Okay,
Thank you, mate.
where are we conversation,
Yeah.
please
So,
continue.
if we have a murder scene with a murdered body, and the body is laying face down on the floor with a knife in their back, we know that the murder has taken place. Now we can akin this to the earth. We measure the surface of the earth to be flat. It's not curved. That's akin to the dead body. The crime has taken place. Why? What the motive is, I don't know. But it's not going to stop the murder taking place, is it? That's what I was trying to explain to our friend earlier. We've got a dead body. I don't know why, but the poor sucker's dead.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so they have and their own example. They just testify and demonstrate the evidence. And so you said and you have a contrarian opinion. So why don't you appreciate to demonstrate or shows what you and what you think, but then why don't you show us? Hey Jerry,
Sorry, mate, I got distracted by football. What did you say? I do apologise.
okay, I said that like the many scientists they just demonstrate their own beliefs and their own they just what they scrutiny what they find, and they demonstrate their evidence clearly.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah, might be you have a contrarian opinion. So why
Mm.
don't you do that? Why don't you demonstrate us or show evidence?
We have been, and we always do so in these conversations. We've had thousands of observations, tests, surveys, and other such things. You seem to be confused, sir. Science, a scientist, isn't going to measure the world. A surveyor would do that. A scientist, when they do science, they look at the physical natural world, they look what's happening in the physical natural world, then they try and ask the question, what caused that to happen? And then when the scientist makes the hypothesis, when they make the prediction of what caused it, what they watched in the natural world to happen, they're then going to test that in an experiment. That they're not going to be measuring surfaces, dude. Scientists, that's not the people who are going to be measuring geometry. If people say the Earth is a shape, then we're going to be observing and measuring it. That's the job for surveyors, not scientists.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying, right? It's an absolute category error. You can't apply the scientific method to a shape.
Probably.
Okay. And you can ask questions about shapes and you can see if shapes cause things, but then you're going to have to identify the shape in the first place. That identification doesn't apply the scientific method. The identification of geometry is quite simply looking at it and measuring it. That's it.
Okay.
But reasonable questions, my friend. If you've got any more, please feel free.
I have. Okay. Mm, can I ask you something? Like, do you really believe that our ocean and level of water it really would increase in future, or just all the all the fields are actually uh emerge on the water? Uh, can you get it? Are you get it? What I
No,
said?
sorry, I didn't understand. Was it
Mm,
something about the water? Was it something about the water level rising over time?
yeah. That's one. That's one. It does really
Uh,
affect.
I don't know, my friend. And there's this idea of, let's say, global warming and the consequence of sea levels rising. I've only been alive for 50 years. I haven't seen any levels rise around me in my local area. And many other people say the same type of thing. However, um, this isn't my area of expertise, my friend. So I don't know.
Okay. So anyone, do you explain it properly? Have any person there?
What was the question again?
I'm asking just like the water level it does increase in the future, or our field will be covered by the water. Uh, potential outrages. Have any potential outrages in the future?
Could you repeat potential what?
Outages.
Potential. Yeah.
Outages. Hmm.
Okay.
I couldn't answer that. TOC, were you asking? So was that in relationship to global warming ideas, climate change ideas?
Yeah, I just want to know about that. I don't have any
Mhm.
idea.
Well, there's a lot of opinions there, but you might want to research the history of a book called The Dialectic of Nature. And in that book were some of the first ideas of man-made pollution causing uh, climate catastrophe. And the motives for the publishing of that book are particularly interesting. And they had nothing to do with nature.
Okay, okay. So Wild Bill, where are you from?
United States.
United States. So what is the purpose of like behind the created of this Discord server?
I'm pretty new here. You might want to ask somebody else, but I believe it's the discussion of the true shape of the world.
Okay, so that's good. Discord, the good one. But okay, if I just talking about the flattened Earth, that's the all hesitations or like what we don't know. The two or three persons was saying about that, and it just was clarified to me what actually it is. So I have no any other questions about whether it is flat or something horizontal or not. So yeah, I just cleared it. So can I ask about something else about without involving actually related? So can I ask about these some things or others?
Do you want to know about cows? I know a lot about cows.
Cows?
Yes, I know a lot about cows. Do you want to ask me about cows?
What is the cows? Could you pronounce? Could you spelling about that?
COWS.
Cows. Do you know another thing about cows? Like cows, it's a normal thing and it's a normal, you know.
I know about horses. Do you want to ask me about horses?
Bill also
No.
knows every Britney Spears album.
You bastard.
Hello, Wild Bill.
Yes, sir.
So, no, I don't have any interest on uh horse, any kind of horse. Do you have any idea about any sector, any context?
In relationship to what?
Uh, what? No, like without horses, without tiger, without any animal.
Sure, sure. I'm a big fan of yodeling music. I know a lot about yodeling.
What type of music you say?
Yodel. In the West, it's spelled Yodel, and in Switzerland they spell it with a Jodel. Maybe parts of Germany would spell it that way too. Yodel. Do you know yodeling music?
No, it's the
No,
first time I
you've
have
never heard of
heard.
yodeling?
No.
No yodeling. Kind of like that.
Yeah, yeah, I got you. I got you. Yeah, I understand that.
You
Have
could
any
ask me about
different
yodeling music. I can help you with that.
have any
Bavarian,
different
Bavarian or Western? Alpine or Western?
no. Something that has uh any other's name instead of like yodeling. Have you seen?
I can't talk about cows, horses, or yodeling.
No.
You're killing
I'm
me,
thinking,
Smalls. What do you want to talk about?
okay. Okay. You said you are in uh keen interest on yodeling. Am I right? So my questions is
What is going on?
hello.
Yeah, go ahead. What were you going to ask?
Yeah, you know that yodeling does have any synonym, like any other's name people called instead of yodeling.
I'm not sure what you're asking. Another
Exactly.
name?
He wants an artist
Yeah.
name, someone who does the
Oh,
yodeling.
oh my goodness. I'm sorry. Oh yes. Okay. Okay. There's so many great ones. Living or past?
No.
If
It's
you want,
like a
if you
yodeling
want,
meal. Okay, let me
if
I think
you
it
want
just
just
to
sounds
know,
like the
bro.
Michael
Let me finish.
Jackson of yodeling.
No,
okay, that would
no, no,
probably
no.
be a toss
I'm not.
up between Rex Allen Sr. or Don Walser, the troubadour of the plains. He wrote Rolling Stone from Texas. You guys might know that song. I mean, it's that's tough though because Wilf Carter needs to be thrown in there. Montana Slim, definitely, and we can't forget Elton Britt. Elton Britt was one of the greatest yodelers, but I'm gonna go with Rex Allen Sr. He just was an all around wonderful entertainer.
Tá. Elias tá vendo aí? No sofá?
Is that what you're asking, Keo?
What are you talking about, Mayor? Don't do it.
Yodeling is like a non-musical
What if
something.
you've done
it? Say what?
It's the
Nothing.
I'm not hearing Keo very good.
Very good. Muito bom, muito bom.
I just okay. I just raised my hands. Hey, Neil John. Hello.
Oh,
Where are you?
What's up, boys? Oh shit!
What's up?
Hey, Wild Bill.
Yes, sir.
Sound what you sing song for us?
Keo, I'm not hearing you very good. There's some strange background noise.
It's not my background stuff.
Oh, maybe not.
It's
Could you say what you said again?
it sounds the noise came from Neil John, bro.
Oh, okay. Very good. I understand now. You were going to ask me something?
Yeah, I asked you something like I was saying that your voice is so cool with yodeling sound. Could you sing a song for us?
Without warm up? You mean lyrics and everything?
Yeah, you could.
Well, I
No.
could. Let's see.
Please, God.
It's too bad Chronicle's not here. He loves my yodeling. I don't know, Keo. I think I'm going to step down from the yodeling. But I do encourage you to look it up on YouTube. Um, Rex Allen Sr., Don Walser, Slim Whitman. He was one of my favorites. Elton Britt,
Uh,
Cliff Carter, some
I
of the
just
greats.
humbly request you for us just 1 minute or 30 seconds. It's enough. It will be enough. So, no worries. Just could you sing a song for me? For me, especially.
I'm feeling bashful, but I appreciate it.
You seems like you are start to sing the song, but uh, unfortunately, you just stop uh to do this. So why?
Oh, I just did a little warm up yodel for you earlier.
You can right now, bro. Please. For me.
Yeah. Okay, so the start, let me think. The start, I got a good one. It's short. It's short. Okay. This was Wilf Carter's song, who was known as Montana Slim, and he had a radio show in was it British Columbia, Canada in the 1920s. And this is that song. I'm not warmed up. I'm nervous. Oh, saddle your worries to a cowboy, sounding yodel your troubles away. Brand all your sorrows as they go roving by with yippee-yi-oh-ki-yay. Just throw your rope around the sun as he rolls by, so you can keep him shining way up there in the sky. Saddle your worries to a cowboy, sounding yodel your troubles away. Goes like that.
I bet your wife loves you.
That was actually not so bad.
Was that actually
That was
you singing
absolutely
that?
awesome, dude.
Dude, that was awesome.
That,
That made my day.
man, what a talent.
Thanks, guys.
I
I'm actually shocked I didn't know you could do that. That's pretty impressive.
teşekkür
That's a good old tune, Wolf Carter.
Bill, if you want a woman, get yourself to Sweden or something with that.
Oh, what the
Right,
hell are you
so
doing on Discord, bro? You gotta go on YouTube, man.
all right. So all of our non-native English speakers, do you reckon you could repeat that for us? Anybody want to give it a bash?
Kyo C, it's your turn to yodel.
No, 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 no. I just this name heard from Wild Bill. So how could I do that? It's not my type. Like I don't want to sing a song. I'm so bad with that.
We appreciate you being honest and not putting us through it then, mate. Thank you.
Mm. Hey, Walt Bill.
Hey, Q.
Yeah, you can create a one YouTube channel and you gain a lot of subscriber as well. You could.
I appreciate it. Not my style, though. I'm not very technology oriented, but thank you.
No, you just earn lot of money from there. So it will be so enough for you, I think.
I appreciate it. I just yodel for the love of yodeling.
Yeah. After the hearing from your mouth, it constantly affect on my mood. You know, I'm just leaning to move towards yodeling from now.
Yes, it's a wonderful art. I hope you listen and enjoy it. I think it's great art to listen to, music.
Yeah.
You should hear probably the greatest living yodeler that I know of right now is Melanie Ausch. She's in Switzerland, and her group is Ausch's Deidriten, and her whole family is in the band. And she does cuckoo yodel better than anybody that's ever done it before. She's amazing.
Okay, what's his name? What his
The
name?
band is Ausch's, Oesch apostrophe S. That's the family. Ausch's. Ausch's Diedreten, DIE, and then the next word is DRITTEN. Ausch's Diedreten is the band. And Cuckoo Yodel, her Cuckoo Yodel is better than anybody.
You just say the one band and write it down in the text box.
Oh yeah, okay. There there you go. It's in there. I should have tagged your name, but I didn't.
Don't worry, bro. I got you.
Ah, thanks, Lats. Yeah, it's hard not to fall in love with that girl. She is good.
Yeah, let
Here, see, you've had a Discord account all this time, and you still don't have a profile picture, dude.
what did you say?
Your profile, the way your account looks, it makes it look like you're a noob. But then, if you actually look at your account, you've been around for a while. Like you've had this account for like over a year. Why don't you have a profile pic?
Okay. No, I don't want to change my profile pic just for without case.
Okay, whatever, man. Fair enough.
Yeah, first of all, I just want to share my experience. Can I?
Your
Hey, can
experience?
I?
Wait, experience
Yeah.
with what?
Like experience on like Discord.
Oh, okay. All right. Not one of those other ones. All right, cool. Yeah, go ahead.
So since when I just log in my Discord, and I just took my profile picture as my face, you know, and then someone says there's have a lack of security, so that's why I just changed my profile picture and my name. I just changed my name also, and then I just took it this profile picture, as you can see now. S Anybody just got my point or something else?
Oh no, yeah, we understand. We're good. I was getting worried there. Like I wasn't sure if you're gonna tell us about another type of experience where you had like a hike up a mountain with another dude or something, you know?
Wait. You're so fast. Could you just slow down?
Oh, I was just saying that I wasn't sure if you were going to tell us about an experience you had during a hike up a mountain with another man.
No, man. I just speak about my Discord experience.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's why I was asking before you told us the experience, what kind of experience it was.
If you understood English, it was really funny. KFC.
What you say, dragon fruit?
Latz's joke and his timing was actually pretty funny. I was laughing, but I had my mic muted. Because the way you said it, can I tell you guys about an experience that could have led down any different path?
Okay.
Yeah, like up a mountain path, for example.
Okay. I just
Yeah,
have
that's why. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's all right. Yeah,
Phrasing.
all good. Just my dad jokes, you know.
Hmm. So, Wild Bill.
Hey, Keo.
Yeah, I just always try to call you because you are so approachable person. Yeah.
Aww. Aww.
Yep. Man, you sang a song for me. That's huge. Nobody uh don't don't do this.
I'm glad you liked it.
Well, you don't think Jedi's approachable?
What?
So you don't think Jedi's approachable?
That we did.
Jedi was the guy that was talking to you first, I think, right?
Oh, let's.
What's that, bro?
No. Who addressing me? Someone says whether it's approachable or not. Who asking me
Oh,
first?
Jedi. Jedi's the guy. He looks like Brad Pitt. He sounds like. Sorry, just for DJ's comment. um.
Who is
His name.
Oh, I'm not going to be able to get that out of my head now. Yeah, you're starting to sound like CB. Yep.
Dude,
Oh,
that's what everybody says. It's crazy. I think it's just because we're from the same like area. I think we're both from
oh
the West
shit.
Coast. I haven't seen that dude in forever though.
Hey Jedi.
Hi.
Yeah, again, and also you are an approachable person. I would say.
Pardon? What
Mm-hmm.
did you say? Sorry.
I said that also you are approachable person. You are
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
yeah.
I'm much more approachable in real life than I am on the internet.
It's because his voice
Not
sounds like a really big, burly lumberjack. Very strong.
Gay.
Oh, shit.
I want to just talk with Yaga Bruno. Are you there, brother?
I don't think I've ever heard him open up his mic before. You might be able to catch him on a side chat, though. He's posted in there like more than any of us. Or he might be sleeping.
Okay. He just sleeping with while we're using Discord.
Yeah, T-Dub does it all the time. It's like, I think it's like hearing people argue is like his white noise. It helps him fall asleep.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So where are you from?
I am from the United States.
United States?
Yeah, bro.
Okay, so your accent is so hard.
What? What?
Yeah, really.
I have an accent? Wait, what is it like? Okay, hold on one sec. Is it a good one or like a bad one?
It's like a hard one. Like it's so hard to
Is it thick?
understand. Yeah,
Oh man. Okay, hold on. Like which accent is the easiest for you to understand? I'll try to speak with that one.
really? Can
Yeah,
you?
I mean I'll try. I don't know if it's gonna be
Okay,
good or not, but I'll try it, yeah.
okay, you can try. The just change your accent and then I'll tell you which one is familiar with me. Can you do that?
Okay. Yeah, sure, man. Let me hello there, howdy. Is this any
No,
easier for you to understand?
it's like a song you are singing.
Uh,
And
sorry, got that from SpongeBob.
you can change.
Change it again. Okay. I know I feel like all the other ones are gonna be kind of racist. I don't think I can do those actually.
Oh no, that's you just again your accent talking.
Oh, I know. Okay, here. Let me shut up. I'll let Jedi talk since he speaks proper English. He has the good accent. That's the one that's really easy to listen to.
That's right, mate. You fucking understand everything I'm bloody saying to you, don't you, Chuck?
I do. It's like it's flowing in my ear. It's like it's beautiful.
Brilliant.
Okay, how can I grasp your accent? Like, yeah, yours truly, man. JD and Let's and also Wild Bill. That was so cool. Pronunciation and also your accent is tremendous. I would say.
Talking about Wild Bill or Jedi? What do you think is more
Everyone.
Yeah.
amazing? Who sounds better in your ears? If they were to like whisper in your ears, like who do you think sounds better?
Okay. So, Let you have a distinct accent. Like I just can't
Okay.
understand accent. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's okay. That's all right. That's cool.
Okay. If I talk about JDI, so
Okay.
he's uh yeah, she's little bit it's not hard than you. Okay.
Okay, he's not.
It's
He's
not.
not harder than me. Okay. What about Wild Bill?
Yeah, yeah. Wild Bill is so for his accents, I just easily I just get it.
Oh, you love that one. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. So could you mimic the Wild Bill's accent or style?
Oh, I don't know. I can't copy that one. Is super unique. It's very hard. You know.
No,
Yeah, he
you
has very nice, soft voice.
My phone cut out. What was my accent? Was it hard?
No, he's saying that you're soft. He's saying that I'm hard, not as hard as Jedi to listen to. Yeah.
Okay, my phone cut out right when he was going to answer.
Yeah, he said you're the softest.
Mhm.
That's good.
I'm
Yeah, he
sure he
says you
hasn't
have.
spoken to. I'm sure he hasn't spoken to the caramel tones of DJ yet. Surely.
Oh, that's true.
That's true.
Do you like my accent? Very nice.
Oh,
Well, let me
Do
see
you
what
can
DJ
you
said.
tell which country I am from?
India,
Kiosh,
India,
Shish.
India, India,
How do you
India.
know I'm from India? I'm not sounding like Indian man, right?
No, it
Right?
sounds like
bro,
it
that
seems
tongue
like
roll. Holy shit.
idiot,
Damn.
idiot.
I am not
Honestly,
India.
no, no, no. I'm not saying you are Indian. Like your accent right now, it seems quite Arabic or a little bit Indian. It's a mixed accent.
What are you talking about? I am from United America, from state. That is where I am
Kind of.
doing it from. New York,
It's not.
baby.
You all live in America, but right now, uh, the accent it seems Arabic.
What?
That yeah.
Don't. Don't say it. Don't do it. I'm
Why?
not Arab. I'm from India.
You're from India.
Very nice. Very India. Right.
You say that you are came from America
I was
at
only
first.
joking. I'm from Kerala. Kerala. Do you know it? Do you like it? Very nice. In Kerala, we are doing it very good. We are having a
No,
biryani. We are having tradition. Do you know that
no,
about it? Right?
no, you just pulling my leg. Uh you came from America, and uh, you just uh, saying something with Indian accent or whatever accent it is, and try to manipulate myself.
That's a really long way of saying pulling your leg. Wait, Keo, did you tell anybody where you're from yet?
I'm from Bangladesh.
Oh, I wanted to guess. I was gonna say Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Darn, never mind.
No, no, please carry on.
Oh, no, that was it. I just wanted to guess. Wait, did they talk to you about flat Earth stuff yet? I've been in this call like this whole time and it hasn't been brought up yet.
No, not really.
Oh, okay. I was just curious. I thought the whole convo was done already.
I offered to tell him about cows and horses.
You know
Oh, that
what?
was nice of you.
Honestly, bro, if your knowledge about cows is as good as your yodeling, I bet you that freaking information would be nuts.
Well, I do raise cows and horses, so
Yeah, Keo, make sure that you never try to milk a bull. Okay.
That's good
No
advice.
bueno. Yes, no bueno.
Never look a man in the eye when he's eating a banana.
Yeah, that one too. That one is solid, yeah. That one's even better.
Bro, what are you talking about? Please, can you?
These are like golden rules, like that are unspoken, that every man should know.
Mm,
Like how you should be leaving a space, like at the urinal when you go to the restroom. There should always at least be one stall width between you and the next guy. Stuff like that.
I'm still ambiguous.
I'm trying to think of other stuff now.
All right, let's. I just want to talking with yeah, Wild Bill or DJ or JDI because their accents with my familiar with I am.
Oh yeah, that's that. You know what? That is okay. I totally get it. I'm hard to listen to.
No, no,
I get it's okay.
okay. Hey DJ,
Welcome.
hmm
What? What do you want?
what I want?
What is it?
Okay, I want to just grasp the Arabic accent. How could I do that?
I'm not from Arabic.
I know you come not from you can say a little bit like Arabic.
No, I'm just kidding with you. I'm actually from Australia.
Multiple times you just change your ethnicity, your culture, uh your identity as well.
You
Why?
said you changed your ethnicity. Oh shit. Damn, that's impressive, dude.
Doesn't she? She didn't. Sorry, he didn't. Like all this problem. Mm-hmm.
Hmm? What's going
So
on?
first, uh, so why you did this?
What? Did what?
You did like you just how do I say that? Like
Pretended to be from a different country?
yeah.
Yeah, because it's fun. Funny.
So and now uh you can be serious.
I can. I could be. I might be. Maybe this is just another fake accent as well.
Okay, so yeah, you fake accent use. I understood that. So you are came from Australia. Is it true
Maybe.
or something? Maybe. Why you the fuck?
This
Why
could be just
you
a. Maybe I'm from India and I'm just good at doing an Australian accent.
I was gonna say, that accent has to be real because it sounds so fake.
Pretty
Ah,
good.
you are still just pulling my leg. What?
Yes, that's how you use it. Pull in your leg. Very
Yeah,
good.
okay. Which country he live? Like,
I live in
Oh,
Poland. Poland.
yeah, I was
uh,
gonna say I have no idea. He's a very mysterious man. Like one of those tall, dark, and handsome types. Looks like Brad Pitt, and just wears a large cloak.
Okay. So I just okay. Um, what I ask, how just I exaggerate my asking way. Let's hello. Let's DJ.
What's up?
Hmm.
Fantastic. Julian's joined us. What's up, Julian? We're glad you're here.
What's up, Shotty?
Good to see you, buddy. What brings you by?
Just taking a whiff.
Good stuff. Well, it's good to see you again, my friend. If you've got any questions or anything, please feel free to ask.
You'll be the first to know.
Awesome stuff. Can you feel me smiling through the microphone?
Mm-hmm.
Good to see you, buddy. Hope you're well.
Hey, Julian.
Yeah.
Where are you from?
The United States.
So you are all come from United States?
Oh yeah.
No?
Sierra County, me. Sasquatch capital.
Okay, I want to go there.
I think you should be allowed to. I think you should be allowed to have a good time.
Wait, Kia, 1 second. Bro. Are you saying that of everybody here in this room that's from the United States, I'm the
No,
hardest to listen to?
You're the what?
no, I didn't say like everyone. Just
Well,
somebody
no, I just
state.
mean in this room, though. I'm just curious.
No, it must be that Flint, Michigan ping or something.
He said that I was the hardest to listen to in this room. I was just curious because there's other people from the United States in here as well.
You sound pretty clear to me, so.
I don't know. He kept
You
saying I
sure
was
he
hard
said
to listen to.
hard? You sure he said hottest? I thought he said that you're the hottest.
Hottest? Oh, I thought he said I was the hardest to listen to.
I make no claim in either direction to that effect.
I mean, shit, I'll take hottest.
Hell yeah.
Hey, let's hardest accent.
I can't. I'm not even sure what you're saying anymore.
Look, I get plenty fruity without having to eat a banana in the bathroom, okay?
What?
Look at
Oh,
the
you
chat
like you're
and look
probably
what
reading the
Timbo
site. I
said.
was like, bro, what? Ah, I see. I see.
Yeah.
When you eat a banana, do you look other men in the eye?
You know, I'm not a banana guy.
Thank fuck for that. Cool. Okay. You may continue with the conversation.
Thanks.
How's it going?
Pretty
Yes, good.
swell.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Wild Bill. Hey, T-Doop.
I think T-Dub's sleeping.
Maybe you are sleeping right now. Why you are keep silent?
He's sleeping. He's taking a nap.
Mm-hmm.
You want him to wake up? If you just say
mm,
that the Earth is a ball 3 times really loud, he's gonna wake up.
You have to say it in the mirror with a candle at midnight.
okay, T-Dub is listening. Hey, T-Dub.
Oh, dude. Like made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up.
Okay.
You be playing Minecraft? Sounds like somebody's mining dirt.
Mm-hmm.
It does sound like that.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, you are came from Arabic, DJ. Hey, DJ Arabic. Hello.
9.
Mm-hmm. DJ, say something.
I'm a musician called DJ Rakesh. Have you heard my songs?
Now, could you give your YouTube link or name?
In Spotify, in SoundCloud.
And also, I sing a song. Could you know my name? Do you know my name?
How would I know?
You can search koc dot bd from, and you can see my song list that I made.
Oh, you're giving him your playlist?
Yeah.
Aww. Oh, look. He posted up in the side chat for you.
Mm-hmm.
This is his song.
I'm saying to DJ.
You
Okay,
said you want to sing to him?
no.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I think I finally perfected it, guys. I think I've just invented a joke you guys will actually like with no debate, bro. Like sort of affect to it. I promise. You want to hear it?
I'm down.
All right. A flat earther walks into a Dunkin' Donuts. He goes to the counter and asks for the Earth Day special. He leans in close to the cashier and says, "The real shape, please." "Of course," she says. 5 minutes later, she hands him a flat, disc-shaped pastry. "Ugh," the man cries. "What's wrong?" the cashier asks, disheveled. "I never told you it was a disc."
You know what? That's not bad. Pretty good.
It's not bad. It's not bad. You can work on it, but that's quite good.
Well, I wrote it on my notes app, all right?
It's cool, man. It's cool.
Guys, I feel so boring.
Oh, look! If you want to hit the big red suicide button, you can make this chat blow up really fast.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Just say the magical words. Say the Earth is a ball because,
I mean, it
and then
is, but
you fill in, and then you fill in the blank after that. Say the Earth is a ball because dot dot dot, and then just pick something random.
I'd like a
That you
medium
think.
Earth, please. Hold the filament. Firmament. Fuck. God, I'm so stupid.
There's got to be a pizza joke in there with like stuffed crust or edges or something. Has
That
to
would be
be.
the Antarctic.
Yeah, there you go. There is something in there, dude. You keep working on it, though.
Oh, there is something in there. The stuffed crust. Mozzarella. Now you're making me hungry, dude.
You
Who
started
knew
it.
the pizza planet would make me hungry?
Yeah.
Hey, JD, Julian, and let's have a nice day. So,
All
goodbye
right,
for
brother.
now.
Thanks for coming in, man. Giving us some nice giggles and being friendly. We appreciate you. You have yourself a great day.
Am I gonna die?
I mean, probably after he leaves, dude.
Well, eventually,
I think you're it.
I'm the
Actually,
mark.
unless Neon wants to talk.
Hi.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
All right, I'll let y'all take care of this. I gotta go to the store real quick.
Hello.
Free spirit. We are in enemy territory. Be careful.
I'm just
Are we?
wondering. I thought you got
All right.
banned.
No, later. Okay.
no.
Later. We are on a 24/7 live stream right now. Okay.
Are we?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't claim her. I don't know her.
I would like to greet
No.
my
Stop.
mom,
Okay,
dad, and
I'm
my
out of here.
parents.
I'm gonna get out of here so fast.
Greetings to my mom, my dad, and my parents.
Okay.
My
Mum, your
grandma,
dad,
my
and your
grandpa, and
parents.
my grandparents.
Mum, your dad, and your parents. That's weird.
It's weird.
You mum, your dad, not your parents.
Well, yes, my mom, my dad, and my parents.
Oh, okay. So you're going to say hi to your mum, your dad, and your parents.
I'm sending them greetings because we are on a 24/7 something.
Do you know Julian?
No.
Huh?
No, she doesn't.
No.
Okay,
No,
cool.
I don't know.
Well, Welcome to the channel anyway.
Hello, thank you
Julian's
very much.
Julian's been keeping us entertained with jokes about flat earthers. Have you got any jokes about flat earthers?
This is gonna end so badly.
No, but I have a few jokes about different matters.
Later, please, for the love of God, later.
Do you have any jokes from Altoona?
No, different ones. Yes, my mom, my dad, and my parents. Says who? Says me.
You know, late day coffee at 2 p.m. That hits different. If you get a caffeine kick, it feels really good.
Okay,
It's
so which
9
one of
p.m.
you two? Oh, hold tight, my friend. Which one of you two wants to make the claim? Think you live on a ball, so we can all rip that apart because we're bored.
Nah, you won't. You won't drag me in this time. Nah, you. I
Go on.
know you. Yeah.
Yeah, go on. What about your friend?
I'm good.
I don't have any friends. They disappoint me.
I was talking to you.
Fuck.
Do you think that you live on a planet?
I do. I confess. Oh, sorry.
We
You're
know you
talking.
do,
Right?
Julian.
Mean.
Yeah.
Dude, no.
Stop
We live on
blocking
a
me,
disk.
dude. What the hell?
Good luck.
We live on a disk.
Pardon? Say
Like a
that again,
fucking
clearer.
we live on a fucking frisbee.
No, we don't.
What do you mean?
You
We
should
do.
you should have come in earlier when your friend
don't-
Julian had his donut joke.
Look, don't
Donut?
don't
That would
do
be
it.
even
Don't do
better.
it. Just don't do it. You look. They've trained
All right,
for
Julian,
eons. All right.
Julian, stop trying to save your friend.
I love my friend. I have friends
Oh,
and I
as soon
love
as you
them.
walked,
I'm sorry.
dude,
I don't know
please.
you.
You decided that you didn't know each other. Right, cool.
It's
So,
true.
okay, cool. Thanks, Julian.
Remember
So
when I
you
taught
do
you?
understand. Ah, for fuck's sake, Julian.
No
I know
offenses.
you're all
What is embarrassing?
excited because there's a
We
girl in
cleared
the
this
room,
up
dude,
for me.
but please deal with your hormones, mate. Right.
Bro, I'm gay.
So, thanks, mate. So, our new friend, who isn't Julian, why would you say that we think it's a frisbee or a disc?
A frisbee, that would be fucking cool, don't you think? We would be just like
Yeah,
flying around.
it would be cool, but
It'd be
that's
cool
not
as
what we've
hell.
told you, is it?
Then what do we
Right,
live on? A
okay,
donut?
so let me point this out to you. Flat. Yeah, it's going to blow your mind. You should probably be sitting down. I'm going to cough before I say this. Flat's a surface description, not a shape, isn't it? You could have flat walls, flat ceilings, flat floors.
Flat ass, yes, I know.
Yeah, exactly. So when we say the Earth is flat, why would you invoke a frisbee apart from it being cool?
Look at the chat, Julian. She has a great picture as a Walmart greeter.
Just what?
Did she turn
Oh
into a
my god.
chimpanzee? Yes, that's the answer to
Look,
that
not to
question.
dig too deep, but that's rich coming from a flat earther.
He's great at parties, I can tell you that. They are great at parties.
Ah,
All right, I've just started an event. Cold flat, not flat is not a shape, right? So hopefully we can get some people in here that don't have brainworms. That would be nice.
Look, our country's being captured. RFK, he force fed us all brainworms. I'm sorry. It's not my fault.
Yeah. A lot of soy and a lot of brainworms.
You clearly haven't had good Japanese food if you don't like soy.
All right, now we wait.
What are we waiting for?
We're waiting for some people that don't have brainworms to come in and try to defend the globe.
You're great at parties as well.
You like really easy at parties then?
I'm not going to parties. My whole life is a party.
True.
Slut. I mean, sorry.
I wish I was, dude. I wish I was.
All right. So, do you think we could get this back, other than you being the main person in this TV show that you think that you're in? You
No,
do
I mean,
understand that flat's not a claim
okay,
to
if you
shape,
want me to listen,
right?
you should say something worth listening to.
Yeah,
Or
well,
do
at the
I?
moment, you're in my house, and we're going to be talking about what I want to talk about. And at the moment, I'd like to talk to you about your misconception that flat means circle.
Okay. And what do you think the world is?
Flat and stationary, beneath the sky above.
And stationary?
Yeah,
Suck.
I know, right? Crazy.
That was so. I thought we were moving. Like, so
Why?
what are we?
Sorry. Why would you think we're moving?
Everything moves.
Really? I mean, on the deep level, everything vibrates. I'll go with that. But I'm still trying to figure out why you think the ground beneath your feet is in constant motion going somewhere.
Well, for fun.
This isn't going to work, is it? I'm trying with a very, very dainty hammer to break through this shell that you've got. If you don't want me to help you crack it, mate, it's fine.
No, you go on. You tell me. You tell me. I'm
Dude,
here to
come on,
listen.
let's try and engage your brain though, right?
Bold of you to assume I have a brain.
Where is that mute button? There it is. That
No,
you hear is disappointment.
dude, I'm texting. Give me a second.
Free spirit, that's the real shape of the earth.
Oh well, hell yeah.
Yeah. Next person to giggle annoyingly like that goes on mute. Did you unmute to giggle annoyingly, free spirit?
No.
That's all it
I just
took, really?
wow.
Houses.
So what's the name of the event today then, DJ? I can't be asked to press a few buttons and have a look for myself.
Well, it says flat's not a shape, but I might have to change it
wow.
to something. Yeah. That might be a little too confusing for them.
to really start simple with geometry sometimes, don't you? Start taking things right back to basics. Eventually, we'll start talking about what a line is.
Dude,
What
I
a
had to
straight
look
one
up.
is. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
I had to go on Google the other day and I had to type in straight line versus curved line and find a picture. And I had to download the picture and post it in the side chat to explain to someone the difference between the two. And they still didn't get it.
Fuck. That's actually really scary. Quite a few of the conversations that we have in here lead me to be quite scared for the future.
Oh yeah.
Especially when you've got people who don't know the difference between a straight line and a curved one. So, oh, fuck.
Yeah. My wife was showing me a video just earlier, and a guy on a motorbike sitting. She looks over to the right, and some person just runs into a note like one of those cones, and he tells them to back up a little bit, and then they back up a little bit, and then someone else runs into the back of their car, and then he tells that car to back up a bit, and then the car that had the cone in front of them backed up and crashed again into the front of the other car. Then he turns the camera around in front of him, and the car that was just filling up drives off with the petrol nozzle still in the tank.
Shit.
Yeah.
How do we get through the day?
Exactly. Yep.
Oh, well, they fucked off. That's good.
Good. Cool.
Hey, Jedi, I gave you a few pictures in the side chat for you to check out.
Oh, cheers, man. Thank you.
Hey, by the way, T-Dub, there's two sides to a circle or sphere, inside and outside.
What if it's solid?
It's got three sides. This side, that side, and the other side.
Well, from what I've learned about spheres, like sphere is just a concept, and so really it's just the perimeter that makes it a sphere. So it would still be the inside is solid and the outside is not.
Okay. Yeah.
But that's my joke. But hey, you know what? You can even use that shape chart for which one's a triangle.
Oh, there's currently already an event running. Dominance of submission in the psychology channel. Okay. Interesting, some of the things that go on here. Oh,
Not
Julian's
interesting
back.
enough to click on it though, right, Jedi?
Not without making an excuse. You think I've gone something else and quickly changing my name in there, no. Did you dump the missus, Julian?
Julian. Would you like can I ask you a question?
Depends on the question, but by all means.
All right. Well, I'll show you a picture in the side chat. Picture is the question, I guess. So you've got two people standing 20 miles apart from each other, and in between them there is an obstruction that's 133 foot high in the center. Obviously, the people cannot see each other, right? What do you
I mean,
think?
it looks like it from the photo.
Yeah, it's not really to scale, but you know, if there's something 133 foot tall, 133 foot, what's that? That's like a 13 to 15 story building. All right, so they could zoom in, they could do whatever, right? There's something in between them blocking the view from point A to point B. Seems pretty straightforward, right?
So far.
Yeah. All right, so, right. Exhibit B in the site. All right, so now we have the exact same situation. We have an observer at point A and an observer at point B, the exact same distance. And this time they have an obstruction in between them that's 133 foot high. They
What
can't
is that
see each other.
obstruction made of?
Does it matter?
Yeah, it looks like the ocean to me.
Okay, so all right, so if it was, let's say it was a building right in the center that's 133 foot high, or it's a hump of water, or it's a hump of dirt, or it's a wall, there's still 133 foot high obstruction between the observers, regardless of what it's made out of.
Okay.
So do you think that observer A should be able to see observer B?
If there's something blocking their line of sight, if
Yeah.
assuming the object's opaque, then they can't see each other.
Oh no. Yeah, it's like completely. Yeah, you can't see through the object. It's not.
Okay.
I mean, it's not opaque enough to see if even more than 10 meters through it if it's water. All right, we could even use muddy water as the example. So yeah. So we would both agree that that would be impossible to see each other. Okay, well, I'll just put an observation in the side chat where we have that situation tested in reality, because on a globe over 20 miles there should be 266 foot of curvature. That would mean that the sagitta, pronounced, but in the center it would be 133 foot high. So observer A should not be able to see observer B because they have 133 foot obstruction in between the two of them. But in the observation below, we actually have a longer distance. We have 21 miles and we have zero obstruction. Right? We can see the shoreline. So the camera's only 5 feet above the surface of the water. Right? Kind of like an observer. Here's a picture of the camera. And here's a picture of the shoreline that's 21 miles away from the camera. And here's a picture through the camera of the shoreline that we can see in the above picture. And here's another one that was taken from the same place. Notice how there isn't a 133 foot high obstruction between point A and point B. There's actually zero obstruction. So if the Earth were a globe, then there would have to be that obstruction between point A and B. And in reality, it's not there. It's actually flat.
Emotional damage.
I mean,
use
you're
the
the only
math.
person I've heard those numbers from where like, oh, the curvature begins to be noticeable at this distance or this thing. I have no idea about that. So
Okay. Well, you can. What if the math's correct? Okay, so I just logged in. I just went on ChatGPT, and I'm going to type this in. This is my prompt. How much curvature is there over 21 miles on a globe over the surface of water? Okay. If someone is using standard globe geometry with an Earth radius of about 3959 miles, the drop, basically, I'm not going to read that out. Just read the answer at the bottom. $294 feet over 21 miles. That's how much curvature there would be. So 294 feet, it's like a 30-story building, like a skyscraper.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
So Julian, if the Earth's a globe, that curvature would have to be there. Do you agree?
no.
Really? So you deny gravity?
Unless I
Is-
misunderstood you, what you just described had nothing to do with gravity.
Okay, so does gravity pull everything towards the center of the globe?
Gravity is a force exerted by massive objects, by all objects with mass, that
Right. So if
direct them towards the center of
right, like
massive objects. Take the
right.
global Earth, right?
Yeah, that's what
So
we're
that
talking
will
about.
pull objects
Right.
towards the
Like
center, yeah.
like the water. So the water would be curving on the surface, right?
If it's expensive enough, yeah.
Yeah, so if we have, say, a 20-mile body of water, it's going to be curving at a specific rate due to gravity and due to the size of the globe.
That's kind of a misnomer, though, isn't it?
Oh, really? What's a misnomer about that?
I mean, down is a relative thing. So if you have like down for you is literally going to be in a different direction than down for me. There isn't like an objective up or down. We have to use a reference frame. Take the Earth. So from there, saying that water curves, that's more like a visual heuristic we use at the macro scale using the naked eye. But really, all of those water droplets are just being pulled towards the center of the Earth. Like you're not taking a cup of water and then like bending it or something
Yeah,
like that.
but
That's not really what's
every
happening.
bit of water would be okay. You know what mean sea level means? Do you know what water level means if you're on a globe?
Sea level, by my understanding, is like the moment the sea begins on the coastline, right?
Okay, so So,
Or am I?
what
I
do
could
you
be
think the
incorrect.
word level means? If you live on a globe, what do you think water level means? Right.
Talking about sea level or like a level or a measurement.
Sea level. Sea level.
I could be wrong about this because I've never actually heard the definition. I've always thought it's just the beginning of the coastline, like the beginning of the sea where the water begins.
Okay, so they say that it's level to this. Okay, so each point is equal distance to the center of the globe. That means that it would have to be curving at a very specific rate. So I just looked it up on AI, and you can look it up. I can give you citations from universities, but according to the mainstream, which is where who you're agreeing with, right, that the Earth's a globe, it has a radius of 3959 miles, and gravity exists, right? That would dictate that the water would have to be curving at a specific rate. Any 20-mile body of water anywhere on the Earth would have to have approximately 266 foot. It would have to. Otherwise, it would completely debunk the entire heliocentric model. It would debunk gravity.
Well, gravity exists whether or not the Earth is flat.
No. Gravity, right, according to you guys, if you're talking about mass attracting mass and the Earth being a globe, right, then everything would be getting pulled to the center of the globe. You know how when NASA shows us these pictures of the globe, all of the water on the outside of the globe it's all curving, it's all conforming to the shape of the Earth? You know how they say ships go over the horizon, and that's how we know the Earth's a globe?
That's one way you might argue that the Earth's a globe.
Right. So what do you think the ship's going behind? The curvature of the Earth?
That's what I assume, but I've never spoken to an expert about it, so you could probably find more detail from an expert.
Yeah, so this is what the experts say. Okay, so if you have 20 miles of water, it would have to be curving at 66 foot. This is what the experts.
It sounds like he doesn't believe in the globe.
No, I do.
Okay, well, I mean, maybe you don't know much about the globe and it's just a belief. It's not something that you know for a.
It's something I'm convinced of.
Yeah. Well, it's very easy to convince people. Right, but this is the thing. If the Earth's a globe, and right, so how about this? If it's true that you would have to have 266 foot of curvature over 20 miles, and then we went out and checked that, and it's never there. In fact, every single test comes back showing zero curvature. Would that be a problem for the globe?
Not really.
Really? Wow. So you're intellectually dishonest or retarded. One of the two.
Whoa. There are other
Well,
reasons I believe
that's the only two options. That's
Hold.
literally the only two options.
Whoa, I don't know where the attack came from, where the hostility came from.
No. That's just a fact, right? Because
Well,
when people are
that would be a
dishonest,
fact if you assume that
when people are
I don't have other
dishonest,
reasons to
I'm
believe
super
it.
nice to people until they bullshit me, until they start to lie and show that they're intellectually dishonest people, and then you kind of get what you.
Can you tell me where I lied?
Yeah. Okay, so I said if it's true that the water should be curving 266 feet over 20 miles, right? And then we went out and validated that there's zero curvature over those distances over and over again, then would that be a problem for the globe? And you said no.
I said not necessarily.
Okay,
And
why?
you're just asking my opinion. I'm not convinced that would be a big problem for the globe.
Okay, go ahead and explain how you could have 20 miles of flat water and have gravity at the same.
Well, my response to that was going to be whether or not you can measure curvature like in person like that. There are other reasons I'm convinced the Earth is a globe other than that, because I've seen photos of the Earth.
But there's no measurement of curvature.
I mean, I've seen it from space.
No.
Photos.
That's not the question I asked you. I said, okay, all right, let me rephrase the question. If we validated that there isn't 20 that curvature isn't there. If we validate it, it's not there. Okay, would that be a problem for the globe?
I mean, it might raise questions, but it wouldn't convince me that the Earth's not a globe.
Really?
Yeah.
But you would have to have that curvature if the Earth was a globe. It would have to be there.
If you're correct about your math.
Yeah, if I'm correct about my math, would that be a problem for the globe?
It would raise questions.
Okay.
But
yeah,
it wouldn't
would
convince me
debunk
there's
it.
not a globe.
It would debunk it. It would debunk gravity. It would debunk the radius value. It would debunk the globe.
We have plenty of other reasons for knowing gravity exists.
Just tell us what would falsify the globe.
What would falsify the globe?
Yes. What would have to be missing from reality for the globe to be falsified?
What would have to be missing from reality for the globe to be falsified? Let me think.
Curvature?
Wait, Crit. You tell us.
I'm crunching the numbers. Hold on.
Crunching the numbers in regards to what?
I'm thinking. What would falsify the globe Earth model? Here, I'll tell you what would falsify it for me, or convince me to at least genuinely question like the theory or the model. If you could convince me that like thousands of academics and scientists are all like complete nutcase like
personal incredulity
losers.
nonsense. Something
Whoa,
objective.
I didn't even get to finish, man.
Yeah, we've heard that a million times, right? You don't understand
Well, you
how humans
asked, so
operate, right?
sorry.
You're coming from incredulity.
You asked. I tried to answer.
Hey, Julian, what are you
I was
talking
talking
We
about
did.
something that's empirical, right? Something that
We
can
did,
be measured,
Julian.
tested objectively. Not
But we
your
have done that.
subjective notions about how humans should be and if they should be telling the truth about this or that, and if they're not, that's rubbish.
Exactly. You don't base falsifiability on the character of an individual. Listen, DJ already did that for you, Julian.
You're asking me what would convince me, and I was trying to tell you, but you weren't
DJ did
interested in
that.
hearing it.
But DJ did what you're asking for.
Well, I didn't get to finish for what I was asking for. So no, he couldn't have.
Is that part of the heliocentric
We got
model?
the gist of
like
it.
there's a part within the model that says this is valid because a lot of people believe it. Right? Is that what you're saying, Julian?
No.
What would have to actually be missing from the model?
What would have to be missing from the model?
What's in the model would have to be missing from reality, right? To falsify the model.
Gravity.
Does gravity make the Earth a ball?
Actually, yeah, it does.
Actually, no. Because we'd measure the curvature over distance, wouldn't we?
So when DJ showed you that there was no curvature, that falsified gravity, right?
No, it didn't.
Well, he doesn't
So
think
if gravity
showing
was
lack of
real,
curvature is an issue for the globe. This issue here.
Okay.
yeah, let's see if AI is more honest than this guy, right? So
I'll
I
put it
just
like
typed
this.
it into.
If,
Hold on. Wait a second. You can talk after me. Right. So hypothetically, if we measured over water and 100% validated there's zero curvature over a 20-mile distance, would that debunk the globe model and the claim that mass is? And AI was more honest than you. It said yes. If it were truly validated that there is zero curvature over a 21-mile distance, it would debunk the current globe model of Earth.
I mean, if you want to give your soul to the AI, I can't stop you.
No.
But
I'm
the
just
thing that would need to
showing
be
you. This is
missing. Oh, you said I could talk
normal.
after you. Come on,
Yeah.
man.
No.
Nah, let me finish and then you can talk, okay?
No, dude, shut your little trap for a second.
Oh man.
Yeah, and then you can talk, but don't start by saying that I've sold my soul to AI. This is a normie AI that thinks the Earth's a globe, right? It just regurgitates your globe bullshit.
It doesn't think
Right? So
anything.
it's
not a person.
it's. I just said what it is. I said it's regurgitating your globe bullshit. Okay, that's what it's done. That's what it's programmed to do, is to defend the globe and to regurgitate bullshit. But at least it's honest enough to say that if you were able to validate that there's no curvature over a 21-mile distance, then that would completely debunk the globe. It says, of course, because it's being intellectually honest here, unlike you. But the other option was maybe that you're just retarded. So it was intellectually dishonest or retarded. That's the only two things on the table here.
I have
Right, so
another
now
option.
it's your turn. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So in order to falsify the globe model for me, you need to demonstrate that gravity doesn't exist.
We just did.
No,
we just did. We just did.
Hold on. Are you going to do it again?
We just
Hey,
did
guys.
that. We literally just did that. If gravity exists, the water would have to be curving.
No, so you
266
can't hear
feet
my
over-
response if you
over
talk
20
over my
miles.
response. So
Jesus, dude. Go ahead.
Okay.
I won't interrupt you
All
this
right.
time.
Thank you. So if gravity weren't a thing, we wouldn't see any of the stuff we see through telescopes.
What?
Wow, that was tragic.
I think
That
he's
really
being
just come out of your
intellectually
mouth.
honest. I think he's being intellectually honest.
Yeah, he's not being dishonest. He's just a retard.
Julian, can you have a globe without curvature?
Then under the definition of a globe, it would require curvature.
Hey guys. What you are thinking about?
So was that a yes or no, Julian?
I said globes require curvature.
Okay, right. Finally, we got here.
Does gravity require the Earth has curvature?
Does gravity require the Earth has curvature?
Yeah.
The Earth has curvature as a consequence of gravity.
Okay. So we would measure that curvature over distance. If we don't measure that curvature over distance, let's just entertain the hypothetical. If we don't measure that curvature over distance, what would you say now about gravity? If the surface of the Earth isn't curved, then what?
If the surface of the Earth weren't curved, then we would be able to, we wouldn't need to account for it in plane flights, but we do.
No. I'm asking you quite clearly about your claim about gravity, specifically. Right? And it making the surface of the Earth curved. Remember, I asked you quite specifically. You repeated it back to me. Now I'm asking you, the consequence of gravity being that the surface would be curved. If it would be flat, what would that mean about gravity?
Can you repeat that question?
Hey guys. I'm from Brazil and I want to learn English.
Okay, Babio.
Bro,
Well, if you
he
put
just said,
yourself on
okay,
mute and listen to the combo. For now.
you claimed that gravity results in the curve of the Earth. So if it's flat, then he's just asking, then what does that mean?
Well, that's if the Earth's flat, but it's not.
All right, Julian, I'm going to appeal to you. You can entertain an idea from within inside the paradigm of the idea. You don't have to accept that the idea is true, but with inside the paradigm of the idea, the hypothetical, you can entertain it, can't you? Not scared of it. If the
you
premise
might
is
think I'm
within
trying to
inside the
dodge it.
hypothetical.
You might think I'm trying to dodge it. I promise I'm not.
It really sounds like you are, dude. That's why I'm pissy.
If we did the measurement and found no curvature, it would not immediately tell me that the Earth is flat because I have a million
not
other
asking
reasons
you
for
about
thinking it's flat.
dude. Now you are, because you're not answering the question, right? If you claim that gravity would cause the surface of the Earth to be curved, and the surface of the Earth was meant to be flat, what would be the consequence for the claim of gravity?
That our understanding of
Hypothetically
gravity is
speaking.
incorrect.
Thank you, dude. Finally. So you understand why we jump up and down there, right? People come in here and say gravity, 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 but the surface is flat. But gravity,
Well, I
gravity,
disagree with your
gravity.
premise. That's the
I
problem.
no,
you take.
I appreciate that you disagree with the premise, but with inside the hypothetical entertaining the idea, it would lead to the consequence of the idea of gravity forming curved surfaces to be null and void.
Well, hold on. Hypotheticals. I thought we didn't imagine things.
Dude, you're gonna piss me off. You can exercise
I'm pretty sure
your
you're the one that said that to
brain,
me.
right?
Weaselly
I
behavior,
went
man.
through this right at the beginning. An intelligent man can entertain ideas without having to accept them to be real.
I would agree.
Thanks. Try doing that then.
I did.
All right. So, what are your other
So-
reasons?
My other reasons?
Yeah.
For what?
The Earth being a globe.
Well,
It's
a
not
lot of
curvature
it
'cause
is hinged on
they
gravity.
falsified curvature. So since there's no curvature, it's got to be something else.
Well, gravity. Okay, so gravity means the water would have to be curving.
Gravity would also explain what we see in telescopes.
No, you've been told a story about what you can see in telescopes, okay,
And I
which you
believe those
also
stories.
can't validate. Okay, so if you can validate that there's no curvature on the surface, whatever's happening up in the sky would be happening above a flat surface. It's not going to make the water start to curve just because you make some assumptions about things that you see in the sky. Okay, so you've been taught a big story, and we were all taught the same one, by the way. We all grew up on this as well. And many of us have studied it for years because it's very important to learn all of the ins and outs of the globe model when you're talking about this topic. So most of us probably know more about that than most globe earthers, right? But it's just a story. It's just a mathematical concept that you're never going to be able to validate. So you're told that when you see something in the sky, it's in a space vacuum and it's this size and it's this far away. And it's raining diamonds when you see that planet up there, Uranus and Neptune. It rains diamonds on those planets. And you've been told that all of these stories about the things that you can see up in the sky, but you can't validate any of those things. You just have to be a believer because you can't empirically test these things.
So what are we seeing in the sky then, if not planets and stars and other stuff?
Yeah. Nobody knows for sure how it works because there's no way to test it empirically. We can come up with different concepts and different models and make different assumptions, and then we can create frameworks and models and then do a bunch of math, right, to make things work within that particular concept. But that doesn't
I have an
mean that
idea.
that's what's the idea?
I have an idea. You actually can test it empirically.
Really?
Yeah.
Go on then. Tell us.
Do I know how?
Something
Yeah.
in the sky.
We could go to, I know, the moon.
Let's go right now. Let's go.
Oh boy.
I would love to, dude. Do you have a spaceship?
No.
No, you got to provide it. You got to provide
No,
it.
I don't have
Right.
one. It's too expensive.
Oh darn!
I wish
so then
so.
you can't prove it. You can't prove it.
Are you trying to sound and act smart?
Guys, is the when you
There's nothing
when
smart
you
about this
want
conversation.
into United States and I can as friends to have conversation in English and learn more about the language?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Bobito, what shape is the Earth? Is it round or flat?
Oh, okay.
I'm going to teach you English right now. Let's go. Is the surface of the Earth round like a sphere, or is it flat?
Flat like a what?
Like a flat.
Like a
pancake.
Like
Like a
We're
pancake.
done with you for the
pancake-shaped
moment,
Earth.
Julian.
Okay.
Bobito wants to learn English, so I want to see how good his English is. What's up,
You do
Bobito?
think it's shaped like a
Is the
pancake,
Earth
right?
round or flat?
Why are we switching? I mean, the guy wants to learn English, but he still needs to be respectful. He interrupted the conversation.
I was just going to show him that like
Guys,
this is a more advanced conversation, and if you don't want to engage in the specific conversation,
I am a
God,
beginner
Julian's
into
gone.
English,
It
and
doesn't matter.
I
Yeah, look,
it's
I'm
too
just
fast
gonna
to
move it
understand
forward.
what
Hey,
you
all right,
saying.
cool. All right, look, dude, Babito, thanks for
Boy,
joining, but this is not a channel to learn English unless it's advanced English. So just scroll down the channel list, and you'll see beginner channels. Go click on one of the beginner channels, and you'll be able to learn English in those channels.
DJ,
Okay?
I know this
This
stand.
is advanced English. Come back. This is final boss English.
Oh, okay. Is the serve and advanced to English? Yes.
No, go to the basic ones. Go to the beginner English. It's
Is
down
anyone on
below.
a mobile? They can
Reductio.
use the
Our
send button. Send.
Gen Z representative.
Yeah, oh no, shit. Yeah, I can't get them.
He only understood Reductio when he used video game language.
Where are you from, bro?
Yeah, from this channel that's not a beginner channel, and we're talking with. Is he gone now? He used that to slip out.
Maybe we should change the title of the channel, at least intermediate English.
yeah, I am sorry. I was just trying to bring it to the point of ending it, just to show him that this is advanced. He wasn't listening.
Yeah, we lost. It's all good, sheepdog. Don't worry about it. We lost our Globey. He was kind of an annoying soy boy anyway.
He was.
Yeah.
What I thought was weird is he actually established his goalposts, and then you guys you met the goalposts, and then he, I guess, moved them. But I guess there was distractions, so he couldn't get held his feet to the fire on that. Maybe we could ping him back. I don't know. I don't know why he left.
Well, I think he realized that the only way he'd be able to prove the globe is to go to space. And he's 50, 60 years late for that.
He's off building his spaceship right now.
Yeah, so he's like, bummer.
He brought up pictures of Earth from space, and I hope he investigates those closely, and then that'll destroy his religion.
Hey, Reductio, what do you think about? Do you think any of the Apollo footage was faked?
I think we got into this before because there was that particle, the dust trajectory analysis that I think it shows that it would at minimum have to be in a vacuum, so the entire set that they're filming in would have literally had to be in a vacuum, even if it was on Earth, which is, you could say, okay, well then they did that. That's hard, but they did it. It's just a weird level of details to go to.
Which
if you were
bit are you
faking it,
talking about when the dust gets kicked up or something?
yeah, I think, yeah, when he's driving the thing around, and I know he looks weird in it. It looks like his arms are fixed to the thing, almost like it's an RC car dummy, and his arms aren't moving. But I mean, I don't know what maybe when you're in an astronaut suit, it's just harder to move. I don't think it's fake.
What number was that? Do you know what Apollo that was?
I've seen the shadow analysis and everything too. I think I think it's consistent with it being real.
Wouldn't you have to have a sample of whatever it is they're running around to have an accurate analysis?
Just like parallel array analysis or whatever.
No, you were talking about dust trajectory.
Oh, the dust trajectory?
Yeah. Isn't that what you started with?
Well, they just did it with the math. They plugged in the gravity of how far the particle would go, and then they plugged in the
oh, okay. This wasn't even
the vacuum,
real-world
so the air
replication.
friction.
So mathematically validating a mathematical construct.
Well, mathematically validating like what we saw, yeah. How else would he validate it?
But we don't know what we saw. That's the problem.
Just if you're saying the control is we literally have to go to the moon, then that seems like weird.
Well,
'Cause
yeah, pretty much. When you want to bring up analysis, you would need an accurate environment, like to compare to, which would be the moon, which nobody has, never will.
So it's an impossible bar.
No,
Well,
they did it.
it's
They
not
said they did
bar-
it.
It's not what I use to falsify the moon landings for me, right? They look back, they claim to see a globe Earth, right? We go out, we measure, we don't find surface curvature. We're not on a fucking globe. Whatever they were looking back at is not reality. That's how I falsify the moon landings, not pissing around with fucking dust trajectories.
Oh, that could be your bar.
Why would you not adopt that bar? Something you actually have access to yourself. Is it because if you adopt that bar, you'll get to a truth that's uncomfortable for you?
I could feel myself getting pulled into another like debate about refraction and flight trajectories and all that. Just like a particle of gas gets sucked into the vacuum of space, I'm getting sucked into a debate, aren't I?
No, I was
Vacuums
just
don't
calling out
suck.
this. It seems,
I'm making a joke.
You
I'm making
brought
a
up
joke.
bars, right?
I know.
And I
So
gave
was
you
I.
what my bar is. Anyway, someone else wants to speak to reduction.
But like, you guys would rather probably talk to someone like that than me. Like, I've already been here.
You'd at least agree, right? If what they imaged during their supposed moon missions didn't exist in reality, like we couldn't find that, then, you know, it's not real, it's false. I mean, however they achieved it is irrelevant. We just know it's false.
The fact that they got. Go ahead, DJ.
Oh, nothing. I was just gonna say, yeah, it was a good point that Obvious made. About what did they do? Some calculations, and if the moon was like this, how we tell you it is, then this footage works in that environment, and then the materials that they're using in their testing are probably not analogous, to whatever the material would be on the moon, like the dust or whatever. That would all be speculative. Probably could easily reverse engineer that to make the excuse work. I don't know. But look, what I was getting at,
even if they've done the moon missions in a studio, right? We don't know what the composition of the dust they were running around in actually is. Could be very, light particulates that hang in the air, just don't behave like kind of regular dirt, etc.
Yeah.
So, just seems kind of a pointless endeavor going that direction.
It's a good point. All I was talking about Reductio was just general footage and just common sense. Like, what do you think about this type of footage, for example? I mean, I think it looks pretty like so ridiculously fake.
Oh, we see this time and time again, right? Their standards for falsifying the globe are like ridiculous, and their standards for falsifying their stuff is not.
Lenolan did a presentation on all of that a few months back, and he showed how they had the technology back then to be able to do some movie magic to where they can create that environment that they mathematically, said this is how it's going to work. That they had the technology, whether it was slowing down or speeding up film in the post, production part of it. And then after they record it, they could just manipulate it. And it was a pretty good presentation. He admitted, being in that industry, that hands down, it could totally all have been like produced in movie magic, in studio. So that's not a good argument for any Moonlander believer to bring up, especially when we had the technology to make it all false and doesn't matter.
Exactly, but we can't even verify that they weren't utilizing methods that weren't commonly known to the public at that time.
Yeah, all good points.
Yeah, the way he broke it down is that it's interesting because you could ask people today, even people that like have looked into it and like done research, but like they would say, in their research, there was no type of CGI, technology or knowledge of back then, but there actually was. And it's crazy that even, these, let's just call them anti-flat earthers or even globers with an extremely high bias, like they themselves don't even know like the equipment and the what would you call them, like the way they did things. So I guess what would that be called? Like not maneuvers, their practices, like the way they did things. Like they don't, like, how did you not come across that in your research? Well, for whatever reason they didn't, but that's why like that presentation that Nolan did, like he pointed it out with documentation, with interviews, with the original people that made it. Like it was really good. Like it was a really good, slam dunk, I would say.
Yeah, awesome. I have to check out his series.
Yeah. He kind of went over it in his Abomination of Desolation video that got pulled from YouTube, but I think it's still up on Rumble. But he didn't go in depth like the way he does, like when he's in like a room like Discord. But if you go to Worldwide Debates server on YouTube, he has the presentation that Nolan did. It's like 4 or 5 hours long. Like check that out, DJ. Like you
I watched it.
So do you remember the part where he talked about that, where he showed like the?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's gold right there. When he yeah.
I'll find it and I'll put it in the side chat if anyone wants to check it out.
Yeah, I think he went on for like 4 or 5 hours. He went into depth on several matters, on things about the moon, on things being filmed, and then also refraction and him over the ice and all that stuff. Oh, and then his laser, his Station A to Station B laser shot that he got. It's like so many miles across, which they can't invoke like a temperature inversion that would make it drastically curve at that rate that they say it does because of the conditions. But yeah, he did a really good presentation. Yeah, that's it right there. How long is it? I don't even remember how long it was.
It's 6 hours or something.
Yeah, it was a long time. But that's 6 hours worth watching though, or listening to. Well, I don't know if he's the full 6 hours. He might be actually. No, I think there was a point where he dropped off and then they just kind of let the recording keep going. But that's a really good but it's not something you could just listen to, although you can. But seeing it like optically, like he has the videos and the photos and like he has the receipts. You know what I mean? It's good to see. Matter of fact, I don't know if you know who Cole is, but Cole's like a hardcore glober. I would say he's an anti-flat earther. But after Lenolan did a presentation in Earth Awakening's server where Cole was listening, like he even admitted, Cole was like, he's like, I'll tell you the truth. He's like, I've never heard a lot of this, like as being brought up as evidence or proof. He's like, he brought some stuff up that he definitely has me questioning things. And I think that's huge because Cole is probably one of the biggest like globers, or sorry, space, fans, if you will, out of all of them. So for him to get Cole to be like, wow, like he's got me second guessing things here because he never heard the arguments that Lenolan brought up. So
he's good. also one of the most closed-minded anti-flat earthers, and so yeah, if he opened his mind up, that's really saying something.
I know, right? Like you're right about that. Like he is space fan, like hardcore. Like you can't take away his rockets and planets away from it. It's like a baby with a rattle. You just cry about it if you take it away. But like I said, he had him like, wow, I never even like saw this. He was super, super interested in it. He really put an ear and leaned closer in. Now, I don't know if there was damage control or reset or, whatever happened. I don't know if he's back into the same position he was, a year ago. But definitely after that presentation, he was like, wow. It threw him for a loop.
Yeah, they might not know Cole or they came across him at all. But yeah, he was like he used to be one of the people for was it Fight to Flat Earth, one of his head mods, like one of his top guys. And then he broke away from that because he's like, this is not right. What's going on here?
Yeah. Yeah, Cole seems to be a lot more sensible than a lot of the anti-flat earthers. That's why I could get along with him because he's not a complete douchebag. You know what I mean?
He is a pleasant
I wouldn't know
guy.
anything about that.
Yeah, it's like you have to go around to the globalist servers to come across him.
Yeah. Or where there's a pack of them, he'll be in there. He's like a hyena.
What's kind of interesting too is that he's like really right wing, and a lot of the anti-flat earthers are kind of like liberal atheists.
Yeah, true.
So he'll get into a big argument sometimes with like mega type QAnon type stuff.
Yeah, he's definitely a right winger for sure. Yep. What I find interesting is like how is this like evidence or like presentation of which Lenolan went over, like how is it not more, I don't know, like out there? Like why are more people not, seeing it or hearing it or coming across, like I don't know. Just feel like it should be more spoken about.
Technocratic censorship.
Surely you know the answer to that, Epoch.
Yeah. Maybe I asked that like rhetorically. You know what I mean? We all know.
Do what it do.
I know one thing we can all agree on. I'm certain of it.
Oh, welcome back.
Yeah, it's a full-time job thing. I had to go for a bit. One thing we can all agree on, though, coffee is awesome. I think I may have said that yesterday, but I think it bears repeating.
Not really, no.
No? I guess we can't all agree
No.
on it.
No, just you saying it again. I mean, I like you, dude, but you're
obsession
going to
with
add some
coffee
value
with
to
the
the
new
conversation.
generations, man. Like, yeah, coffee and tea has always been in Western culture, well, all over the world, to be honest. But what is it with your obsession, the young generation, with coffee?
I don't think it's unique to us, but yeah, we have an obsession with coffee.
No, but like, you really treat coffee as some type of coming of age. It's just
Oh, it is.
fucking
It is an accomplishment. I love it.
yeah. Oh, I
Helped
guess
fuel the
you're such
Renaissance.
children in every other regard of your existence. You have to have something to feel like an adult.
I'm going to ignore that and
It's kind of savage,
just repeat my thing in the spirit it was given, which was of diplomacy.
Well, I mean, with the younger generation, all their adulthood is highly superficial if you think about it. Like the markers of it.
Did you ever watch Star Trek Voyager?
No.
Yeah.
Next generation.
I watched
Gotcha.
Voyager.
Okay, so you'll know that in Catherine Janeway, she loved her coffee. And that was way before my time. I'm pretty young, so it's not unique to. I don't think it's unique to my generation.
Anyone make it stop? Someone.
Hey, it's fine that you enjoy coffee, Julian. Right.
I'm so glad you agree.
You acknowledge it's a drug, though, right?
But yeah, but
Right.
I don't see it as like exceptionally harmful when compared to other stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Well, try quitting it.
Try quitting it? Oh, I have.
Oh,
Okay.
Julian, I had a flat Earth question for you.
Once more into the breach, dear friends. I light myself a fire to keep others warm. Go ahead.
Yeah, like, how do you explain that there was no curve over, what was the distance?
21 miles.
20 miles or so.
Holy Christ, that's a lot of... Oh my god. You realize there should be drop per every, like, mile, right?
I mean, if you think you're going to get me on like the measurements and stuff, I'll just admit I don't have the math and I haven't done it and I haven't researched that. But that's not why I believe the Earth is curved anyway.
And wait, why?
Why do I believe the Earth is curved?
No, like if you believe it's just an entailment of it being curved, that over 21 miles there would be curved.
Well, I haven't verified your math, so
No, it's
like,
your
what do you-
math.
It's not our math.
well, the math you
It's
provided,
a
of course.
fucking circle, dude. With a radius, a diameter, and circumference. Right? A rate of change of slope over the surface. If you don't have to go check, I mean, if you want to go and look into mathematics as a whole, yeah, go do that. But you can literally Google an Earth curve calculator online. It'll take you 5 seconds.
I'm sure
I
it would,
appreciate it.
but it also requires trigonometry to do. And I mean, wouldn't it be better for me to do the math myself so I can really understand what's going on?
Well, chop chop then.
Yeah, but just
I'm not
as
at
a
work
quick
right now, so
intuition prompt,
Get to it.
It doesn't
Like,
require trig.
you would be able to
Requires
predict.
third grade algebra. Third grade math.
You'd be able to predict exactly how much curve there should be, right? But you don't even need to get into the math. You can just know that 21 miles is really fucking far.
But the Earth's pretty big too. And you know what? Maybe there should be curvature over that distance. I haven't tested it, so
Maybe there should be.
maybe.
It's a curved surface. Of course,
My
there should
reasons for
be
believing the Earth is
curvature on
curved
the
don't really have to do with
surface.
that, though.
Dude, like if you told me that you were 6'5", And then I went and checked. I was like, he doesn't seem like he's 6'5", and then I went and measured you. Okay, and you're only 5'4". Is there any chance you're still 6'5"? If I triple checked my measurements, I did it again and again, right? Confirm. We measured.
It'd be pretty unlikely that I'm 6'5".
Pretty unlikely, right?
Yeah, pretty unlikely. Yeah.
Right. So it's a similar situation. Over that distance on a globe, there would have to be 293 foot of curvature. Okay, but there's zero. Pretty
Yeah,
unlikely
and you know what?
that
If it contributes to the discussion, when I'm done with work today, because I'm off tomorrow, I'll have a little bit of time. I can stay up a bit late tonight. I'll actually look into it, and actually like try and learn the math and do it, and then I'll have more to talk about in that respect. My reasons for believing the Earth is a globe now have nothing to do with that math, though.
Yeah, what do they have to do with? That's what you're asked.
A few things. So,
Give us the best one.
the best one, I haven't.
What really
listened.
convinced
I
you?
haven't
Like,
listened. I
what
can
the
name a few,
thing
but I
that
haven't
you
listened.
really are convinced by that's solid.
Oh, moon landing.
And don't say Star Trek, would you?
No way! Did you really just say that?
Yeah, I said moon landing.
That was intellectually honest.
Should have said the moon rock. Quick question, Julian. Hold up, Andy. I'll let you go then. But Julian, is it a safe assumption that you've done as little research into the 1969 moon landings and the following missions as you have the math of the globe dimensions?
I learned about the missions in school and saw the footage. That's the extent to which I know about the missions.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. About the extent of your research is just listening to your teacher regurgitate what they blindly believe too.
I think there's more to it than that, but that's definitely a part of it.
Well, I only asked you about, like, is it a safe assumption that your active research into that topic is about the same as your active research that you've admitted is zero into the mass of the globe?
I'd say I know more. I have more knowledge about the moon landing than I do about the math behind like the curvature of the Earth. Definitely.
Yeah, like picking up tidbits, like little bits of trivia here and there while browsing Reddit and shit doesn't count. Active research. Going in.
Well, I
with a
said that I learned
critical
about it in school, which is where you learn things.
You learn things outside of school too, brother.
That's true. That is true.
Now, did you learn where they put the telemetry data that tells us where the rockets went? Where did they do with that?
Give me just a sec. I'll be right back, and I will answer your question when I come back. Okay?
Okay.
Give me a sec.
Poor ChatGPT, man. It's going to take a beating right now. DJ, check out that video. That was a clip from McToon calling me a liar.
Is McTool still doing his thing?
Oh, of course. He could have stopped. The grift must go on.
Yeah, he can't stop.
What a joke.
Good afternoon, Chris.
What up?
Come on, bro.
So you're telling us McToon had to lie to say that you were lying in you?
Yeah, he had to lie to say I'm lying. And he also said I offered that as a proof of flat Earth. Obviously, I did not do that. He said the globe predicts the stars perfectly. That's how that conversation started. Which is like perfectly as a trigger word for me.
I was just about to say exactly that. I know how you feel
Dude, when
about
they
that word.
say that, dude, that drives me up the wall when they go, the heliocentric model predicts things perfectly. Dude, nobody thinks that except for crazy. It's like the level of cults just like went up exponentially when they say things like that. Because I think they actually believe that.
Even if heliocentrism was real, that's not a reasonable statement.
Yeah, I know. You can't even measure perfectly. How would you know if it's perfect or not? Perfectly. But it's the rhetoric they use, like, oh, you flat earthers. We have a perfect model of the sun and the planets, and you guys don't have anything. Were you in here last night with the freaking epicycle dude?
No.
No, I brought up, he was like, oh, it works. And I'm like, I brought it, epicycles work. He's like, yeah, but they can't predict things. I'm like, dude, they can predict things for thousands of years in both directions. He's like, show me that in the real world. Every planetarium in existence. I mean, I think some now use digital stuff, but before they had digital, they used, it's basically a gearing system, what they use to, they can represent each planet as a round gear. And when they spin relative to, like the Antikytherian mechanism, right? You can represent each planet as a gear and show where it will be in the sky, and it's accurate for like thousands of years backwards and forwards. He basically called me a liar and said that's not true. And then I showed him, and then he freaking disappeared.
So he's still crying in a corner somewhere.
Yeah, pretty much. And then,
It
ironically,
makes sense.
his
You can
evidence
replicate
was
the sky like that, since it, it's like a grandiose timepiece.
Yeah, I mean, they don't understand. Like some of these guys, they're just so caught up in the dogma. And it's like not even like the dogma. It's like another layer of dogma on top of the dogma. I think like the propaganda is like multi-layered of different ways people believe in it. You got some people that are just like hook, line, and sinker, right?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
I had a dude
It's
say,
built
if I
on
was on the
hyperbole,
equator, I had a dude say to me, if I was on the equator
Yes,
and I
man.
kept Polaris on the horizon and kept walking, I would circle around the Earth. Like,
No matter by word.
oh yeah, cool, Julian. I was asking for the telemetry data that tells us where the rocket went. Do you have that?
Where the telemetry data went, that's a detail I don't have. I would imagine like the computers over at
Nobody
Mission
has it.
Control, I don't know.
Julian, nobody has it.
Well, if
Nobody
you
has
find
it?
it, Julian, let
Nobody
NASA
has
know.
it. So the actual proof of where the rockets went, the telemetry data, nobody has it. They claim they
Well,
lost
there's
it.
more proof than just telemetry data.
No, the actual proof of where the rocket went.
Well, we also have
Photographs aren't
video
proof.
footage of
They
where it went.
could have took the photographs anywhere.
We could have no. There's more proof than just telemetry data of the moon landing. More evidence.
Okay, then tell us some good ones.
It was videotaped.
Videotaped.
Yeah.
In an era of film.
Pretty early on in terms of sophistication, yeah.
Okay.
Can I
Wasn't
ask him something?
videotaped. There was film. Okay. And that video they sent back, it wasn't taped. So what they did is they transmitted back to a place called Honeysuckle Creek, which is in Australia. Okay. And then they filmed a phosphorus screen and then sent that underwater through cables to NASA. And then the TV stations filmed the screen that NASA projected the image they got from Honeysuckle Creek on. So this is the official story, but that story is bullshit. Because if you look at the specs of the camera, it was only capable of displaying 5 frames per second scan line. So that means every 5 seconds you see odd lines, and every 5 seconds you see even line to create a full image. But you don't know
I
anything
question
about
that
this
detail.
technology because you're young. You don't know what scan line interleave is. Scan lines is only half the screen is drawn at any particular point in time. They draw odd lines and even lines. Now,
I
if they were
gotcha.
showing 5 frames a second everybody would look like they were running around, because when they played it back at regular frame rate on TV, it should have looked like everybody was bolting around at high speed.
Yeah, I hear you. I question one of those details, though.
Okay, then you're questioning NASA. That's what they say. This isn't from
one of
me.
the details you're describing.
What? Which one?
I feel like, okay, if you're gonna lie about the moon landing, right? Imagine I'm I'm an evil NASA guy, right? I'm gonna lie about the moon landing.
Sociological argument. I don't give a shit what you think people would do. All you're gonna do is tell
So
me
I think
about
somebody
your
said earlier we need to engage with a hypothetical, right?
but this is a sociological argument. Do you understand? You're going to
Sure.
make an argument about what people would or wouldn't do, which is completely subjective.
We can determine what people would or wouldn't do in a lot of situations.
Really? There's fucking literally entire industries dedicated to trying to figure out what people would or wouldn't do. Psychology, psychiatry, prison, social workers. Fucking, that's just that. There's advertising agencies. All that. Are you crazy, dude?
Yeah,
predicting human behavior. Like, you're better off trying to predict the weather.
I mean, psychologists have done a lot of work. Advertisers are pretty good at advertising.
Fucking shit in 200 years.
Advertisers do a pretty good job of advertising. I don't know.
Sold you a fucking dream, didn't they?
Yeah, they fucking exactly. They knew what you would do.
You can't think of one reason why the government, the U.S. federal government, executive branch, would lie to you. You can't think of one reason.
He's one of the Belchertown kids they fed radioactive oatmeal to.
I'd like to know if they've ever told us. I'd like to know if they've ever told us the truth.
Yeah, that's my
That's a
take.
better question.
And can you think of one reason why government would tell you the truth?
He left.
I'd leave too. If all you got is an argument about basically a human soap opera is why we went to the moon, that you've lost.
Yeah, he did that earlier when I was speaking to him, and I just shut him down about it as well. What was it? I asked him what would have to be missing from reality to falsify the heliocentric model or the globe model. And then he said, it would have to be something along the lines of thousands of academics were lying. And
he's been in here since last night too. I saw him when I went to bed. He's been in here a while. It took him all that time to formulate, I believe, in the moon landing as his counter to flat Earth. I wish he would have stayed, because I would have told him to go watch the Bart Sabrell debate with that Apollo astro. Definitely not.
That kid's bricked, completely bricked. That's the problem.
Really?
Oh yeah. I went over that 21-mile observation. But first I went over the reasoning with him. I said, look, if gravity is real and the Earth's a globe, then over this distance you would have to have a certain amount of curvature approximately. And he agreed to that. And I said, okay, so look, let's do a hypothetical. After I showed him the observation, he didn't see any curvature, but I said, let's do a hypothetical. I said, if we could 100% validate that there's no curvature over 21 miles, would that be a problem for the globe? And he said, no, it wouldn't. So,
what?
Yeah. And so then I went straight to Google AI. I said, look, even the normie AI that argues for the globe will be honest here. And it said, yeah, that would completely debunk the entire heliocentric model. Kids.
That's when you start asking him, like, how about 100 miles? How about 1,000 miles? How about 10,000?
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like find where their limit is. And what you'll find out, especially people like him, that they don't have a limit. There's no realm of possibility where you could falsify the globe in his mind.
Yeah, and he's, because of the moon landings that he learnt about at school.
That he didn't even see on TV, right? Because he's
about
so
it.
young, right? What does he know about the moon landing?
If I heard it right earlier, he was talking about the lunar rover. And I'm like, well, what moon mission was that? He's like, yeah, that was on the moon mission. I think he's thinking there was just one. That was it.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
That was Reductio that you were talking.
Oh, okay.
The level of his understanding is like Jim Carrey in Dumb and Dumber. He saw a newspaper article. We've been to the moon. Oh my god.
What are they thinking next?
Bro. What up?
It's a matter of national pride. You think people defend it for that because they did just like ate up, patriots that don't want to admit that their government's a bunch of diabolical liars.
Exactly. What are you, a commie?
Believe in the moon landing, you're a red.
Well, that's the whole mission statement in NASA, after all.
Yeah, they must believe Cass Patel that like Epstein trafficked to no one.
Hey, Indio, what do you call a bunch of people confused about their gender protesting?
Up the street.
Pat, hold on. There's a punchline. Pat riots.
Oh man.
You got? Oh yeah. You gotta know to know.
My goodness. Fuck. I'm disconnected after that.
Trace might not know. Trace might not know. Trace.
I missed that. I didn't even hear it.
Inside
Oh,
joke.
the joke was. I'll tell it for Drace's benefit only. The joke, Drace, is what do you call a bunch of people confused about their gender protesting? And the punchline is Pat riots, like patriots. And Pat is a character on Saturday Night Live who's super androgynous, and nobody who's their friend knows whether they're a boy or girl, and they act all weird around him. Various social situations.
They don't know what to call him.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And Pat always somehow gets the conversation into that so that they actually have to like choose.
Yeah, during the 90s there was like a movie that was about this concept. Before I saw that movie, I had no idea this even existed. But it's a very American concept.
Well, I mean, I remember when I was growing up, there'd be people that like you just can't tell if they're a male or a female because of the way they dressed and acted. It's very bizarre, and they weren't trans. I mean, Saturday Night Live also did a skit called the Jim Carrey was the guy, the effeminate heterosexual. Everybody, including his wife, thought he was gay, but he was just effeminate.
Yeah, it certainly became more prevalent, and we ended up having those types of personalities. But Iceland was like 10 years behind in development of the rest of the world back in the day. We used to get everything a bit late, including the media. Like once the shows were stopped rerunning in America, then they got sold to other countries.
Oh, Trace. Where can you actually see the horizon exactly at eye level?
Where can I see the horizon exactly at eye level?
Yeah.
You would have to be like
Iceland.
You'd have to be very close to the surface. But that's funny.
I was gonna say, so Drace, you were like Dumb and Dumber, kind of. You guys found out we landed on the moon in like 1979 or something.
No, the astronauts actually came to Iceland, and we helped NASA get to the moon. Don't you know? It's part of our Icelandic pride.
What part did you guys do?
I don't fucking know. Like they basically came here and practiced in our alien inhospitable environment for going to the moon, supposedly. I only saw pictures of them using our fishing rivers. Yeah, the way I see it, it was like a promo to get the Icelandic people along with the space bullshit.
Right, but was that for a moon mission or for the moon mission?
I think it was Buzz Aldrin and them who came here. I don't know which one it was.
I thought Iceland was green and Greenland was ice.
Depends on the season. Sometimes. During the summer, it's very green.
That's what I always heard growing up.
Yeah, that's what some hot chick said in some show, and then it caught on.
Right.
Yep. Well, it's based. We all get taught this in school, like when we were children, that like Eric the Red got kicked out, and he went to Greenland, and Iceland got called Iceland because some farmer came here and his sheep froze, and therefore he was not happy with the country and called it Iceland. Meanwhile, Eric the Red, because he got kicked out, wanted to like lure people from Iceland to Greenland, and so that's why he named it that.
Well, see, it's very important, Trace, that you parse out. Someone says the moon mission, like you notice. What does he mean by that? Is there only one? Because the difference between the mission and a mission is a big difference, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the first time they went versus all the other supposed missions, or that the time they landed on the moon, supposedly. But I don't know which one. Like I forget. It's been like years since I looked at that and read up on that. I just saw mainly pictures of them fishing. I didn't see any of the things they did or claimed to have done here.
All right, that's also relevant to the previous question, which was, he doesn't want to allow anything to falsify the globe, right? But that's actually wrong. It's not that he doesn't want anything to falsify the globe. He doesn't want anything to falsify a globe. What I mean by that is, if you could demonstrate to somebody that the globe that they're on, according to their own claims, couldn't possibly be a certain radius, then it's not the globe that they claimed, right? So it must be something else. So so at that stage, it wouldn't be the globe anymore; it would be a globe, right?
Yeah, many of them can't accept that.
Right. The problem is when you go to a globe of various gargantuan sizes to make up for all the observations, a lot of the reasons that you thought it was the globe in the first place no longer matter. Like the arrangement of the celestials. Because if you have a bigger globe, the arrangement of the celestials now is no good reason for you to think the Earth is a globe anymore. If it's a bigger globe, things getting cut off from the bottom no longer makes sense. And the list goes on and on and on. It's like, okay, if you think it's a globe and not the globe, then what good reasons are left that makes you think it's a globe?
None. Other than wishful thinking. You want it to be a globe because that's what you were raised in, that's what you were comfortable with.
So let's just say you increase the globe by a factor of 2. And then it becomes a globe. How many of the arguments that they put forward would work on that? None, right? None that I could think of, but I could be wrong. Maybe there is one.
I don't think there is any. The whole world would just turn into basically this flat spot on the giant ball.
It even messes
I think
with their cosmology.
it shines a light on something deeper. AI. They're not terrified of the idea of being lied to this depth from every institution in the world, essentially. They're terrified of the implications of a specifically created environment.
I would say some of them are, sure, but many of them are also specific theists or Christians or Muslims, et cetera, et cetera. So, like in their general worldview, they do believe in creation generally. So you could still have the same fact where they believe in creation generally, but a flat Earth makes it so specific that it can no longer be general. So you can't just like skirt around it anymore. It's kind of like when your dad is home versus when your dad's away. What kind of behaviors you can get away with? You still have a dad in both cases.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Don't think it applies for the hardcore anti-flat earther types. They're all devout atheists.
I think it comes down to it's more just they don't have a replacement. I think it's more. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Maybe there's a lag or something. I was gonna say I think it just comes down to because there isn't a replacement for them to jump onto. If there was, then they would gladly do it. But because they're in this like herd think type mentality, like they stay where they're comfortable at because they see what happens when you get out of jump outside the box. They see what happens and they don't want to be that person. I think for the most part, I think a lot of them are like that, but there could be other reasons.
I think there's only two states a human is ever in. You're either fighting against God or you're cooperating with God. And everything is filtered through whichever state you've chosen for yourself.
Like you hear it like in a lot of short discussions with some, whether they're young or old. They always say, well show me a map or show me how it makes sense with math, because we have this over here, this model, and we're told it works. But I think that's one of the biggest misnomers, I guess is the word I'm looking for, because that's not true. Because even within their own model, there's so many corrections that they make. They just don't know that happens. So it's like almost like they're just ignorant. But because they believe it works out perfectly, that then they say, well, then this makes perfect sense. But that's why then they shut off to you explaining how it doesn't make perfect sense, because to them now you're dealing with like a core belief. And with anything, when someone has a core belief, it's really hard to break through that barrier that makes it a core belief. So it's just kind of interesting.
Well, this India was touching on this earlier. He was talking about the dogma, the types of things they say, make statements like the globe perfectly predicts whatever, And when they talk about maps, they talk about it the same way. Everything's perfectly mapped, you know exactly where everything is in relation to everything else.
All right.
But most of these people haven't used a map in their life, They probably couldn't use a paper map. They're just used to being directed by their mapping apps,
Yeah.
They're not scrutinizing anything that's going on.
Well, yeah, most of the times they would use a map would be to use roadways. So they'd be using a road map, which essentially is just get on this road, eventually turn left or right or go straight.
Exactly.
So you could write it on a piece of paper with text and have no pictures whatsoever. You could still make it to your destination.
Right. Make a left here, a right there, and there you're there. Has nothing to do with the shape
That's
of
what
anything
I used to do, man.
Exactly.
I used to write it in a big black marker very neatly on my 3x5 card, and I'd have the name of the town I was headed towards, and then what way I need to go, left or right, and what exit number. And I would just watch like a hawk for those numbers, and boom, I made it where I need to go.
Right. Yeah, I remember the days when I'd break open the Rand McNally, and and be like, hey, okay, turn turn to C45, and then you turn there. Okay, now go to D72, and like you're just traveling through a city from city to city to city, and you're like, okay, keep going straight. Has nothing to do with the shape of anything.
Listen. How can you turn right at exit 33 if the Earth's not a globe?
That's their logic, for sure. Yeah, there has to be a globe because I have maps. Because the map tells me. It's crazy when you think about it. And mind you, when you the other night, someone was like, "Just use Google Maps. Just use Google Maps." And if you think about it, well, they're giving you drive time. So like I don't think they know that it takes like 3 hours to get to the top of a mountain sometimes because you have to go like way around and then around and around, and like to go just like, let's say, a mile, right, of distance to go 1 mile, but you're traveling vertically and you have to go a long route around this big huge hill to get up there. So it's going to take several hours to go just distance wise, like on their God's view map that they're looking down on, be like, hey, that's only like 2 miles or a mile and a half or 3 miles even at the most. But it's taking all that time to go 3 miles. So like I don't think they're even like throwing that into the formula or realizing from their argument like it has to be a globe because we know that well, wait, that's totally different. That has nothing to do with the shape. That's just drive time according to the path that you're going to take when you make a left and when you make a right, and then the left and the right, and then the left and the right. Like it's just two different things, but they try to correlate them as if that's what makes a ball. None of that. Nothing I just said makes a ball at all. Nothing I said. But they would say that it has to be a ball because it's really weird.
Apoc, I've been telling Globers that they can hire me on Fiverr to do their debates for them. I said I'll come and defend the globe anytime.
You put your Glober hat on.
Notice I didn't say I'll come and defend the globe, but I can defend a globe all day long. That's easy.
Yeah, just throw the globe hat on. It'd be good. Yeah, the arguments are always they're always going to remain, I guess, because it's just a belief. Like I mean, if you believe that a cow is your god, no one's going to change that. That's just what you believe. It is what it is. People could point out this, that, and the other. Doesn't matter. It's a core belief at this point. It's a religion. For sure, heliocentrism is one of the largest religions in the world, I think, because you have Muslims believing it, Christians believing it, Buddhists believing it. You have all the other religions believing in this one religion. So, for sure.
Yeah, it's the commonly shared religion of the world. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But there is a suggestion in nature based on certain observations, the design of our eye and how we see in this pseudosphere of our perspective, that it suggests that you are in this sort of a kind of like in a bubble round. People can kind of like come to the conclusion of the roundness, right? But that's nothing is stopping them to actually verify it with measurement that will kind of suggest that you're not on just image that your eyes is giving you, right? You're not on that imaginary image that you might construct of observations without verifying. So there's a lot of people that have only come to the information that Earth is a sphere, but haven't considered the other side of the equation, and that's why they're logging. They're kind of like behind on come to the logical conclusion that what they believe cannot be or is not. So I mean, you guys saying it's a religion, so yeah, like a religion.
I think one of the like strongest points that that can be made is on video when they captured the buoy miles away, and then a boat miles even further, and it's ramping up. Like the surface is ramping up, and I think something like that, when they're telling you that it's dropping away from you, but the thing in the foreground is higher than the thing, you know, closer to you, like that, just like, I think anybody that would think about that logically would say that doesn't make sense, like, at all.
Yeah, but the opposite condition is true sometimes.
On a curved surface, no, that's not.
I don't care whether it's on a curved surface or not. I'm just saying, in reality, you can go out and see things in the foreground or the background be reversed in what you would expect the height of them to be in your field of view.
Well, but that makes sense because the Earth isn't dropping away from you, but there are things that do happen on a planar surface. But that's what I'm saying. Like, how can they equate what they're visually seeing to being a drop away from you going down? Like, that would be
No, it's very easy, dude. They rely on the way the light is brought to your eye to be traveling on a variable path, of which it's always variable to the point where it maintains a globe in their geometry. So you just draw everything in a perfect globe geometry, and then you just draw squiggly lines on the piece of paper, and you say, "Oh, look, that's the way the light went." Obviously,
refraction. Well, it's interesting because you know, when globers, especially like McToon and those jackasses, when they try to say, you know, they falsely claim, you know, for their audience, of course, that flat earthers don't believe in refraction. They don't know what refraction is. But if you think about it, for their paradigm to exist, it needs to be like perfect condition refraction going on, which is, that's just not even reality. Our reality is way too dynamic for it to be the perfect conditions that observation needs to be.
but
by seeing.
that's true.
Yeah,
that's true that they always require the exact amount. So how much refraction is necessary? The exact amount.
exactly.
Right. But I think you're mistaken. I think you're mistaken to say that they don't live in reality, because every time they come in here, they're like, re.
Well, it comes down to what they say that it has to be, like, you know, this perfect condition, because they're dealing with math. And like, you know, you can't argue, well, sometimes 2 + 2 is 5. Although some of them will say that, which is really weird at that point.
Well, you could also make the argument that some of them are dealing with math, not just math. So that's why they probably, you know.
Yeah, it's meth, not math.
In a delusional state. But anyways, go ahead.
Wait, Park, I was just thinking of what AI just said. Is what you can try and get them to do is given upper or lower bound, right? Like how far, like in the worst imaginable physical in your refraction idea, what would be the farthest away the horizon could appear to be? And they only like they'll and just nail them down just to show them that they're fucking just crazy people.
Yeah.
Right? Because they'll just stay, you could see your own ass hypothetically. They'll just start saying dumb shit. And that's
what
really
said.
But yeah, so you just like just demonstrate that they're just like they're not actually reasonable people. Because, you know, I know where you hang out. I know on the servers you hang out. They're not reasonable people.
At
and
all.
Sometimes you got to show the reasonable people how unreasonable they actually are. When you go,
Oh, yeah, for sure.
well, what if the horizon was, because I did this with Brenda. I was like, Brenda, what is the upper limit? Like, how far could you hypothetically see? Like, if I could see, if the horizon was 1,000 miles away, would that falsify the globe? I said, no, I asked her, could that be explained away by refraction? She was like, yes. 1,000 miles. Like, think about that for a second. The horizon could be 1,000 miles away, and that can be explained away by refraction.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where they will go to that. Matter of fact, I tell them, like, I'm so glad you said that. Like when they jump on that, oh, you can see the back of your head if the refraction was right. Like they said that multiple, not just one, not just two, multiple people, including Brenda. Oh, you can see the back of your head if the refraction, you know, is strong enough there that day. Go ahead, Aaron.
Check this out. That's kind of a tell of how unlearned they are in the topic, because anybody worth their salt would know that the atmosphere is opaque at about 300 to 350 miles. So you're not seeing a horizon 1,000 miles away, just due to the atmospheric ground level alone.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, if Brenda looked through a telescope all the way around the world, her globe, she'd see kick me on her back.
Now well, they could argue if you get high enough, your diagonal changes, and then the atmosphere coefficient changes, which would be true. So maybe at a high altitude, you can see your horizon 1,000 miles away. Sure.
But
even at a lot hold on real quick, at a lot of high altitudes, seeing 1,000 mile away horizon would still debunk it. Remember that guy who said, hey, I saw Hawaii from a rocket that launched in the Midwest? And you're like, oh, welcome to flat Earth. It's like, do you not understand that, bro? You can't see Hawaii. It's like thousands upon thousands of miles away, dude.
Right. But that's like obviously their get out of jail free card. When they're backed up in a corner, they just use the magical refraction, and they ascribe a math to it that doesn't exist in reality, but it does exist on paper. And that's what's, you know, that's what a lot of the listeners, so when they hear somebody say that and they respect this person and they think this person is really smart and he's the educated one and all the flat earthers are the idiots. So when he says that it can mathematically be calculated, then it must be true. But when a flat earther says, well, yeah, you can equate that, but that's not reality because those values are never used in reality, but he's just a stupid flat earther, so he doesn't know what he's talking about. And that's what it comes down to.
Well, check this out, brother. Check this out. The idea when talking to somebody of saying the distance to the horizon, okay, that in itself is programmed language. So I'll give you a mental experiment. It's going to reveal the truth of this matter. So imagine you're looking out over the ocean. There's not a cloud in the sky, so the sky is blue. And the ocean is still, so there's no waves. There's nothing on the ocean at all, just water. You see a horizon line. So you see blue, then you see a line, and then you see dark blue for the water. How could you possibly know how far away that horizon is?
You can't.
That's right, you can't. So when you say things like how far away the horizon is, what you're really actually seeing when you say this is how far the horizon is, for example, the black swan, the famous black swan, it's beyond the oil rigs. That's all you can say. You can't say how far it is because there's no information to tell you how far it is. Because when you have no demarcation information, a horizon is essentially in your field of view a quaternion line, which means it's an infinite distance. So what you're really saying is, I can see this many things before the horizon. I can see something 10 miles away before the horizon,
right,
et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like you never see the distance to the horizon. That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, matter of fact, speaking about the black swan and the horizon behind the oil rig, I was talking to one guy and telling him, like, you do realize we just say 10 miles just like to make the math easy, because technically there can be another 20 miles behind that. Like, we just don't know, because technically when you get a checkerboard and you look at it at an angle, like, there's a lot of those squares get squished the lower you get, and that could represent a great amount of the board depending how low you get to the ground.
Right. So when you reach the color transition from the color field of the water to the color field of the sky, there's a transition line, and you have no idea how many miles are represented in that small portion of line, because
exactly.
it's to you, it's just a bracket of angles. It's just how much land or water is within that angle. You don't know.
Exactly. And it can be so like
Real
when
quick,
we go,
hold on, brother. Let me finish with this, and I'll pass it to you. So remember, I told you earlier in the mental experiment, you have the light color blue of the sky, and you start tracking your eyes down till you reach the dark color of the water. And then you might say, well, that's when the water begins. Not necessarily true, because the water could be reflective at that range and be reflecting the sky. So what you think is the end of the water actually continues on, and it just looks like sky because it's reflecting the color. Go ahead.
Exactly. No, exactly. That's that. And now I was actually going to say that too, because you're right that that's where we will call it a horizon. But we have so many observations of with the Fata Morgana and stuff like that, where it looks like it's flying. No, that's because the sky is reflecting. But it's weird because a lot of anti-flat earth cheerleaders, like, it's weird that a lot of them don't know that simple fact of our reality, because then that's why they go, well, yeah, see that dark line? That is the geometric horizon. But they themselves don't know, like, no, that's not even the horizon, buddy. Like, the horizon's way beyond that. That's just the optical effect, like, it's the illusion that we see. So I'm glad you point that out, because that's definitely, a lot of people miss that cue a lot. They forget about that or something. Like the Fata Morgana, they get destroyed in that.
You know how Globers can't perspective, basically? They have no idea how perspective works.
Yeah.
In the side chat, right? This is the third time I've asked him. I've posted this same image. He keeps giving me these long answers. I said, look, it's a yes or no question. Does the land and the water appear to be ramping up in this obvious picture where it's obviously ramping up to eye level due to perspective? And yeah, after the third time, he said, no, I do not see that as ramping up.
Wow.
So there we go.
That's crazy. I mean, that level of stupidity is outstanding.
It's pretty funny, isn't it? I'm glad I got that screenshot.
And me and Jesse, we go back, and he's a nice guy.
He is.
I think, but he's a lot easier to talk to than some of the other anti-flat earthers. But it's interesting because that whole ramping up, I think that's what I was saying earlier. I think that's a really strong argument, because in their paradigm, it's dropping away from you. Kind of like that old meme where it shows the weather balloon, the two of them, one goes up over a planar, one goes over a curved, and you literally see the change as you, with elevation, you see the change of the land. And it's drastic when it's curved away, which makes sense because it's dropping away from you. And then obviously over a planar Earth, it just slowly just lowers, at a distance, it's just like not lowers, but actually ramps up because it's going up to your eye level. Not exactly, but it's because you're still obviously higher than the ground. But it's just interesting how they just don't get it. Like they missed the point, I guess. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Too many of them are just lost at this point. The fact that he can't answer that if it's ramping up is I mean, that's a good enough sign right there for me.
Yeah, it's a sign for me to definitely not waste any time engaging.
Yeah, because that's just a bias-filled, indoctrinated mind that's going to do anything they can to defend their position, even if it means to lose any type of credibility you have in all you've done when you can't simply answer something that is just extremely that's the most like fundamental question you could ask him. Like it's simple. Like that's optics 101 right there. Like, is that ramping up? Oh no, I think it's a mathematical level. Like what? It's a yes or no question, dude. It's either ramping up or it's not. But I mean, you can tell he had to answer that way, because the second that he gives you that little inch, then you can take a mile, because you found a chink in his armor that he's defending his position with. And once you can get him to admit that fact, then you could introduce everything else which will wreck his position, which is clearly why he did not, he could not give you a yes answer at all.
Yeah, that's a common theme with people that hold absurd beliefs. Interacting with them never gets past the very first basic yes/no questions,
Yeah, and then, interestingly enough, as he said, I see it as level, all capital, then he can just easily, in the same breath, tell you level means curved. Prove me wrong. So, okay, yeah, now we're back to Narnia, where you don't understand what level means. In reality, I'm not saying what it says in a textbook in a system that's telling you lies, but in reality, we know what level is. And curved lines away from your position doesn't mean level. That's not what level means. But it goes to show you why he had to answer that way. He's protecting himself in a defense against your follow-up by saying it that way. It's just disingenuous.
Yeah, people like Jesse are not in this to change their mind or have their mind changed. They're here to just be time sinks.
Or learn
Don't
anything.
Don't let matter fucking black holes for your time.
The only thing that they've learned, Indio, is how to argue against what's being presented to defend their globe. And it's not even a good thing either.
I think they've learned their argumentation is to obscure the truth. I don't even think it's to defend the globe. It's just to make sure that you don't let people know what the truth actually is, and they're just there to muddy the water. That's it.
Yeah, that's a way
throwing
better.
your bodies in the gears.
Yeah, that's a way better way.
The anti-flat earthers, at least, like, you know what I mean. Not the normies, but just like the people, that people like Jesse. You know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I've shown him multiple times things that you just logically, like a child understands it, but he is just full on like anti flat earth. It's a globe, 100%. And his rebuts to those things are the math explains it.
That's the dumbest thing ever. Math doesn't explain anything.
That's what he says.
No one even claims that.
He does. He says the math. That's why
Okay, and just show me just the math
that.
and don't tell me what the variables mean in any words. Just show me the numbers in the freaking variables. Don't say anything.
Yeah,
and let's see what I understand. How does it explain it? It doesn't, dude. It's just dumb to even say something like that.
Yeah, and you know it's been lately. It's been coming down to a lot of them saying it like this, which makes me think somewhere in their bat channels, they must have like all agreed that this is the position we're going to take, because they are all taking this position, and if you notice, like even on other platforms, they're all now pushing. Yeah. Show me a map. Show me a map. Show me the math on your map if it equates the way our math equates. Like that's what they've been pushing hard for the past couple of months. I've noticed that over on on TikTok live streams, in different servers on Discord, on YouTube, like their little videos they do on their live streams on YouTube. Like that's it's like they're pushing out this propaganda for them to all then go out and parrot. That's why they constantly are doing this nowadays.
One of the things they do, and they've been doing this for a long time, obviously, is flat Earth don't explain X. Like you don't like, and my counter is, yeah, you have an explanation, but you don't like the map thing, right? Like the math, the explanation and the math don't actually go together. See, they have an explanation, but the math doesn't match the explanation. Only in their head does it. But if you look at the actual mathematics and actually go, okay, what do these variables mean in the math, right? Not reifying them outside of the math and giving my own meaning to them. What do they mean within the mathematics themselves? Oh, I'm a point. Like this is the projection of a point away from the point onto the surface of a celestial sphere. That's what the math says, but that's not how they are interpreting it. They're saying, no, I'm on the celestial sphere, and I'm going to invert everything, and I'm going to say what's inverted is what's real.
Right.
It's crazy. But with the map thing, they've been doing that for a long time on X. I mean, I just had somebody do it today. You have no map and no model.
Yeah, that's what they've been saying a lot lately. I'm just saying a lot more.
Neither do you. Like that's my neither do you.
Earlier when you were deaf in Indio, I had made mention of kind of what you just said right now. Because when they're saying that the math makes sense, but I feel like are you sure you looked into this correctly? Because even in their own paradigm, the math doesn't make perfect sense, because there are all these different variables that they are constantly having to correct and make up for. So then when they say that just goes to show like how much they don't know their own paradigm, because of all the like, whether you're talking about GPS with their constant corrections, if you're talking about surveying, if you're talking about their constant corrections, like
so
all
funny. You just made me think of something, dude. Fucking so epicycles were the geocentric Ptolemaic model, right? And the way they work, right? You have a circular orbit, but on that circular orbit, there's a planet circling that circular orbit. So the planet itself is like circling this other circle. But and you can make it work, but you have to keep like if you have some problem, you have to add another circle to it. And the complaint about that was like, well, this is like we keep having to do these corrections to make it match reality, and we don't want to do these corrections. We'd rather have some actual, physical theory where we don't have to make corrections. And then they made Kepler came out with his stuff, and they thought at the time that Kepler's was based upon data, but he actually just made it up. Yeah, in case nobody knows, you can just Google it. Kepler faked his data, and it comes up. So the people at his time thought Kepler, because there weren't a lot of people that had the astronomical observations. The person with the astronomical observations, Tycho Brahe, who had the most, he was dead. And Kepler just claimed that his model matched the observations, but they didn't. He just said they did, and he made a computation of what should be observed, and then just said that that's what he observed. But that's not exactly what that's not what happened. He never actually compared his model to the observations. The point of all this is that the thing that they were trying to get away from in the globe Keplerian model, they're doing anyway. Right? They keep having to add band-aids and band-aids and band-aids. And now the band-aids are everywhere. There's so many band-aids. It's I mean, me and Drace talked about it, and Wolfgang talked about this. I got a podcast of us that the globe is just a ball of fucking duct tape, dude. That's all it is at this point. There's nothing even inside the duct tape anymore.
Right. And you know what? When you think about it, like, okay, let's give them enough rope to hang themselves, because we're gonna say, all right, let's go with the math. Now, when you're dealing with math, there's no need for you don't have to correct when you add 2 + 2 = 4. If you're getting 5, then you're just doing it wrong. Like there you don't correct it to be 4. It just is 4. So like when you're dealing with math, there's no room for, oh, I need to correct it. No, it is. That's what's beautiful about math. When you're like, oh, what's the measurement? That's a 12-footer. Okay. Like you don't need a.
Of course, but then they'll run away from that and they're like, well, it works. Well, our model works. It's like a succession of fucking copes that they go through, one after the other. Oh, the globe model predicts everything perfectly. Oh no, what's this correction? What's this correction? What's this correction? If the math, if your model was true, then why doesn't it match this? Well, it works. Fucking works to do what? But the thing I was bringing up about Jesse, right, and what DJ just posted about ramping up, is in them not learning anything. So Jesse's been in this topic for how long now? How long do you think? 5 years?
Oh yeah, at least more than that, probably.
Yeah. This has been sitting in our Optics in Perspective channel for at least since 2019. This graphic that I pulled out, it's like they haven't learned anything about how optics work, about how seeing works, about how image formation works. Now, this illustrates perfectly why railroad tracks, even though they're parallel, appear to converge, because each of those points, right, you have to think of this plane as it's analogous to your iris or something, and each of these points get projected onto it, and it'll form this image. It'll form this converging lines. They don't understand that, just like you're ramping up, right, DJ? The ramping up, that's the same thing, but it's happening vertically, right? It's converging lines, converging towards the center from the top and the bottom. This is just converging from left and right. How can they still not understand this 5 years later? And he says, oh, I don't see it as ramping up. I just see it as leveled. That doesn't even make sense, dude. Nobody sees level.
Yeah, I think he might understand it, but I think it conflicts with his theodolite mathematics that he kind of uses to try to reverse engineer refraction. What he does, he'll set his theodolite up and he'll point it. He'll have it horizontal, and then he'll see a boat out in the distance, and the boat is right. He'll point the theodolite crosshair at the water line where the boat and the water meets, and he'll say, oh, that's 0.048 degrees higher. That means that refraction is lifting up the boat 28 feet, and therefore refraction could explain the observations that the flat earthers are giving us on a globe. But I think there's things that he's not taking into account due to perspective compression ramping and all of that sort of thing. I'm not 100% sure. I haven't looked into it deeply enough, but
because
I
the
think
angle
he's
thing doesn't hold. Like I'll show you a diagram. Hold on. Because that that idea, like the measurements of angles into sizes, only works for like if you're at the center of an isosceles triangle, right? If it's say I'll just show you a graphic. It's the equal size, equal distance thing.
Sorry, I got a call.
Equal angles, rather.
Oh, sorry about that. I got a call. Sorry, so I cut off. But
Yeah,
no
yeah.
worries. I was done. And I'm sure you understood what I was saying.
Yeah. Just to catch you up, we're talking about how Jesse, like, after all this time, hasn't learned anything about with his stupid ramping up shit. Like, dude, like, what have you been doing for freaking 5 years, dude?
Buying theodolites?
Yeah, buying theodolites off of eBay.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what? Also, too, one time I told him, I said, dude, when's the last time you had them calibrated? He's like, oh, I just self-calibrate. I'm like, oh my God, bro.
Oh my goodness, no.
I'm like, dude, that doesn't I'm okay. I mean, technically you can do that, but you will have error. If you don't know what you're at, I'm like, whatever, dude. You do you, bro.
Doing. So DJ in the side chat. So you look at the graphic, right? So
yep.
Say that the theodolite is at the bottom of the triangle, right? It's at the bottom right left point. Okay. So obviously above that point, even though all that spacing is equal, these are not equal angles. I'm talking about the very top one. And the bottom one is all equal angles, but these are not equal distances, right? So to measure the boat, right? So at the boat, you're going to measure at some height. But you're assuming that the angles and the distances, right? The height distance, the height lengths are the same. But they're not. The angles and the lengths are actually different. Now, for 28 feet far away, that's approximately the same. But for, mountains that are 2,000 feet and are slanted, right? So not only is it not actually a vertical thing, it's actually a slanted surface where the bottom of the mountain is fucking 20 miles closer than the fucking top of the mountain. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's just like surveying instruments are invented for a very particular thing. They are not a catch-all for every possible purpose, right?
Yeah, I think I get what you mean.
Well, I mean, look at the spacing, right? Look at the spacing on this. Is from a book called Trigonometric Delights, which is I think it's University of California University Press or something. So the top triangle, the vertical line, right? All those spacings are the same length. They're all the same length. But those angles that lead to them are not the same angles. The angles get smaller as you go higher, right?
Yeah.
Because the angle's getting more and more acute. At the bottom, they put equal angles. You can see from the vertical line that the tick marks are not equal distances apart. So if you go, okay, it's 1 degree, but you're measuring it at a point that's like 1,000 feet over your head, 1 degree that's dead ahead of you, does it say it equals 10 feet? 1,000 feet higher than your head, it's not 10 feet anymore.
Right.
That visual angle sub 10, say frickin' 20 feet.
So this is the observation that he keeps showing, the one that I posted just below your diagrams here. So he's angled the theodolite up 0.043 degrees. And he's saying that validates that the ship is 28 feet higher than it should be due to refraction. That's his claim. And it's 7 miles away. That ship's 7 miles away, and his theodolite's 4 foot high.
Okay.
and he's saying that well, this is a crazy black swan that I was talking about the other day. That
yeah, you're saying it's
yeah, but he's saying that
far away.
that because of the looming that's happening, that means that if the Earth were a globe, then this could explain how our observations are possible. But he's saying that he can basically calculate how much refraction there is based on the angle that the theodolite measurement gives, because he's tilted it up a little bit and calculated that the bottom of the boat is 28 feet higher than it should be. Therefore, there's refraction causing 28 feet of lift, apparently.
So the water appears 28 feet higher.
Yep.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Now imagine that point on the water was a 28-foot wall. Think about that. Would that look like the top of a 28-foot wall 7 miles away? I don't think so.
Right. And then the land that we can see in the background, we don't see any horizon, and that land in the background's 30 kilometers away.
I'm gonna check his math real quick. I don't trust these guys. Sorry. So 0.0433. Okay. And 7 miles, is that what you said? Exactly 7 or?
That's what he said.
That seems convenient. Nice round number. I'm only getting like okay, hold on. Yeah, 27.95 feet. That's what that angle would be at 7 miles. Hey, what the hell, dude? T-Dub, what the fuck? Apparently I was in the AFK VC with a bunch of with a transsexual. It's fucking gross. I need a shot.
In case you caught something.
Oh God, my reputation's ruined.
Oh, that's funny.
I was AFK. Sure you were. That's what I say all the time.
Right? We all use that excuse, right?
Yeah, I got major space aids now. Gross.
Hilarious.
I just hard. DJ, I'm gonna be honest with you. It's hard for me to take freaking Jesse seriously about anything he does, dude. I just don't. How do I know he didn't zero it at that? You know what I mean? I don't trust that dude.
Dude, I don't trust that he even makes this shit level.
That's what that's what I mean. How do I know he didn't freaking zero it at that? This is actually level, because you can calibrate it at this. Say this,
yeah,
this angle could actually be a level angle.
Yep. Yeah, you can have your machine, representing it, and just for him just to be a troll. Even if he was out there and like, oh shit, it isn't, but because I want to just prove my point, and
I don't think that's 7 miles away. Now that I think about it. You know the lighthouse? DJ, the lighthouse video?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's not even 7 miles away, and I got a P1000 and I'm zoomed all the way out. This is a fucking theodolite, dude.
All right, I have some screenshots.
I don't think that they're that powerful lenses to do 7
Well,
mile
he
observation.
does have the name and the date and the ship name, so you can actually probably research like at that time and date where was that ship at. You might be able to do that.
Does he have the? Did he have like the marine traffic thing, like the coordinate?
This is what he had.
What is that? Who drew that line? Him? This is like Google Earth.
You know, I did notice a contradiction because he's saying that this is 7 miles, but he has a different observation that he was presenting today that showed basically this same distance in this same line being only 4.43 miles. I'm going to find that now.
I mean, just looking at it using like my experience of reality. I'm fucking just use the goddamn AI. Get to bring the theodolite. Just don't understand how he would have the path on Google Earth. That's definitely Google Earth. And like, why doesn't he have like the ship's actual coordinate? Wooden rack, 1.25 miles. Can you see the wooden rack? Let me see if I can see the wooden rack in that shit. Okay, it's a Nikon DTM 322.
So this screenshot from a different video, I mean, it doesn't look like, I guess it is a little bit shorter, but it's saying that this ship is 4.73 miles. But it looks like a much bigger ship, and it looks like it's further away. I'm going to post a screenshot.
Yeah, that. Well, shouldn't we be able to just like Oh, there we go.
Hold on.
No.
So, man.
So.
How's it going?
Yeah, it's doing good. It's doing good. Why is the first? Why is the Earth flat, bro?
I mean, why? God made it that way.
God.
That's why.
God made it that way.
Yeah, that's why.
Like, I'm not trying to be rude, right? But like, how can God, right, the Almighty, make something flat and the other thing like spherical? Like not a perfect sphere, but like a,
But when you say
kind
other
of
things, why do you think Earth is one of
like
those
the
things?
moon, like the sun,
Yeah,
like
why do you?
Jupiter.
Okay, I'm asking you.
Sorry?
Okay, yeah, I understand what you mean. We hear this all the time. You're asking me if the planet's around, why isn't the Earth round, right?
Exactly.
Okay, why would it be?
Why would it be? Because
Yeah, what don't you
hold on.
think the Earth is a little unique?
No,
Why would you think
I
it's
mean,
like those things?
hold on, trust me. Look, I
Trust
mean,
you. Jesus Christ, I just
please,
met
please.
you, man.
No, sorry. Excuse me. Seriously though, but like, when you think that it's unique, it's
Yeah.
not really unique. I mean, hold
How do
on.
you know that?
Listen, hear me out.
Okay.
When let's just say, Jupiter is a round gas giant, right? Why not?
I
Is
don't know about
Earth
that.
also?
I don't know about it
He's
being
all
a
over.
round gas giant.
He's all
I'll
over the
say,
place.
hey, it looks round, but gas giant, that's a whole freaking that's bullshit.
That's what it's classified as, is a gas giant.
So
Yeah,
what?
exactly. It's a gas giant.
That's fantastic story, dude.
It's story.
It's a story.
What do you mean by story?
It's a
Scientifically,
story, meaning it's a claim without evidence.
no, it's
Exactly.
not.
It doesn't make
It's
it
literally
true.
Okay,
What
what's
makes
the
it
evidence?
true?
One at a
What makes
time,
it
one at a
true?
made
time.
of, its atmosphere is made out of gas. That's what
How
it
do
is.
you
That's just what
know
it's
that?
classified as.
How
How
do
do
you
I
know
know
that
that?
claim is true,
Because
Gruber?
Because I mean,
they look.
scientists told you for thousands of years after seeing in a telescope or making like how to say it, a device that they spent millions upon,
But
so they can
Yeah, but you can't
research
see
about
gas, dude. You can't look at something with a telescope and determine it's gas.
please listen to me, right?
That's true,
The
man.
core,
You never
the
like looked
core,
at freaking steam and said there's a mountain.
the core. Hold on, the core of the gas giant is
Almost.
obviously.
How do you, bro?
Huh?
I'm not
Sorry.
getting into whether it's a gas giant. Let's go back to the Earth, okay?
Oh,
You
sorry,
can't. You
sorry.
have no evidence it's a gas giant. You don't know what their evidence is. You don't know anything about that. You know the story. I heard the same story they told me in school. There's a bunch of gas giants. There's some planets. There's an asteroid belt. There's 3 planets. There's 9 planets orbiting the sun. Yada yada yada. There's no fucking evidence for that shit. So I'm trying to tell you. That's what we're here to tell you is that there's no evidence for that. It's just a religious story.
Okay, don't. Okay. Let
Okay,
me.
if I ask you, what's the evidence? All that stuff I just said. The evidence, not the claim, the actual evidence, the physical evidence that they took out of the natural world, which led them to say that these things are facts of of nature.
I mean, evidence, you can see it everywhere.
I can see.
I mean, hold on.
That's true. He ain't wrong.
Yeah,
But
there are like
That's for evidence.
scientists who spent like
Crazy.
tens of years trying to figure out if it's a giant ball of gas or is it just a big
That's a
planet.
logical fallacy. It doesn't matter who said it, how many people said it, where they said it. Those are statements about those people.
Okay,
Okay,
what about
that's
the
not
devices?
evidence that
What
what
about the
they said
devices
is
that?
true.
What about the devices that they spent millions upon? Well, is
Oh my
it like
God, more
little,
sociological nonsense. That
a
doesn't
little
mean
toy?
their claims are true.
So they like spent millions upon nothing. Like oh, here's $5 million. Just say the gas giant is a gas giant.
No, they
Cost
get paid to
fallacy.
stare at. They get paid to stare at the shit, and then they have to make up a story about it.
If you're paid to
Look,
see
what if
that
they said it
shit,
was made out of metal? You'd be in here
No.
arguing that it's made out of metal. They could say it's made out of fucking cotton balls. You'd be in here arguing it's made out of cotton balls. All you're doing is repeating something you heard. We heard the same thing.
Hold on. You say that.
What's the evidence?
What's the evidence?
You don't know what
Go
the
look
evidence
up
is. Just
every
fucking just
scientific
admit
data.
it.
Okay,
Just
then.
admit.
Hold on. Okay. Where are your scientists that told you the Earth is flat? It's
No,
like a quote.
nowhere. I don't need
Exactly. It's a
scientists.
quote.
I
It's a
don't need
quote.
MJ. Let me finish. I don't need scientists to tell me. I tested it myself.
Oh, you tested it yourself. Like how do I
Yeah,
say it?
you can too.
Do you have an IQ over like 150, 140? If you have that that high, then I can 100%.
Oh my God, you're delusional.
The answer is yes, I do, but that doesn't determine whether the Earth is flat. I could have an IQ of 50. The Earth would still be flat.
That could still be flat.
My intelligence level does not determine what the shape of the Earth is. You just have so many logical fallacies. It isn't funny.
Please listen to me. Someone with mental, hold on, it's not a slur, okay? But like someone with mental retardism, right? He's gonna believe everyone.
Like Einstein.
Einstein. He made the theory of relativity. Like E equals
Yeah, he also wore women's sandals and
Hold on, this is good.
married
This
his
is good.
cousin.
I like when they bring this up. Why does the theory of general relativity? Why did he make? Yeah, why do you make up that theory, MJ?
Why is he making that theory? Because how do I say it? I don't want to be sarcastic, but like he was trying to figure out how black holes are made, how the
No,
Earth
there's no
is
such thing
made.
as black holes then, dude. They didn't even know about any of that shit. 1918, dude.
1918. Oh, really?
I'll tell you why. Because they did an experiment, tried to prove that the Earth was moving, and they measured that the Earth is not moving.
Okay, let me tell you this.
So they made up the theory of general relativity that said it's impossible to measure the motion of the Earth.
Okay. Why don't you test out something, okay? Why don't you test out something?
Why don't you repeat back to me what I just said?
Okay, I'm gonna give you.
I want to make sure you're not ignoring me.
Sorry, continue.
Yeah, what did I just say to you?
Sorry, I don't hear that.
Okay, I'm going to repeat myself, and you better be able to tell me exactly what I said.
Exactly.
They did an experiment, Michelson and Morley. They made an east-west, north-south, what's called an interferometer. They tried to measure the motion of the Earth. It came back a null result. They couldn't measure the Earth to be in motion. Einstein came along and came up with the theory of relativity, which says that the speed of light is constant in all reference frames, so no matter what you do, you're never going to measure the motion of the Earth. Because there is no absolute reference frame which anything moves in. Things only move relative to other things. So you can't measure the motion of the Earth. This is why they invented the theory, because they couldn't measure it.
Okay, I'm just gonna give you a little experiment, right?
Should I ask you what I just said again? What did I just say? What did they fail to do?
I can't really remember if you just said one time. I know what you meant.
Okay, I said it twice. Now I'm going to say it for the third time. They tried to measure the motion, the orbit of the Earth, the motion, the spin in the orbit. They tried to measure it. It came back 0. Do you understand that? It showed the Earth is not moving. Do you understand that?
Okay, they tried to measure the span of motion. It came back as null or 0, right?
Yes, 0, exactly. Ding, you got it.
Okay, but let me hear it. Let me listen, right?
Congratulations.
Okay, I can't really let you believe me, right? Because it's hard to let someone who's
I don't have beliefs. You do, dude.
Who's indoctrinated to believe me.
Everyone
okay,
has beliefs.
so I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna give you a little experiment. If I'm wrong, I swear to God. I swear to the Almighty God. I'm gonna become flat earther, right? I'm just gonna tell you. I'm just
You're
gonna
already
give
a
you a
flat
little
earther. You just won't accept it.
That's funny.
So all of the years.
No, it's not funny, Goober boy.
No, I just find it funny that you're overriding your opinion so badly, but
I don't have an
so
opinion.
much. Yes, it is opinion.
Who's mentioned
Everything
actual
is
empirical evidence here, me or you? You told me a story. I gave you an experiment.
Okay, I'm gonna give you another experiment. I'm not gonna give you. Hold on, go, please. Let me talk. I'm just gonna give him a little experiment. Why don't you get like how do I say it? A little cardboard, like a big ass cardboard. You cut a hole in the middle, and you go like how do you say it? 50 miles or 15 whatever in the same direction. You carve out another hole in the middle, and then you shine a light on
Won't work.
the. What
How
do you mean
big's
it
the
won't
hole?
work?
How big's the hole?
Big as shit. No, like a big as big
Well, there's
as
something called diffraction. So when light passes through a narrow aperture, it spreads out. So how do we deal with that? How do we align the holes in the first place?
get a stronger light.
How are we gonna? The stronger light just makes it worse. It doesn't make it better.
No, no more concentrated laser that focuses on one point, right? It's gonna be so hard to not get focused.
Yeah, it's called beam divergence, dude. Look, at
Divergence
50
is gonna
miles, you would
obviously
need you at 50 miles. Let's do your hypothetical. How strong of a laser do we need at 50 miles?
15, not 50 miles. God,
15. We've done 36. What are you talking about? We got 36-mile laser shots.
then why don't we get the 36 miles? Okay.
We got 41-kilometer laser shots too.
Indio, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I can give you the answer for the how big was the hole for the experiment. It was
talking about
roughly
Jeranism?
4 inches in diameter. That's how big the hole was.
Jeranism? You're talking about Jeranism? He didn't use a laser. He used a flashlight.
Flashlight.
You knew that, right, Goober Boy? Because you saw it on the Netflix documentary that he used the laser.
Yeah, I know what he's talking about, but I'm just saying that you were
I
asking
know what he's
how
talking
big
about
was
too.
the
I'm
hole.
playing around, Goober Boy.
Yeah, I know. I'm just you were asking him how big was the hole, and he didn't have the answer. I can tell you the answer. It's 4 inches in diameter.
I'm talking about for his 15-mile experiment. Jeranism didn't do 15 miles. He was nowhere near that. He didn't even do it on water. He did it on land. Everything you think you know about that is wrong.
Okay, why don't you do the experiment? Why don't you
It's not a 4-inch hole. It was an 8-inch hole.
Okay, why don't you do the experiment, right? If it's
because
wrong,
it's impossible to line the boards up. It's impossible to line. You asked me a question. I'm going to answer it. It's impossible to line the boards up, and you can't overcome diffraction.
Okay, if you
now
can't
think about this. Now think about this in your own life. Say you had 2 pieces of paper, and you punched a hole took a pin, a needle, and stuck it through each piece of paper. And then you took the pieces of paper and you lined the hole. You tried to line the holes up, and then you took a flashlight on the other sides of the piece of paper and tried to see the light directly through those holes. Would you be able to do that? No, you wouldn't. It's a dumb experiment.
Hold on.
It's a dumb experiment. It would never work. It can't work, and it has nothing to do with the curve of the Earth. It has to do with the physics of light. It can't work.
Oh my God! Now you're just giving an excuse to the physics of light. What do you mean physics of light?
Diffraction. Do you know what that is? I just explained it to you.
I know. If the laser gets farther,
no, when it hits the edge of the hole, the light spreads out again.
I'm not talking about light. I'm talking about laser.
Lasers are. You can't be for real, are you?
Are you talking about the laser gyroscope thing? Some flat earther did across the ocean.
Nobody did that either, dude. Stop.
Oh my
God.
God!
I actually did. It was...
Hey, hold on.
No, they didn't, dude.
Yeah, they did.
Listen, a laser. Listen, Goober Boy, you're gonna embarrass yourself.
I'm not embarrassing myself, and I also don't care about what anyone thinks about me.
Well,
I'm just
yeah, sure.
telling you
Okay,
exactly.
so 15 degrees per hour would only be measured at one of the poles, Goober Boy. He said in the video that it was measured 15 degrees per hour. Well, he was wrong because he didn't do the experiment and he never owned a ring laser gyro. Yeah, Bob Nodell, the person that said that. Yeah, I've actually talked to him, unlike you. Okay. He never actually did any experiment with a ring laser gyro. It was other people.
You talked to him, right?
Yeah, before he passed away. Yes, many times.
Okay, can you give me proof?
That I talked to him?
Yeah, look.
He used to be a mod in our other Discord. Proof.
At least one alibi, at least.
Dude, you're about to get kicked out of here.
Oh, come on! You can't even show me one alibi.
I'm just saying.
I don't need an alibi. I know Bob. God, I'll get you the video.
I could be his alibi.
I'll get you the audio of Bob talking, dude. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, Drace is getting it now.
Oh, Jace, awesome, Jace. Yeah,
in the side chat.
Bro, you guys are like 8 years too late on this.
Indio, listen to me.
Look in the chat. No, shut up. Look in the side chat. What's that say?
Today's AI.
Claim Bob Cruz rotation, but Bob is in the room. He was in our BC. He used to be a mod in our server, dude.
before he passed away. A mod, dude, in our server. Not this one, the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. He was a mod. I know Bob pretty good. Not great, but good enough. He's an acquaintance.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, I actually believe you, but like,
Doesn't matter if you believe me or not. I don't care if you believe me. Look,
oh,
and you
I'm
ran
trying to
away
say that
from your.
why
Listen,
can you
all you're doing is gish galloping and running away from the fact that we
okay,
observe the Earth as flat and
let me make a
motionless.
point. Okay, let me make a point. Right? You said that you made you made an experiment and you proved the Earth is flat, right?
Yeah, there's many. They're not
Okay.
experiments; they're measurements.
Okay, at least measurement experiments, anything, right?
They're
So I'm
not the
gonna tell
same
you.
thing.
I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna tell you this, right? You proved the Earth is flat, right?
Yes.
How?
Many
Why
people.
cannot? Hold on, chill out. Why can't you prove the Earth is round? But how do I say this? If you can prove this is right, why can't you prove this the Earth is a
You.
globe is false by just making an experiment about the
We
about
have.
how
We have proved the
have
globe false. That's what we're
like
telling
have
you.
you made
What was that again? Say that again.
have you specifically made the measurement or experiment?
You shine a laser over a known distance, and then you measure the height of the laser above the surface of the Earth. If the Earth
Yeah,
is
have
a
you made?
globe, the laser should get further away with distance because the Earth is supposed to curve away from the laser. But the thing is, the
Exactly.
laser doesn't get further away; it stays the same distance above the surface of the Earth.
So you're
Right?
telling me?
So if I shine a laser 41 kilometers, at the other
Mhm.
end of the 41 kilometers, it should be 127 meters in the air. So you go to the other end and then you measure how high the laser is. Guess how high the laser was when this was done?
Oh, hi.
1.5 meters.
So you're right.
Not
Right.
127 meters, 1.5. It started at 2 meters or 1.92 meters, right? Till 10 feet, basically. 1.92 meters at one end, 1.5 meters at the other end. Okay? It should be 192 on one end and 127 on the other end. This is two orders of magnitude difference. 44-story building versus, a midget.
Okay, so one question, bro. See, I know you want to prove the Earth is flat, and you already proved
Already
it.
been
Like,
done, dude. I have nothing to prove, dude.
Hold on. I'm just saying that. Have you ever talked to a person with a PhD in proving the Earth is a globe?
Yes, in this
Already.
very fucking goddamn chat, dude.
Chill out, doctor. Chill out.
No, you
No
asked
nonsense.
me. I've also talked to satellite engineers, PhDs in physics, mathematical physics,
Satellite engineers.
astrophysics, astronomy, geology, pilots, surveyors, like you name it. We've already done it. And it's recorded.
What did they say? What did they say?
He said, I can't prove that I don't have hands. Because he couldn't prove the Earth was a globe, so he went to, I'm a brain in a jar.
Well,
yeah, that's a PhD in mathematical physics that teaches at university. That's where he went because he couldn't prove the Earth was a globe. He said, well, I can't prove anything. I can't even prove that I'm here talking to you. I can't prove that I even have hands.
Yeah, when I talk to a professor of math, he's just telling me, I can't prove the globe at all. I just believe it.
That's the most honest answer, to be honest.
At this point, I don't know what to say, dog. I tried to prove the Earth is a globe because let's just say a drop of water, because of surface tension, it becomes like a little half a sphere, yeah.
Oh my god.
You're spiraling, bro.
No, I mean I'm not
You
spiraling.
really think meniscus accounts for like oceans? Is that why oceans curve because of meniscus?
So do people surf on the meniscus?
I'm not talking about a meniscus. I'm talking about like the surface tension.
That's a meniscus.
One droplet can make like the water spherical.
That's a meniscus.
Oh, okay. What about the gravity? Do you believe in gravity?
Well, it depends on what you mean by it.
Okay, what do you think gravity is?
It's what do I think? I think when I drop something, it falls. That's what I think gravity is.
Okay, so if a gravity can make, how do I say it, every other planet spherical, why cannot
You
make?
don't
Why
know
can
that.
it?
You don't know that's what made planets spherical. You don't know that,
You know
dude.
what?
No one's ever
What do you mean?
observed that.
What do you mean? I don't
No
know
one's
that.
ever done that in a lab. There's no reason to think that.
At least you
Science,
know that.
MJ, science is based upon empirical observations and experiments about nature. It's not based
Okay,
upon
so
ideas in our head. No matter what idea we
yeah,
have in our head, if we want to call it scientific, we have to go out in nature and test it. So, if you want to say that planets were formed by gravity, you would need an observation or some experiment which would demonstrate that's true. You don't get to just say it.
I'm not saying gravity made everything. I'm just saying that
No, I didn't say made everything. I said planets.
planets are like, how do I
Who
say it?
observed the planet forming?
Hold on, every other لحظة. Hold on, every other planet is spherical, right? But
Other than what?
How is the Earth
When you say
specifically?
other than what?
What do you mean other than what?
You said every other planet. Other than what?
Other than the Earth.
The Earth isn't a planet. That's the thing you're trying to prove.
I'm saying that
So if you
in your way,
assume the thing you're trying to prove is true, that's circular reasoning, affirming the
hold on, chill out.
consequent.
I'm saying like, okay, how is the sun circular, right? And the moon is circular, right?
Because they're
How
not
is
the
the
Earth.
oh,
Remember,
why is
MJ, all you did was loop back to the beginning. Really
why
simply, the Earth, say it with me, the Earth is unique. It's not like anything else. It's not like the moon. It's not like the sun. It's not like the planets. It's not like stars. It's unique.
do you know what the chance of life to every other planet?
Yeah, but
or
zero.
What do you mean zero?
There is no other planets. Earth isn't a planet, brother. What aren't you understanding? Planet is a category. Earth is not in that category. You have no evidence Earth belongs in that category. Why would Earth belong in the category planet from what you observed? No reason. There's no water on the other planets, no life on the other planets, there's no people on the other planets, there's no Nikes on the other planet.
It also doesn't fit the criteria according to either classical or modern definition, because in those both definitions, those things move.
Everything else moves, right?
When they measured it, it didn't move.
When they measured it didn't move. Like it doesn't move in
Remember, I talked about
all
that, the Michelson-Morley experiment, when they tried to measure the motion of the Earth, it came out that it wasn't moving. There's other experiments too. There's called Airy's failure, which he tried to measure the motion of the Earth and it wasn't moving. There was also, it's called the Rebka Pound experiment. Tried to measure the motion of the Earth and they came out that it wasn't moving.
Just one last question, I mean, I think I lost, right? I definitely lost.
This isn't a contest.
Hold on, I'm just saying. I'm trying to tell you the truth, and I'm saying like, how do I say it? Sorry. If the Earth is flat, right? What about the edges?
What edge? Who told you
You're
there was
talking
an
about the
edge?
Earth. The Earth is flat, right? There's
Yeah.
gonna be obviously not the edge, sorry, but yeah, edges, because you're obviously gonna fall, right?
Fall to where? For what reason?
For what reason? Because it's flat.
You're gonna fall to space because of what? Gravity?
You
How does
told
that
me
make
that.
sense?
So you're telling me that if I go to the
I'm telling you that you're imagining the Earth existing within a modern cosmology. Okay, that's what you're imagining. You're imagining Earth as some pizza planet orbiting the sun. It's nothing like that, dude.
Can you at least give me an explanation, or how is it a flat? Give me the explanation of its flatness.
Okay. Most of the surface of the Earth is water, correct?
Okay.
Right? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That water's flat and level. It's not curvy,
Okay.
which means it can't be a ball. It's pretty simple.
Okay. What about the edges?
What edge?
Yes.
Edge or
You
no
say
edge, it
that.
isn't going to curve the surface of the Earth. MJ, check this out. Do you know what you think? This is what you think. You think you're on the edge right now. You think when you're standing on the ground, you're on the edge of the earth. And that if you keep walking, you'll just stick to that edge and you'll be upside down at some point. And there'll be people where you were, they're going to be upside down relative to you. And that everybody's just sticking to the edge through this magical thing called gravity that's never been proven.
So there isn't an edge.
No, no one believes in an edge, dude. You believe in an edge, but I don't.
I don't believe in an edge because I think the Earth is definitely a sphere.
That's
everything.
but edge,
other
MJ,
planets, right?
MJ. The definition of edge is furthest from the center. Okay. So the surface of a sphere is its edge.
The surface of the sphere is an edge.
It's the edge of the sphere, right? You
The
think
edge
you're
of
walking on it all the time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You think you're walking on the edge of the earth.
Okay.
But you have a magical force that holds you down like a rubber band. Okay, this is what you believe is true. I don't believe that's true. I don't think there is an edge. I don't think there's an outside the earth. I don't think there's spacemen. I don't think you can go to space. I don't think any of that stuff exists. That stuff exists only on television.
Okay, then why do we spend like millions or even billions to?
Who is we?
No, not you. I'm talking about the billionaires, that philanthropists, billionaires, Playboy. They go
None of
up
them
in
been
the
to
space.
space.
They use like fuel rocket. Whoa, upwards, and then where did they go?
Has Elon Musk been to space? Has Elon Musk been to space?
The astronaut that get paid to go up in space.
Okay. How do you know there's astronauts going up in space other than they said so?
Because of, first of all, they can do something called a CT scan, and they can see their bones getting less dense because of gravity. And why laughing?
Because that shit's just a story, man. Look, space is a fucking complicated, convoluted, sophisticated story. It's a bunch of bullshit, dude.
Okay, then why did the government hide it? Why do every country just say, "Oh yeah, we unanimously"? Huh?
It's not hidden. It's right in front of you all the time.
No, I'm just talking about some.
No, MJ. This is a situation. In all seriousness, this is a situation. You experienced the world. And in school, they came and they said, that thing you experienced, that world, that's not true. It looks flat, it seems motionless, but that's actually not true.
Then why do they lie? Why do they?
How are they hiding it? How are they hiding the earth that you experience every day? They can't hide it. It's not possible.
Yeah, but you've
accepted an interpretation. Well, I mean, who's lying? It's not your teachers. They don't know. They're like you.
That every other country.
They don't know either. They don't know to lie. They believe what they're saying. They're not lying.
So
they don't know.
I think what you're saying is some in your perspective, stupid people said, "Hey, I'm smart. Theory of relativity." Throw it at the president, and the president says, "Okay, I believe you." And then,
oh my God, Donald Trump, is that who you're talking about? You think Donald Trump knows let me ask you, MJ, do you think Donald Trump knows the earth is a globe, or does he just believe it?
I think he knows that the earth is globe.
How would he know that?
How would he know that? Because how do I say it? He's a billionaire. He's a liar. No, not a liar.
He would believe it, right? He wouldn't know that, right? He would just believe what somebody told him. Like you do?
I think he got into Epstein's island. Of course, he's gonna know everything.
Yeah, but he'd be like you, right? He would just believe it, just like you do. He would just believe it.
So,
and if he said Earth is a globe, just like you just said it, you're not lying. You're just wrong, right?
So
you're not lying when you say it.
Someone with a lot of power, like how do I say it? More power than the CIA itself.
How would
you're
they
telling
know?
me that someone with a higher power than the CIA, right? say believe a lie? How do they believe a lie? Like this meant like they have billions in their bank,
Because
right?
everybody believes it because they think everybody else believes it.
So it's like, how do I say, a liar then tells a liar
It's
tells
a collective.
someone
It's a MJ. It's a collective delusion.
like a domino effect, right?
Yeah, a collective delusion, man. It's like everybody thinking like Santa Claus is real or something. Just everybody believes it, right? If you go to a Christian country, everybody believes in Christ, right?
Yeah.
Do you believe in Christ?
I mean, no, because I'm
From
not
a
Christian.
Muslim country?
Yeah.
Okay, so in your Muslim country, you have the tradition that people follow Islam. In Christian countries, they have the tradition that they follow Christianity. Now they don't think that they're lying when they say, Christ is God, and you don't think you're lying when you say Allah is God. You believe that's true. And the reason they believe it so wholeheartedly is because that's what they learned. That's what they've been taught. And it's a tradition in that community to teach that. The globe is the same thing. It started as a Western tradition, which everybody told each other. And then that spread out around the world at the end of fucking gunpowder. Okay. And we forced it on in the West, forced it on the rest of the world. And I do mean forced it. Okay. Because the last empire to believe, hold on, dude, this is very important. It's very important, MJ. The last, independent of the West empire to believe that the earth was flat was the Chinese, and they thought the earth was flat into the beginning of the 20th century. The 20th century. 1918, dude. Think about it. They were flat earthers all the way up to 19-something. They did not think the earth was a globe. The globe is new. People think it's been around a long time because that's the story that's told. Some people believed it. A very small part of people believed it. But it wasn't a worldwide idea. It was only the West and only a small part of that. So first the Greeks, then the Romans, and then, and then in the larger West. Go ahead.
It wasn't even the Greeks and the Romans. It was not generally accepted by the public that the earth was a globe. That was a doctrine within higher echelons of power. It was circulated as the secret doctrine, basically, of the elite. They had better knowledge than you. You were the plebs, the public, who believed something different. They thought they had the secret knowledge. However, once they realized with enough understanding that and technology, and that the Earth isn't a globe, we were all fed their decade-long cult documents as the truth. But if you look into history, you see that the majority of the public in those places were religious, and those religions had a cosmology, and that cosmology was not a globe. None of them were.
I mean, it's kind of hard to believe you guys because there isn't someone with a PhD.
It's history. You can look it up.
How is it history? Because I'm seeing in Wikipedia that flat Earth is an archaic and scientifically disciplined.
Anybody can edit Wikipedia, dude. Anybody, you, me.
Anybody can edit that. Where do I?
Yeah, I could edit Wikipedia to say that you're a close associate of Jeffrey Epstein. Does that make it true?
Yeah, and you just refuted yourself. You're like, I want a PhD. You think PhDs are editing Wikipedia?
Social media network admitted to Congress.
And psychos are editing Wikipedia.
Hey, what about when they admitted to Congress that they were censoring people? Like when social media networks told Congress straight up, yeah, we're censoring flat Earth. That's what you're reading.
He actually proved right now that they were successful in doing exactly what they were going to do when they told the Congress, oh, we're going to put little things that say flat Earth is archaic, this and that. And they set out to discredit it, the truth. And he is living proof that they were successful. And that's crazy that you just said that. When you said that right now, I literally had to stop what I'm doing. And I wanted to say this, dude, you are exactly the target people that they were trying to reach to keep away from the truth. It's crazy that Good luck in life, dude.
No, I'm just saying, like, they spent millions for, how do I say it, astronauts, scientists, smart people. Even the smart people wanted to join
What
in.
makes you think they're smart?
What's big?
Yeah, what
Because
makes
they
you
can
think they're
help.
smart? Because they told you a story, and they told you an impossible story that you can't replicate, and because you can't, it's like the Emperor's new clothes, right? The invisible clothes that you have to be really smart to see them, but the Emperor's walking around naked. But everybody's like, "Yeah, I see him. What a great freaking garb! I see it."
No.
Because they'd be stupid if they didn't see it, right? You you just think they're smart because they told you that. They're a bunch of fucking dumbasses.
Yeah, it's even worse than that because you've never actually seen the Emperor. You've never actually seen him naked walking around. You just heard all the people tell you, yeah, he's definitely wearing clothes. And you believe them.
Hold on. I'm just saying, how do the smart people make, how does, like, Nikola Tesla, right? Solve a lot of things very fast, make electricity, make AC/DC, but how do I say it? Albert Einstein, who literally made, like, who made ones and zeros, like the mathematical equations for the, how do I say it? TVs, PS5, PCs.
No, he didn't.
Right? Oh, literally the code, the binary code.
Einstein had nothing to do with that.
Mathematical equations. Everything is mathematical, even the
Yeah,
AI.
Einstein had nothing to do with that.
So he didn't make a lot of equations that
All of the technology all of the basic technology that you use today does not require Einstein. At best, they claim time dilation with satellites, but there are other explanations, and was calculated before him. None of Einstein's actual claim to fame was actually his. It was actually other people who came up with it first, both the theories and the testing of it. So you have a fundamental belief that because you were raised in a cult, and the cult told you X, and this guy's super intelligent, and this guy did all this stuff, you don't understand it, and you just believe in them, like they're some kind of saints of your new religion.
At least give me two, not one, but two people that Albert Einstein stole from. You know, the equation, like time dilation. Yeah, take your time. Take your time.
So, for instance, the photoelectric effect, that was actually claimed, is one of his claims to fame, but it was actually found by other people first. Where is it? Here it is. I was making him describe the experiments. Heinrich Hertz discovered the effect itself in 1887. And then Philip Leonard did the important early experimental work before Einstein's 1905 explanation. So he stole that, and you can do this for most of the other things. Sure, he did do his own thing. He didn't just steal it. He added all other calculations and stuff, and that's what they're giving him credit for. But that's a lot of these ideas are not from him. They're from other people, and then he kind of did an extra fancy math on top, or supposedly. You believe he did the math. I don't even know that he actually did the math himself.
Look, how do I say it? Okay, let's just say you're let's just say what you said is true, right? It's not fancy, schmancy stuff on top, like it's like some decorations for a cake. No, he saw equation, right? He said, it's not completely true. He said this, that, and he made something like, how to say, time dilations. The scientist he taught me about, and he made it more equational, like more useful to humanity.
No, they didn't make it any more useful. It didn't. No, you believe he. No, you believe he made it more useful. He didn't make it any more useful. What Einstein was trying to do was trying to conform the ideas to the globe and try to patch the idea that the Earth was rotating when we couldn't measure it rotating at all.
So the Earth doesn't move.
It doesn't, yeah.
It doesn't move, right?
Obviously, the Earth doesn't move. Obviously.
Do you have like how does it prove?
Yeah, it's called all of your experience and all of my experience are of a non-moving Earth. You see the stars move in the sky. So that's your primary experience. That's your first evidence. Now, you have a belief that that's not the case, that you're actually hurtling through a void, rotating and wobbling. So that's a positive claim, and that would require evidence. You've never received any evidence. You were just indoctrinated to believe it.
Okay, so okay. So how does the Earth get colder at winter times and more autumny in spring and all those seasons? How does it get colder or hotter? Because the sun
The
at least
angle to
gets
the sun
closer.
is different.
No, the sun doesn't get literally closer to itself.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said the angle to the sun is different, and that is true.
Angle, like how do I say it? The ball of fire, right?
No,
Just changes.
what ball of fire? I don't know about any ball of fire. We're talking about the sun. The sun in the sky. Like I live in Iceland, so during winter, the sun in the sky doesn't reach very high above the horizon. The angle to from the sun to the horizon, or the horizon to the sun, is very small. So it's very cold because the sunlight doesn't reach us very well here and doesn't heat up the ground. So when the sun is higher in the sky during summer, it heats better up the ground.
Oh, look, for the love of God, you know. You guys, some of you said that. How do I say it? Sorry.
Yes, for the love of God, God gave you a design of your body, right? And God gave you senses to be able to operate in the physical and natural world. And by denying your God-given senses and claiming and believing that you live in this nonsensical impossibility of a spinning ball, you're denying God's love. Because God, His love, gave you your senses, and you're denying them. So for the love of God, come back to your senses, to your God-given senses.
Demsley, what religion are you?
What was that?
What's your religion, my friend?
That's nor here nor there, okay? My religion or my personal beliefs are not part of the conversation at the moment. Maybe later I'll let you know. But not
What
right
isn't
now.
his religion? It's not globe.
So all of this talking, right? I know you guys are trying to prove, like, telling all of the Earth, which is like how they say it, 85% globe Earthers and 2% flat Earthers. That
Who cares?
How do you know that? How do you know that? Show
Yeah.
me the numbers.
I don't know. I just set it up. I don't have any. I'm not gonna ask everyone in the Earth to are they globe Earthers or flat Earthers, because
Would it matter? MJ, would it matter? Is truth a democracy? Do we like vote on what the truth is?
I mean, there's gonna be a small portion of people, like how do I say it, Heaven's Gate, that get indoctrinated and kill themselves, and they say, "Oh, I'm gonna go to heaven because I believed some guy who said, oh, I'm a Messiah or I'm a prophet or something like that."
You're not going to heaven. Heaven is coming to you if you're ready. So don't worry about that. It has nothing to do with what we're talking right now.
Please, it's going to me, like it's gonna run to me. It's gonna say, "Hey,
MJ, you think there's not a lot of flat earthers, but I went to the beach like I think 5 days ago now, and I met a flat earther there that I did not know. He saw me filming and he came up and asked me if I was a flat earther.
Yeah, it's gonna be like how they say it.
Yeah, MJ, randomly, my uncle
No,
Well,
who's your cousin?
a cousin. I always messed up the English terms for that.
Same word, man, something.
Well, our cousin is or is a flat earther, and I had no idea. I didn't teach him about flat Earth, but everybody I teach about flat Earth become flat earthers.
So there's gonna be 2% of 815, right?
Why does it
Where 2%? What do you get?
Look, hold on. 2% of how does it the whole Earth, right? Like 2%.
No. Why? Where are you getting the number from?
I don't know, bro. Can you at least
So
tell me?
so you don't have that number. So why are you saying
We'd
it?
have to make it up. How would we know? You don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
Nobody
we don't
knows
know
how many.
Why does it matter?
It's a fallacy.
Nobody knows how many flat earthers there are. Nobody knows how many globe earthers there are. Like nobody knows. No one's ever did that survey.
You cannot go to everyone's in the world, so every single people in the world inside their minds and what they believe in public, or what they show you in what they believe in private and what they show you in public. You don't know what everyone believes at the same time, so you cannot determine the numbers. You cannot go into everyone's minds. That's an impossibility.
Yeah, they did survey some South American country like Brazil or something. I forget which country, and they had like millions of flat earthers in that country alone.
Maybe only gods can go into everyone's hearts and
North
minds and know
America
what they
or
actually
South
believe.
America.
MJ, the truth is the truth, no matter how many people believe it. A lie is a lie, no matter how many people believe it. Your little bandwagon fallacy isn't going to work here. It doesn't matter how many people make that claim.
The truth is the truth. Your truth is that other planets are wrong.
Yeah.
One Earth is flat.
Dude, you're like
Doesn't
really
make
like looping, dude. You already tried that and it failed because you can't demonstrate that Earth is a planet.
How would I know? I don't have like the hundreds of thousands of dollars devices. I'm not that rich.
Okay.
You can't prove because you only can see with your eyes. You can just say, "Oh yeah. I can see far from my eyes, from my not so 20/20 vision that I can see with my own eyes that the horizon is like flat. Oh yeah, I'm true. I'm telling the truth. Oh yeah, I'm the most truthful person. You can't really
You
say that
think that
because
that's hold on, but do you think that the horizon looks flat because the Earth is curved? Why do you think the horizon looks flat?
I'm not saying the horizon is flat. I'm just saying
But
like
it looks
in your
that way though,
perspective.
right? But it looks that way, right? It looks flat.
I mean, it looks flat because you can only see like 3 miles, like some miles,
Well, okay.
because your eyes are like how do I say it? Not like a seagull, right?
That's fine. Okay. How do you know
Maybe
that
that's
is why
fine.
hold on, MJ. This is very important. How do you know that is the reason the Earth looks flat, and that the Earth don't look flat simply because it is flat? How do you know that it's not that, and it's the reason you said?
You spend hundreds of thousands of dollars just to prove that the Earth is a globe, right? And then
Okay,
people say that the Earth is
right back
flat.
to the bandwagon nonsense, dude.
Mm.
Look, just face it, MJ. You believe it because, like I said before, you believe everybody else believes it, so you believe it too. That's it. You don't actually have any evidence it's a globe. You just believe it, which is fine because we don't expect to convince you of anything. The only way you're gonna be convinced, apparently, that the Earth is flat is to go test it yourself, which is the only way you should be convinced.
Your only measurement or
Well, we have
experiments are
many
like
measurements.
with your own eyes or with your own like
Tape measure.
$200 200 tape measure. Like I swear
Yeah,
to
tape
God.
measure, laser, tape measure. Yeah.
Yeah, tape
And
measure
our
laser.
eyes.
Instead of
It's
like
not
those
MJ, do you think that's it? Do you think that that's it? Just one laser test? No, want me to go through some of them, what we got? Okay, I'll go in reverse order because I like doing it this way. So 1918, Marconi Marconi set up a antenna system, a radio antenna. 1918, remember that date? It's World War I, right? They could talk from the United Kingdom to Australia. How would they do that if the Earth was a globe?
Maybe satellites, maybe like how do I
It's
say it? Those big,
1918.
how
I
do I say
told
it?
you it would be important.
Oh,
1918.
sorry,
Were there
excuse me.
satellites in 1918, MJ?
The big, how do I say it? My English is not very good. Those big pillars that has silk lines, not silk lines, but like
You mean
power silk lines.
repeater towers? Repeater towers didn't exist in 1918. Radio was brand new.
Okay, then what about radio? You can just use one
This
radio
is
to
what I'm.
another, string the signals, then use that radio to send another signal to that radio, and
I
then
know. That's what I just said. Repeater towers, they did not exist in 1918. Radio was brand new.
I mean,
there was no radio towers in Africa. There was no radio towers in the Indian Ocean. There was no radio towers between the United Kingdom and
what about
Australia.
what about the power cords underwater? No, that's yeah.
But
What
this
about
was
that?
before that. Well, that was telegraph cables.
Okay, then telegraph cable.
But they didn't have a telegraph cable to Australia. You understand where Australia is, right?
Australia is like
You
the
understand where the
land.
United Kingdom is, right? Britain, England,
Yeah,
England
I
to
can.
Australia.
I know my geography.
Okay, good. They talked from that place to another. How could they do that if there was a giant ball in the way of the radio signal?
Because there's something called, you can see it. Hold on, sorry. The Earth is so big, sorry. The Earth is so big that you can't really see the curviness, right? You could be on the side of the curve, right? You can't really see the curve because.
Okay, let me ask you this. If you were on the North Pole and you had a
Mm.
radio, could you talk to the South Pole? Over the
Maybe
radio?
because
Maybe.
how to say it, because those lines that you talked about that were there, I can put it to that, send it to the closest place to UK, right? Then grab someone from the UK, no, from the UK, yeah. Then tell them, give them like how to say it, a Morse code, like a signal.
Yeah, we're talking radio, dude. There was no in between. It's one point to point. There's a transmitter and a receiver, and that's it.
Only.
Okay, that's it. Transmitter, receiver. That's it. Like a walkie-talkie. Right? Transmitter, receiver. That's it. There's nothing in between. And this is 10,000 miles. Okay? That's not the only one, MJ. So Admiral Byrd in the 30s talked from Antarctica to New York City. It's 9,600 miles. Also, they teletyped him 6,000 miles from New York City to the South Pacific. And when JFK got shot, they talked to the Secretary of State from Washington, D.C. to the Pacific Ocean in between Hawaii and Japan. They don't know exactly where he was, but he's somewhere in between there, which is 8,000 miles. So the question is, if the Earth was a globe, how could they possibly do any of that?
Radio, the waves of the radio can't really, how to say it, break because the Earth is curvy. I mean,
no, the Earth curvy should be in the way. The radio wave should go to space. Remember?
Are you playing with me? How can it, the wave, like
because it's not a
literal, right?
globe. Because the Earth is flat. That's how, dude. It's simple. There's literally a plaque in Australia made out to this. They made a monument.
So you're telling me? Sorry, I'm gonna at least go at
Yeah, I'd go too. Pour cold water on your head.
No, sorry, but like, sorry, you telling me that
I know
people
it's tough.
on this earth, hold on, like the Earth globe, right? The globe Earth is like a tradition, like a indoctrination.
Yes.
So it's a tradition. Like, how do I say
It's a
it?
tradition, yeah. It's like it's a religion, quite honestly. The globe Earth is a religion.
I mean,
it's a religion for atheists.
What about the Christians, Orthodox, Muslims?
I mean, they don't have to believe in it, but they do because they're ashamed because they get told, you have to believe in it, otherwise you're an idiot. So they believe it.
Yeah, it's the one world religion that took over all of the other religions because the Muslim religion had a flat world basis, same as the Christians, and then they were indoctrinated into this one world religion, and now they reject their holy scriptures and believe in the globe instead.
It's telling me that the Quran or any hadith that talks about the earth, right, is stated to be flat.
Yes.
Can you at least show me one proof?
Well, I'm not Muslim, but I've seen Muslims post it. I can DM you a link to an Islamic flat Earth server.
Yeah, please do that, please.
Oh, okay, cool, awesome. I sent quite a few people there, as a matter of fact.
Do you have a Quran?
I have a Quran.
Okay. Go ahead and open it up to the. I don't know how to pronounce it exactly.
To what page?
Well, it's an exact scripture. Do you know, like, the books?
What book?
Do you know the books of the Quran?
Yeah, one book. There's only one book, Quran, the holy book.
No, I know, but oh my God,
there's different sections, man.
I'm not trying to say anything. I'm just telling you that there's only one book.
Just copy paste it in the chat.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I'll just do that.
Yeah, check the side chat, MJ.
Yeah,
You
you already
know,
posted
how
all
do I
of them.
say it? The
Oh, you
Arabic,
posted all of them already? All right.
Hold on,
Oh,
please. You know, the Arabic
Still at
language is,
71
how do I say it? Hard to understand.
I've heard that.
Yeah, because how do I say it? It has the hard meaning, and the English vocabulary or the dictionary doesn't have enough words for the Arabic words. One word, right? Was that bad?
Like stretched out like a carpet.
What carpet? No, I'm talking about how one word,
Yeah, I know,
right? One word in
that's how it's described in the Quran. The earth stretched out like a carpet.
One word in the Arabic, one Arabic word could have hundreds of meanings in English, in any other language, because that's how it's the third most hardest language.
Translators have chosen the best representation in English as possible. So when they say the earth is stretched out like a carpet, right? What does that mean?
Sorry, let me. You guys show me like a YouTube short. Hold on.
It's 71:19. Go look it up.
Or let me open the book.
I can't DM you, dude. So I posted the link in the chat, kind of, because they'll nerf the link. They don't like you posting out invites to other Discords here. So just fix that URL and you'll be good. Look, I mean, fundamentally, and Jemsy brought up, I mean, he made the whole point. I mean, I'm just going to reiterate it. That you'd have to believe that God created you with your senses and that he then created a world that deceives those senses.
Okay, so Yaka Bruno.
Now, why would God do that? Why would God create a world that you can't perceive? And that it appears flat, but is actually the opposite, and that appears not in motion, but it appears to be not in motion, but it's the opposite. Why would God create a world that's completely backwards from what you experience? Like a deception.
Let me at least talk. Someone called Yaga Bruno posted a video about a Muslim scholar, right? Not a Muslim scholar, someone famous, like how they say it. He's like a mufti, I think. He's like a very high rank in Islam. He knows a lot about Islam. Is the earth flat according to the Quran? He literally said that the earth is round. It's just how they say it. The meaning of Arabic words.
Was he sitting around a round table when he said that? Did he roll the paper and the microphone that he used to speak? Was that like a round flat table by any chance?
What what flat table?
You're saying that the experts, right? He said the Earth is round. What does that mean? You mean like a round table?
Oh,
You know?
the Earth is a planet. He said that the Earth is a planet. The
Oh,
Earth
now you're changing it. No, he said something else. It was different before. Which one is it though? One or the other?
His interpretation of the texts.
Oh my God! Interpretation. Any meaning of the Quran, right? It's complex.
Yeah, so we're not interested in what he thinks personally, right? We're interested in what he thinks the text is saying. Is he saying that the text says
it's battery in your mic? It's kind of bad right now.
Who, mine?
Yeah, when someone else has their mic open, T-Dub, you just don't come in at all.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
I thought it
He
was
literally
MJ.
said that
Honestly, have a bad battery.
he said that the Earth has our planets in round.
He said all the planets are round. He never said the Earth was round. He said the Earth looks flat.
Planets, all planets are round.
Yeah, but how are you getting Earth is a planet?
He literally
You know that
he
in the
did
Bible,
not say that. Don't lie, dude. That
Hey,
ain't cool.
MJ,
I just watched. Listen, I just watched it.
MJ, you know that in the Bible, the planets are different than the Earth, right? Because in the Bible, the planets are called wandering stars. That's where we get planets from, because they weren't like the other stars, so they were wandering stars. But Earth wasn't a wandering star in the scriptures. Earth was
He
Earth.
doesn't care about the Bible, man.
Well, even in his teaching, in his
He's
Quran,
supposed to.
I know.
Because they go by the Quran is like pretty much a rewrite of the Old Testament, anyways.
Well,
But
they also say, dude, like, that you're supposed to pay attention to the Bible. That nothing in the Quran contradicts the Bible.
right, that's why you have they all in agreement. But MJ, if you yourself said that one word means a lot of different words, and okay, we could agree to that. But now you're making this guy's assumption, and you're just misquoting him, maybe, or misrepresenting him. Just like Indio brought up, he didn't say that the Earth is a planet. He's talking about the planets themselves are round. But why are you not understanding, MJ, that when it's saying that the Earth is stretched out like a carpet, in what world logically is a carpet like a ball? Like, in whose house have you ever seen carpet in a sphere shape? Have you ever seen that in your life?
Oh, you messed up carpet, man. How would you even walk on that?
I don't know. It's I guess it's a chair.
It's not a functional carpet anymore.
You have a spherical ball, right? And you put
It's a textured sphere.
A spherical core, right? Like a black ball. Then you stretch out a carpet on it. It's gonna be like a stretched out stretched out
like
carpet
a ball
over it. So it's gonna be like how they say it an earth. It's gonna be like earthical, spherical.
No, that's you are.
He
just
said
one.
vertical and spherical is the same thing. Vertical, spherical. That's a new one. Vertical,
I never heard that
spherical.
before.
Those are synonyms. Those are synonyms in his head.
That's the first time I've ever heard that. Okay, but MJ, like, you're just 100% misrepresenting what the actual word is saying. So, like, maybe you should like look at what we're talking about and like line it up, because what you said is not what the scripture is saying in your own book that you believe to be true.
Look in the side chat. Surah 7119, Surah Al-Hijr 1519, Surah ad Dariyat 5148, is it Gashia 8820, Surah al Gashia 8820. Look it up for yourself, man.
Yeah,
it's also think about the text for a second. The context in ancient Islam, when they were first spreading the news, it's like a carpet. To them, what is like a carpet? What is a carpet? It's describing it like a carpet. In the Bible, it says the earth is pressed like clay pressed under a seal. So
a clay can be a seal.
Yeah, but that's also a flat surface, but it shows topography. A carpet can have some topography based on the surface it's laid upon, and so both descriptions work perfectly fine, but they work perfectly fine with a flat Earth, not a globe. And that's why the ancient cosmologies were flat Earth cosmologies.
I'm just saying that
you sound stuck. You never answered my question. You never answered my question. When have you gone into someone's house and seen a spherical carpet, like a ball carpet? Like where? Or have you seen it?
Hold on. As you said, stretched sphere. Sorry, a stretched carpet. Because have you ever seen a stretched carpet? No, it's because its fibers are so strong. It can be, unless you're like Hulk, you can stretch it, but you can't really stretch it. So the Almighty God can stretch something that's close like a carpet on a spherical ball, so it can be like the Earth.
Okay, I feel like you're just having to say that because your core belief here is getting wrecked, even by your own religious belief, by their own word.
One question. So when we dig straight into the earth, right? Why does it get hotter?
Why does it get hotter? What do you mean? Say that again. What'd you say?
When we dig straight down on the earth has a core like a spherical core, melted core.
No,
we don't know that. We don't know that.
What the fuck? I'm just telling you, when we dig straight down under, it's gonna get hotter and hotter and hotter.
How far is the deepest hole ever dug?
I think I know why you're getting hotter when you're digging that hole, because you need to blow fans on you, dude.
Fans.
You don't know how deep the deepest hole ever dug is? It's about 7 miles.
It doesn't get hotter as you go deeper.
I don't think it does either.
7 miles. 7 miles. You can literally dig it up yourself. I'm just saying that
7 miles.
7.6 actually. 7.6. 7.6 actually. I'm just telling you that the more you dig down, the hotter it's gonna get. Why? Because the earth has a core.
It's variant
because
actually.
The weight of the rock above it crushing down on it, dude.
What?
Yeah, it's variant actually. It's like there are pockets of water, there's pockets of lava in different places under the earth. When you're near a pocket of lava, of course it's going to get hotter the closer you get to the pocket of lava. But the closer you get to a empty space or a cavern or a reservoir of water, it's not going to get hotter.
Yeah, actually, nowadays look, brother. Nowadays they say there's an ocean under the earth 3 times the size of the one that's on the surface.
Yeah.
Is that boiling water or something?
No, because water. How do I say it? The deep. No, on the surface, right? It's gonna be hot because the sun is gonna
under the surface.
Yeah, under the surface, it's gonna get colder and colder because there isn't any sunlight reaching.
So now it's colder under. Okay, you're all backwards, dude.
Because there is water. Have you ever hold on? When you how to say it, make a forge, right? Forge,
okay, so
hold on.
look, MJ, hold on. Okay, go ahead. I'll go after you. Go ahead.
When you forge a hot metal, right? When you try to get it cold, you put it in water, right? It's gonna obviously burn up or fire up.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Then it's gonna get cold again because how to say it, water is a good conductor of heat.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is, the hot water is gonna obviously go up because boiling water and stuff, go up.
Okay. So I'm gonna use your logic, but you gotta walk with me now, because now I'm gonna explain something to you that you're gonna see that what you just said is completely backwards to our reality. All right, you said that the surface of the water is hot because the sun is in the sky and is heating up the water, right?
Yeah.
And then when you get lower, it gets colder, right? Because it's getting further away from the sun, right? Okay. Earlier you said there's a core, and that's why it gets really hot the farther down you go. Okay, if that's true, okay, then why at the bottom of the ocean is it not like warm or boiling from this center core that you think is in down 4,000 miles deep? And actually the reality is it's actually the coldest the farther down you go. So make that make sense in your own statement logically, because technically, if you were right and there was this boiling whatever core that's giving off heat, then all the oceans, we would measure a temperature rising, not a temperature dropping. Yes or no? Or do you not believe in that? Now you want to skirt to something else?
The Earth works in mysterious ways.
all right. That's okay. I'll take that to you plead the fifth here. That's fine.
Exactly. I believe the fifth.
Okay, all right. I hope though, even though you're pleading the fifth and it's fine and entertaining for us all, I hope you go home or whatever you're doing and you actually think about that though, because what you said earlier, like, oh yeah, there's a center, it's hot. That was the indoctrination. That was the programming. That was the information we were all fed as kids. But now that we're grown adults, right, we're going to put away childish things, and now we're going to try to use our own brains to say, does this logically make sense? I would argue as an adult that doesn't make sense, that the bottom of the oceans are freezing when they are closer to the place that's supposed to be super hot than us, where we are on the surface. I don't know.
Well,
you tell me.
Well, I mean, when you have hot water, right? There's gonna be steam coming up, right? Trying to escape, because gas can mix with. You get the idea. When it's gonna make a fun bubbles, right? Then the bubbles go up. Then the hotness goes away because the things, the water around it is
Keep
cold.
talking. Someday you'll say something intelligent by sheer accident.
The hot water goes up, the cold water goes down, and the cycle repeats over again.
So, okay. So what you're saying, where is your core heat at? In your explanation, where is that core heat at? Where is it at? Is it 4,000 miles deep from the surface of the earth? In what you're explaining, is there a core? Is this what you're thinking or visualizing? That there's a core like of lava that's like super hot and is just and is providing this heat that you're talking about? Because you said when you dig deep, it gets hotter because of that core.
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the deepest that we've gone to in the bottom of the ocean just so happens to be the same depth that we've dug deep down into the earth, right? Which is 7,000, almost 8 miles, right? So not 7,000, almost 8 miles, right? Have you ever looked at how deep the Mariana Trench is?
Is about 10,000 meters.
And what's that in feet?
In feet, I don't like feet.
Oh, well, I guess I could.
I'm more of a tits guy, you know.
Okay.
I think you multiply by 2.5.
Yeah, 2.5. Yes, that's actually what it is.
Okay.
There's at least one person that's smart in here, you know.
Okay, so So when we're talking about your kilometers, I guess, or meters.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's 10,000 meters, which is about almost 7 miles deep. And then, okay, so we've gone down about the same amount as that Mariana Trench. Now, when they went to the bottom of the Mariana Trench, was it like boiling hot water, or was it cold freezing water?
I mean,
Because by your logic, when we dug into the earth 7 miles down, it was getting hot because of this lava, whatever you think is down there in the center core, this molten lava. That's, by the way, 4,000 miles deep in your paradigm. So if you only went 7 miles, you're talking about 3,993 miles, right? Further away, but you're saying it was already hot. Oh my God, it's so hot because that core. All right, well, what about the Mariana Trench? Why didn't they find like boiling water?
Because what? Because hold on. Let me think. Oh, it's easy
Just want
because
you to think logically.
oh no. Because water is a good conductor of heat, right?
So okay, so why isn't it conducting heat then?
Look, water is a good conductor of heat.
Okay, I agree.
It's obviously, yeah. So it's obviously gonna get hot, right?
Okay.
When it gets hot, the boiling get sorry, it's get up because the boiling water goes up, right?
So okay, so then why didn't they find that hot water down there when they went down there?
I don't know.
Is that back to the Earth is a mirror?
No. The earth worked in mysterious ways.
Yeah, that's what you said. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. So we're back to that. Okay. So miracle. Okay. Now, have you ever heard of?
I don't know.
Okay, I will give you this though. Have and I mean we could talk about that. Have you ever heard about those vents at the bottom of the ocean, and they create like up to like 800 degrees Fahrenheit? I think maybe even in the thousands in some places. But have you ever heard of those?
Never know.
So there's this like water that shoots out of these real deep like I don't know what you want to call them. They're like they call them vents, and they're shooting out into the water, and they found like these little organisms down there that can survive like it's like 3,000 degrees or something like that. And they found like
microorganisms.
yes,
Keyword microorganisms that can, how do I say it? That love superheat stuff. Like how do I say it? You don't study biology. There's an animal that can go to space and live in it. I mean, how do I say it? How do I say it? Go in the space and live
No,
about
no,
like
no,
3
no.
years,
Space is
maybe
fake.
3
No, you can't go to space. No.
yeah, we're not
microorganisms.
Nobody
about
goes to
space.
space. Nobody goes to space.
Then how?
Nobody.
Neil Armstrong, yeah, not Neil
Nobody.
Armstrong.
Nobody.
Then how did Neil Armstrong,
He didn't.
the
He
brave
didn't.
man,
No, nobody went to space.
the brave
Yeah,
the brave man, how did he?
you jump from the
Nobody.
ocean to Narnia, dude. I was at least trying to give you like, you know, a little like something to think about. But you jump to you immediately jump to space. The reason why I was bringing up these vents is because like that down there in that area, that concentrated area, they do find temperatures to be raised, but if you just travel away from that, you get back to your deep cold freezing temperatures. I'm just saying your logic about how deep you dig down into the earth and it gets hotter, that's completely fallacious. And you have to realize that. You have to accept that reality. Because like the other gentleman said, he said no, because if you're digging deep and sometimes you might be closer to a place where there's lava. So because there's maybe some volcanic activity down below. So that would get warmer. But then, like he said, you might be getting closer to pockets of water underneath. and that would represent a colder environment. So just trying to speak to you logically, dude. I don't know how else to like. I don't know.
Well, I mean, your points are very strong, and I can't really refuse it, you know. But one thing, brother, one thing, just one thing, once forward. When we, as humans, right, learn about the flat Earth, right, or alien life, or anything like that, right? Do you think it will affect us in the future because we're still gonna do a 9 to 5? We're gonna still gonna shit. We're gonna eat. We're gonna pray. We're gonna do all of these. So why do we care about the the the, the, the flat Earth? Because the flat Earth doesn't mean anything, anyways.
So now you're giving up. Now nothing matters anymore. I
I
love it.
gave
I
up.
love
I
it.
gave
I
up.
love it when you guys give up. This is my favorite part of the day. When you guys give up like this, it makes me so happy.
I would have less dignity if I leave instantly. So I'm just saying I give up. I give up. I give up.
Well, okay. Let me ask you a question. If you think that it doesn't matter, that's fine, no problem. You don't think it matters, but if somebody went to the effort to deceive the entire world about where they live, then they think it's important. So they must know something that you don't.
I mean, let me tell you this: there is definitely alien life, right? But in the long run,
No. There's no alien life.
Do you not know the probability of everything? Everything
You're
has a
talking
probability.
about you've gone back into mathematics and probability. No.
Yeah, because mathematics is the whole reason we have rockets, we have everything.
No, you've been deceived. You think mathematics is reality. It's not.
Then mathematics is like how do I say it? Toys for the indoctrination, and we without it we can't really control the world. You know, like
It's a tool to jack around people like you. They use math to fool you. In reality,
hold on.
math is not a thing.
Okay. So what you're saying is like this: 1 + 1 is 2. I got indoctrinated. 2 + 2 + 3
No,
is
that's
5.
not what I said. That's not what I said at all. They used math. Bro, calm down. Just breathe, dude. What's wrong with you?
Trust me, bro. When
Take a deep,
stupid people like you,
take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Mathematics is just a language. It's just like the native language that you speak or English. It can be used to describe things in reality, and it can be used to create fiction. And you have bought into the fiction. You're reading a fairy tale.
Okay, so explain how mathematics, the things that that you can use for, let's just say, computers, right? Mathematics
That's
for
ones
computers.
and zeros. It's a binary code, ones and zeros. Who
Okay, tell
cares?
me how. Hold on. Tell me how. Yeah, tell me how that 0 and 1 work without the mathematical equations, so it can make how to say it a language code.
Mathematics is not a force.
Are you, dude? So you may not know this, but basically in the computer world, ones and zeros are on and off switches. Power on, power off. Basically, it doesn't have anything to do with fucking math. It's just an on and off switch.
Because if you can't really know about math, then what are you without it? That is the
You can't know about math. No, we use the math to describe the reality. You guys have got it so backwards. You think the reality describes the math. That's how dumb you are.
So how can we know if what we're saying is true or false?
Because you test the reality. The reality is the thing that you live in, whether you like it or not. You want to believe that you live in a mathematical fictional realm. If that's what you want to do, you go ahead and do it. Meanwhile, the rest of us are going to hang out here in the physical, natural reality world.
What the hell are you saying? So we're not in physical math world? What are you saying?
No, math is not reality. The only thing that actually exists is the physical realm.
I know. Math isn't the reality. I get it, but like, hold on.
Right.
Listen to me right. Math is how we understand the world.
No, it's not.
Mathematics is how we understand the whole universe.
No,
Without
it's not, dude. Calm down. Jeez, why are these guys flipping out? Is anybody else hearing this? This guy's losing their shit. Dude, calm down. You live in reality. Sometimes we're able to describe the reality with math. A lot of times we're not. And so people take math and they make up bullshit and they give it to you in a textbook. You learn it at college, they take your money, and then you're a retard for the rest of your life.
Okay, when they take my money, right, like 100K, when we become like smart people with PhDs, what is gonna happen? We're gonna get like millions. Then what? Are we gonna become like what?
Most of the PhDs that I know don't have millions. Most of the PhDs that I know, they work at a university and they get ripped off for what they know. And most of what they know is not true.
A university gives professors a lot of money. So what are you saying?
Yeah,
bro?
sometimes they do.
To do what?
Like,
Always.
yeah, because they tend to worship math. I'm telling you, brother.
You're
Without
telling us
math,
stories,
we are
is
not.
what you're telling us.
So
Stories.
you're telling yourself that we think that math is like our god. Then we see math.
Math is your god, not our god. Your god.
We say math akbar, and then we blow up the whole flipping building. Then we say
Wow. No, actually, you don't, and you don't know how anyway.
Exactly. So we don't believe in the mathematical god. We believe
Yes,
that.
you do. Yes, you do. You believe in all kinds of crazy shit.
And you don't.
No, I don't.
You always need to be right. You always need to be right. Oh my god.
Let's see if you think that mathematics is your god. Let's see if these numerical descriptions of reality are your god. So the Earth is supposed to be 3,959 miles in radius. Do you believe that?
I believe in God, not math.
Do you hold on? Do you believe that that is the size of the Earth?
Oh, I believe in God.
Dude, I'm asking you a serious question. You can flame out and become a troll all of a sudden, or you can answer the question. Do you think that that is the reality that you live in, where the Earth is a sphere and it has this radius? Is that what you think?
First, you thought of
Hey, Dream, your microphone is a hot mess. Dream, we can't understand a thing that you're saying. Dream. Okay, you're either hot micing or something. Thank you, somebody, whoever did that.
Okay, I'm saying that math is how we understand the universe, how we understand everything.
I'm asking you, do you think that that description of the Earth that you live on is true?
What description?
The 3,959-mile radius of a globe Earth.
3,999.
59. 3959.
I think so. I'm not.
Okay. Why do you believe that?
Because without the Pythagoras theorem, we will have nothing.
No, bro. This is Pythagorean theorem. We haven't even gotten there yet. We're just talking about a radius. This is a claim, a number that they gave you about the radius. Do you believe it?
Yeah, because scientists worked hard for it.
Okay, what scientist did what to give you that number?
I don't know, but it's a good scientist.
Dude, Dream, you're going to be on server mute permanently. You can't control yourself.
I'm talking to him in the side chat.
So here's the thing. You think some scientists did a lot of work to give you this number? What work did they do?
Imagine having burnout.
No. We're not going to imagine. We're not imagining. We're talking about reality, remember? reality, where you live, what scientist did what thing to give you that number?
Scientists giving me that number, right?
How? What did they do to give you the number?
I don't know. I'm not him. I'm not the smart guy.
Why don't you know the story? Certainly, if somebody discovered in history that the Earth was a globe, you would know how they got that number. Why don't you know it?
I mean, because I don't research as much as you do, but like, I
No, it's
know
not
that.
a matter of that. So, in here in America, over here in the United States, they tell us in 1492 Columbus sailed the ocean blue. They give us a date, they give us a name, and they tell us about how he got from Spain all the way over here to the United States and then started murdering Indians. So, you tell me how you know that the Earth is a ball. It seems like a really big event where someone discovered that they lived on a sphere, and you don't know the details about it. Why not?
Why not? Because I mean, I thought it was like common knowledge.
Well, if it's common knowledge, you should know how they got that number.
I mean, I don't really. I'm not the smartest guy in the world because I don't really remember stuff well because
Right, right. I'll tell
I
you
don't
why
have.
you don't remember. The reason that you don't remember is because they never told you how they got that number. They
And
didn't
how did
tell
you
me
think?
either.
And then
The reality is that you think there is a scientist somewhere or somebody who measured the earth and got that
Yeah.
number. And guess what? It didn't happen. There's nobody that we can give the claim to fame about who measured the curvature of the earth because no one has ever done it.
So
There
we
is
don't
no
know.
curvature to measure.
Okay, so there's no curvature in there. So there are people, right, that argue against flat and argue against globe, right?
Sure, sure,
So,
yep, yep.
so who do we believe? That's the question. Let's just say, okay,
Well,
I believe the globe, right?
this is
I
not
believe the globe.
why
Then
are
people
you
are,
asking
then
about
they are
dude, calm down. Why are you flipping out? You're talking about belief again. Why are you talking about
no,
belief? This is
no,
not a
no.
religion, but you're treating it like it is a religion. Remember how I talked about math is God? And now you're proving it to me that math or some scientist is your God?
I'm not saying what?
Yeah, is
I
there
believe.
some scientist out there that told you about the creation story of the universe that you believe?
I mean, I believe in a different, not a Big Bang, but I believe in a different way
Okay, why do you believe it?
because I'm a Muslim.
I understand that, but you realize that if you identify yourself as a Muslim, you still have the problem of giving evidence for the claim that you believe. So if the Quran told you about how the earth was created, but you don't have any evidence for it, then it maintains itself as a belief, right? That you choose to believe. Yes?
Aren't you doing the same thing?
No, I'm not even I have
No, no,
no
no,
I
no.
have
Hold on.
no skin in the game about a creation
No,
story.
no,
You
this
believe
no,
something.
it's a little indoctrination of saying, "Oh yeah, the Earth is flat." Believe me, or
No, this is not about
here's the
indoctrination. Bro,
evidence that
calm
I
down, calm down.
no.
This is not about indoctrination. In reality, the earth has
According to
been
your number,
measured, and so the measurements that we get prove that it's flat. There's no curvature anywhere. So this is not about belief for me. This is about measurement.
measurement. So isn't that the
Yes,
same thing?
measurement.
Isn't that the same thing the scientists did for the globe Earth
No, you're
measurement?
asking me the question. The reason that you're asking me is because nobody actually told you who measured the Earth. And the reason that no one told you that is because no one ever did measure any curvature because there's no curvature to measure.
So no one. Okay, so you believe in your own system that
No,
there
no,
is no.
no. The scientists that you talk about, the ones that you think measured curvature, we went ahead and looked into it. It turns out that every major industry, all the navigation systems, all of the people who build large structures on the earth, and the people who make your maps, they all measure the earth to be flat. No one has measured any curvature ever.
I don't know what to say, bro. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, yeah.
It's not a matter of
I'm
just me
wrong.
being
I'm
right.
wrong. I
It's,
just
why don't you
wanted to
check? You
God,
can
please.
check for yourself and see that nobody
You're
has
right.
measured any
You're right.
curvature at any
No,
point.
I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I just want to take a piss, dog. I didn't piss for like 20 minutes, dog. I really want to take a piss. You know, it's been like flipping 30 minutes, 40 minutes.
Calm
I'll be like,
down, little boy.
look what I'm gonna do with my life if you call me a little boy. I'm still gonna not react if you call me a little boy. My voice is like deeper than yours, by the way. Little man.
Who cares?
Then should I care if you call me little boy?
Well, then don't care and don't bring it up anymore. If you
Exactly.
didn't
So
care, you wouldn't
So
mention
shut up.
anything about the depths of your voice.
Little
Just calm
boys
down.
talk about doing the pee-pee dance for 20 minutes.
I do that. No, I don't say it. Okay. Allah lives in the moon.
All right. So in the meantime, there is no curvature on the surface of the Earth that you can measure. We agree then.
No. I don't
No.
believe that. I believe that. Hold on. I have one question. If the Earth is a flat, then why does the droplet have like a circular when it's on the air? Like, it's so circular.
Oh my goodness. So there's a couple things that you're asking a question about. Do you think that the Earth is a droplet of water? Let me start with that question. Do you think the Earth is a droplet of water?
I mean, if you clump up at how do I say it? A clump of water on itself. Hold on. If you clump of water on itself, right, on a non-vacuum space, it's obviously kind of clump up together, and because there is no friction or nothing, because the earth, because there is no fabric of anything, nothing to
Holy
attach
cow.
to, it's
So you
gonna
think that you
obviously.
can just make water into balls? Clump it up? What in the
Yeah,
world, dude?
yeah.
Okay, prove it.
Prove it.
Yeah.
I don't have a zero gravity machine.
So why are you making this claim if nobody has a zero gravity machine and no one's ever tested this, and now you're making this claim like you know it to be true? What a weird thing to say.
Hold on. You said that there is no zero gravity machine, right?
No.
Then how do we see that the astronauts who go to the space have like a circular how do you say it, water when he tries to drink the water from the canister?
Tell him, Radwin.
Tell him, Bob. Yalla, come on, tell me, Bob.
I didn't even hear because he's just rambling on.
Oh, well, he needs to know about space.
Oh, I told him space was fake, and he just kind of freaked out, and then went off onto the water is so deep and it's cold down there that it's so cold that it's hot. Whatever he said.
Because the God, everything works in mysterious ways.
Yeah, everything's magical. That's right. I forgot. Everything's magic. So
Everything
for
is magic.
Globers, for this Glober, his whole world is just magical.
You say Glober like it's a slur, bro. Why do you say Glober?
Yeah, I'm calling you a Glober like it's a slur, like I'm calling you a bad word, because you are one.
Oh. Okay.
Well, you tell me what you think. Is it silly for someone to only believe things that they saw on TV and in textbooks? You think it's silly to believe only things that they saw on TV and in textbooks? Do you think that's silly?
I mean, if I see a schizophrenic person saying, like, how do I say it? There are millions of schizophrenics, right?
Well, that's weird. I asked you a specific question that didn't have anything to do with schizophrenics. If you only believe what you saw in a publication or on the television, would you think that's a good idea?
Would I think it's a good idea to believe a person who sees with his own eyes instead of a $1 million machine saying, "Oh yeah, horizon."
What
Flat.
$1 million
Right.
machine are you talking about? Is that the
Oh.
anti-gravity machine that you're going to go back to? What machine would that be?
I don't know. Okay, I
You
see
don't
in
know?
chat that there is this circular, right? Like, I see the globe. I don't get it.
When do you see that?
What the fuck?
When do you
I
see
see
the
it.
Earth as a globe?
Yeah, because I see
On
the Earth as a
TV?
globe. Because
On TV.
this old relic says so. It says so.
Because the TV says so?
No, because the old relic literally puts
Old
a spherical in the old days spherical because the Earth is a sphere.
Old relic. Okay, so
Yeah,
maybe you didn't know this, but up until about 500 years ago, every ancient culture understood that the Earth was flat.
even the
So how
Arabs.
old are you talking? The Arabs? The Arabs knew it was flat.
Show me one textbook. One page.
The guy that's
Instead of
making 100-mile long line in your desert, he knows it's flat too.
dummy, you're a dummy. You're a dummy.
How about Al-Biruni? Do you know who Al-Biruni is?
Balaroni?
Al-Biruni. Do you know who that is? He was a famous Arab mathematician. Al-Biruni.
Baruni. Allah حي. Sorry. Albany instead in New York State.
Dude, you've lost it. Like
I swear
you're
to
off the
God, bro. I'm
reservation.
trying to put Al-Baruni. I don't see any Al-Baruni.
Al-Biruni, famous
Yeah.
mathematician. He was an
Hey,
Arab. He may have even been a Muslim. I'm not sure.
because the Earth is a sphere. I'm spiraling, of course, because the Earth is
Can you?
a.
Dude? You can have a normal, reasonable conversation. You don't have to come unhinged. This is okay.
No, unhinged. Unhinged. Okay, I'm gonna. Okay, I lost the argument. You win, you guys. This is not an
It's not even
argument.
about that.
I know.
Nobody's even here to have an argument about winning or losing. That's not the point of this. What's wrong with you?
Everything is so wrong with me. I just want to take a bit, dog. Just talk to someone else. I don't know. I spent like 30
Okay.
minutes talking to you guys, like more than
All
an
right. Well,
hour.
then can you mute yourself so we don't have to hear you while I talk to someone else?
Yeah. I'm just gonna go leave.
Okay. Welcome anyone else. We've got Elemented, but he looks like a flat earther. He's gone. Hello, guests. Welcome to the VC. And we have Dream. Dream, did you fix your mic or is it just nothing but background noise? You've been unserver muted, Dream. So if you'd like to speak, you can now.
Well, good. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Yeah. Dream, you seem familiar. Have you been in this VC before or covered this topic with us before?
Yeah, I've been hanging around here and there for the past 3 or so years.
Okay. Where do you fall on the topic?
I fall on the side that we live in or on a stationary level topographical plane, and
Yeah,
it's by
fair
design.
enough. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
That's what I thought. I felt like you were somebody who lived in the reality like the rest of us. So cool.
Yep, here I am. Yeah, I just like listening mostly. Every
Yeah,
now and
fair
then there's
enough.
some people that are actually here to question the nature of their reality, and I like those conversations the most.
I would say it's somewhere like in the ballpark of 1 out of 100.
It seems close to that number, yeah.
Yeah. And I feel like I should go buy a lotto ticket if we have 2 reasonable people in one day. But yeah, for the most part, we're just kicking trolls and talking to people who lose their, control of their emotions, and then it's over at that point. So
Yeah, I think it's gotten worse over the years, which is weird since there's just more and more evidence all the time. But the programming's so strong.
agreed. Which is strange because this has been around in my mind long enough where I thought most people have heard of it and maybe have thought about it a little bit. I don't know.
If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Maybe it's because the evidence has gotten better that it's become more scary for people to seriously consider it, If it was just a wacky idea, then, they could all consider it just all in fun, but when they start to realize that, the preponderance of objective evidence points to there being no globe, then the implications are that they would have to leave the reservation, which they don't seem to want to do.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Feel free to ask any questions you may have.
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead and ask it.
So, someone in the chat a few minutes ago stated that planes require a flat Earth and a stationary, like a stationary world. If I'm not misunderstanding. Why would that be the case? Why would you need a stationary world for planes to work?